Tata Steel is known as the Wimbledon of Chess.
Welcome to the 88th edition of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. The players are ready. The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Hello, welcome. This is day 5 of Tata Steel Chess, the day before the first free day. It's now all about managing form, managing energy, and looking ahead to the reset. I'm your host, International Master Jovanka Hauska, and I am here with probably the voice of the people, Grandmaster Simon Williams. And we are here live with our amazing audience in the bustling Café Lausanne in Wijk, and say, what a day it's going to be.
Yeah, and we've got another great day in store. And let's hear from our crowd. Have they woken up yet? Yeah, good. And it starts off slow, but it builds up here, just like the chess. And you're right, there is a rest day tomorrow, so I expect there's going to be loads of fighting chess today, because they all get a chance to chill out after the game. And it's going to be a great day.
Exactly, there's going to be a lot of motivation because no one wants to lose before the rest day, but everyone wants to set the tone for the remainder of the event. Yesterday in the Masters, there were 3 decisive results. And it did have an impact on the standings. We saw victories from Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. We also saw Hans Niemann playing one of his best games, he said. If there was going to be my 60 best collection of Hans games, that one would be in it.
Yes, there's a great interview so that he did with Fiona, and yeah, here we are with the standings as well.
Yep, and well, we started round 3 with 5-way tie for the top. We ended round 4 with just 2 between Hans Niemann and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. But of course, there are 3 people just half a point behind. No one can relax. Still very much early days. Anish Giri Pragnanda, well, they're not having the best of starts with just 1 point. And it was also a really bloody day there in the challenges, as per usual. We're used to this. There just seems to be so much fighting chess, Simon.
Oh, yeah, certainly. The challenges, what players have they got here? They're all bloodthirsty animals, because each day they're fighting, they're going for the win, and like the day before, there was only 1 draw. So it's a really good lineup, and we're getting lots of great entertainment from the games there.
And that one draw could very easily have been a victory. But Arjun Suleimanli, he is at the top with 3.5 points out of 4. But again, it is not going to be easy for him, because just chasing him down, there are 3 players on 3 points out of 4, including the young Faustino Oro, just 12 years old, 15-year-old Andy Woodward, who's won 3 games in a row, and Marc-Andrea Maurizi is also, I think, a teenager, and he has won 2 games in a row to reach 3 points. Still very much in the air.
Yeah, definitely. There's loads of rounds here, so it is the start of the tournament, but obviously you want to start well. So we have some great pairings we'll come to very shortly, but first, I think we have a video, don't we, Ivanka?
Well, you know, one of those players you mentioned about starting well, Simon, one of those players in the Masters who has had maybe a solid start during all of his games is Gukesh. He came very close to winning his first game against Sindarov, but other than that, it's been relatively very solid draws. And we did catch up with him at the beginning of the event, and we asked him, what is it like being world champion?
Being the world champion surely is, over the last 1 year, it's brought me new experiences, more weight on each game that I play, and I've had my share of difficulties dealing with the change, but I think the effort I've put in is consistent, and I hope you know, like obviously the last year has been rough, but I think when I keep doing the right things, the results will come. And I've always managed to adapt to change, and I've always grown through the challenges. So I'm sure it'll be the same this time.
Well, life is never easy when you're in the spotlight. And there's certainly a lot of expectation on Gukesh, you know, that he has to perform, you know, he has to show the world why he is world champion.
There's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure, and just changing to dealing with that, and the fans, you know, and just going about having a normal life is extremely hard to change that. But Gukesh is, well, he's a champion for a reason, the world champion for a reason, and he's very mature for his age, a lovely gentleman already, and I'm sure he will adapt. But the interesting thing, he was pushed a little bit more, wasn't he, on that point?
As they say, the crown can wear heavy on the head, and 2025 was a mixed year for Gukesh, so we did press him a little bit more on the subject.
I mean, obviously the obvious thing is that there is more expectation from myself and from the outside world, and obviously each game is, you know, like there's a lot more spotlight on each game that I play. But about all the people who say things and write things, you know, let them have all the fun. Like soon there's not going to be much fun for them, I hope.
So them's fighting words for Gukesh, I think.
I really like that. I mean, quietly confident is the best kind of confidence, I think. And Gukesh showing that there, that he is quietly confident of his own abilities, and he should be. I mean, when it's tough, he gets going. And he's already shown that by winning the World Championships. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, he showed he's a big moment player. He won the World Championships. He also won the candidates. He's had some fantastic performances in the Olympiad as well. We'll see whether he can rise to the challenge. Last year, he came very close to winning this event and just losing out in tie breaks to Pragnananda. Let's take a look at day 5 pairings. And we mentioned that there are 2 leaders, and would you have it? They're playing each other.
Would you Adam and Eve it? Hans Niemann is playing against Nodirbek, and that is a massive game. So this could decide who gets the early lead on their own. Obviously, if either of those players win, they jump into first place. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that, as with all the other games. And we also have a battle of the bottom. I was going to, yes, and the 2 players at the bottom at the moment, 2 fantastic players, aren't they, Ivanka?
Yeah, well, in last place, it is Pragnananda and Anish. Both of them have 1 point, but this one is all about pride and the ability to turn things around. If there is a decisive game on that particular match, then I fear for the person who finishes last, because it's going to be very difficult to come back from this. You know, tomorrow is a rest day, and they will have to just reset and adapt. And the pairings in the round 5, well, it is a very interesting clash, as always. How many decisive games? I mean, in the last 2 games, we've seen 7 victories. Will Aidan Suleimanli continue his winning ways? Will Andy Woodward continue with his winning streak? Will Faustino Oro seize the lead? You know, there's so many storylines.
Yeah, and I also hope that Aline gets off the the mark because she is a fantastic player, but she's had a bit of a tough start, understandably, when you're playing the best players, the up-and-coming champions of the world. It's not easy. You've got to get in the groove, so I'll be cheering for her today.
Yeah. So Aline Rebers, she will be playing Daniel Juffer. She has the white pieces, and we certainly will be cheering, especially with our home crowd. We'll also be cheering for the local talent in the challenges, Max Farmadan and Erwin Lamy. But the crowds, they are a gathering, and we are going to go straight to Fiona.
And welcome to round 5. I'm here in the Marianne, and I'm delighted to be chatting to Vedant Panesar. Vedant, you're making your debut here in the Challengers after winning the Team Kampen last year. Tell us a little bit about what your experience has been like on this side so far.
Well, first of all, Wijk has always had a beautiful space in my heart. I mean, I cannot complain about anything. Even the results have not been going great. It's just a pleasure tournament to play in. Every day I'm looking forward for a great game, and the best part is the fans. They're so supportive, and everything is perfectly organized, so just wonderful.
I also have to say, in my opinion, you are the most stylish player, at least one of the most stylish players. How did you manage to fit everything into a suitcase? How many?
I think all the credit goes to my mom. She has a very good knack for packing. That's what I can say.
Shout out to moms all over the world. And in the tournament, there are some big names. It's such an interesting field, you know, so many youngsters, but also Vasily Ivanchuk. Was there anyone that you were particularly looking forward to playing?
Obviously, Ivanchuk, like, there's no doubt about that. It's very funny because before the tournament, I was a bit nervous of how my results will go, and then I saw in my bookshelf a book of Ivanchuk, and like I read this guy's books to grow up. So I mean, there's nothing to be afraid of.
When will you play him?
I'm not sure. I think it's round 8 or 9.
Okay, still
Some time to go.
a few rounds to go. You were saying about the fans, it's already an almost full house again. So you enjoy this, that they are able to watch the games from so up close, and also to play, you know, with all the amateurs in the same room.
Absolutely, I love it, and I also love the time control. It gives fans something to look forward to. The time pressure, okay, it's not fun to play in time pressure, but the fans really enjoy it. Like Ivanchuk making a move in 1 second. I've watched that clip like maybe hundreds of times. So, I mean, it's perfect tournament, I would say.
Tomorrow is the first rest day. You were already here last year, so you know the town a little bit. What are you planning to do?
I would probably go to Amsterdam tomorrow, like look around a bit, because I've explored Wijk completely. There's nothing more left to see. And yeah, probably Amsterdam, just go around and have some fun with friends. That'd be nice.
That sounds like a great plan, Vedant. Thank you so much. Best of luck for your game today against Andy Woodward, and I'm sure we'll talk to you again.
Thank you very much.
And we are going to move on because I think our special guest of the day has just arrived. Today the gong will be hit by the captain of Telstar. So let's go. What? Okay. So, well, we see the captain of Telstar behind me, who is going to be ringing the gong in a little bit. And maybe, you know what? Let's just talk to our main arbiter then for a second. Arno and Tom, can I talk to you? We are live on air, and you are both, you know, legends of this tournament. Arno, you're our main arbiter. Tom, you have been here since, remind me, which year?
As a player since 1985. I participated twice, and as an employee of the company since 1987. Yeah.
Unbelievable. And you started, it's my favorite story, you started actually together with our tournament director as a board boy here, right? Tell us about that.
Yeah, that is definitely the greatest job in the world. I mean, as a junior chess player and a chess fan, I mean, I would have done it for free to be so close to the best players in the world, and actually shine, because we were in a way quite good at it. I mean, not for being a board boy, but actually we were also sort of assistant arbiters. Back in the days, there were time scrambles everywhere all the time, and every now and then, I mean, you had to like stop the clock for the player, because his right to claim a victory would like disappear when he made his 41st move himself. So actually quite exciting.
That's so nice. And well, I'm sure you have seen Ivanchuk. Everyone talks about him, right? Ivanchuk being back in Wijk. I say you must have seen him play here back in the day. What is it like having him back?
Everybody loves Ivanchuk, of course. But it was also great to have him here in his the years that he was top grandmaster in the world. And I remember the 1996 tournament, of course. And I mean, he has always been a very approachable guy. I mean, as a board boy, I could ask him, why did you play that? And he would look to the ceiling. And he would always refute my suggestions, of course, but he would always take time for you. Yeah.
Tom, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, your experience here. And of course, people can see you in the Zone, where you have a little segment in Dutch for our local audience.
They can't see me in the sun, but I'm just rooting for the chess.com show. So, but they can't see me. This is true. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we will see you. We'll catch you later in the Zone. And Arno, I'm going to turn to you. So this is our main arbiter. Arno, how has it been going so far this year?
Great, except for some disturbance on the first day, of course. We didn't have any problems as arbiters, and of course it's a great crowd of players, and love to be here again.
Of course, and with the new time control, no increment before move 40, that gives the arbiters a little bit more work, right?
Yeah, of course. We have to check much more, and players can stop scoring their moves when they have less than 5 minutes, so it's a bit more work. But then again, it's also more excitement, I guess, for the public, and as they also play this in the candidates, it's a good training for our 4 candidates here.
Absolutely, for sure. And maybe we just take one step so that Lou can sit down. And maybe just one final question for people watching who don't really know, what are the arbiters doing? Can you give us a quick rundown of what you guys do?
Well, first of all, of course, we have fair play checks. We take care of fair play so that we make sure nobody can assist the players. This is, of course, very important to have the integrity of the game. And most of our jobs is just facilitating the players, making sure there's coffee, tea, no disturbances, those kind of things. And of course, if there is a dispute, you need an arbiter to help.
But so far, no disputes?
No, not so ever.
Everything is going well. Well, Arno, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, and best of luck for today. I'm going to turn around. I see a lot of masters have not arrived yet. I'm going to see if we can talk. Is one of you of our wonderful audience willing to talk to me for a second? Yeah? Hello, what's your name?
Mats.
And where are you from, Mats?
I'm from Roosendaal in the provincie Brabant.
How far is that from here? How far did you travel?
How far? 50 kilometers? 1.5 hours drive with a car.
And is it your first time here in Wijk, say?
I've been here twice before.
Okay, and well, tell me very quickly as we start, which game are you looking forward to seeing today?
The Hans Niemann game against Sindarov.
The clash of the leaders. Thank you so much. Have fun. The music is starting, so we're gonna go into the round.
Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen. Welkom in de Moriaan, Wijk aan Zee. In tegenstelling tot de laatste 2 dagen begon deze dag wat regenachtig, terwijl we de vorige 2 dagen mooi weer hadden. Voor onze dag 4 campers is het alweer de laatste ronde vandaag. Wij wensen u een goede terugreis toe en hopen u volgend jaar weer terug te zien in Wijk aan Zee. De data zijn dan ongeveer hetzelfde als dit jaar. U moet dan 1 dag terugrekenen in de tijd. Maar uiteraard volgt dat nieuws later. So all amateur players in the weekday all events, have a safe trip back and hope you enjoyed your tournament and see you next year again. From today also the 5th round in the Masters and Challengers, with in the Masters a very interesting battle between Niemann and Abdusattorov, the 2 leaders in the competition so far. And for both the Challengers and the Masters, tomorrow is a free day, and I think after all the fantastic games we saw so far, it is a well-deserved free day for all of you. And then we will continue on Friday with our event. Dan de telefoons. Ik zeg het elke dag, de telefoons mogen niet gebruikt worden in onze speelzaal. Ook niet door het publiek. Zeker niet door de deelnemers natuurlijk, en ook niet om te betalen in het barretje daarachter. U kunt wel foto's maken, maar alleen met fotocamera's, klassieke camera's. So no cell phones in the playing hall, please. Commentaar in de zon wordt gegeven zoals elke dag tot nu toe door Jovanka Hauska en Simon Williams. There is live commentary on the games in the bar next door, the zon, by Jovanka Hauska and Simon Williams with the assistance of Tom Bottema for some Dutch anecdotes in the breaks. Then we go to the daily gong to open the round. We are very happy and proud that the player from the next door professional football club Telstar, who are playing in the highest league, Danny Bakker, the captain, will hit the gong today. So after the hit on the gong by Danny, the games can start. Good luck and enjoy.
Well, the gong has been struck, and that means only one thing. The games are now in progress. The show has started. Of course, we're going to be following the game with the two leaders, Hans Niemann against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And did you guys see how determined Hans looked?
I did, yeah. I mean, he always looks very determined, Hans does, and there's lots of good pairings going on today. And you can see there on the camera that is the big pairing to decide who's going to be in the lead. And we'll go to the game in just 1 second. A big crowd today as well. It's only going to get bigger at the weekend with everyone off work coming along. It really is a feast for chess lovers here. Highly recommend you come and visit at least once in your life if you enjoy chess and everything to do with chess. So let's bring up the board in a second and start having a look at this. But first of all, we see Hans there and his opponent. Very, very strong players, these two. They've been playing the best chess, I would say, currently. Obviously, their score also indicating that as well. And this opening, it seems to be like the opening that everyone's playing here. I mean, it's either a Queen's Gambit or a Petrov. And this Petrov variation is got a very solid reputation. Petrov, where Black brings the knight out here, copies White, and goes for a sort of a symmetrical type of structure. And White grabs that one. This is the main move. Hans has been extremely well prepared so far in this competition, and he won in 16 moves in this variation in the first round.
Exactly, against the Petrov. And we'll see exactly what Nodirbek has up his sleeve as he comes out and develops with the knight, putting some pressure against White's d-pawn, but we'll wait for the live board to catch up.
So this is all theory, symmetrical position, and White grabs that space in the center. I'm learning a lot about this opening just by looking at it every day, so I hope we're understanding it more as the tournament goes on. And it's a bit like an exchange French. Boo. And now bishop d3, putting that pressure on the knight. And a lot of time, you know, if White can get an advantage, it does seem to revolve around this knight. Is the knight good? Is it bad? Can White sort of destabilize it with a move such as c4? Well, now Black plays knight to c6. We've seen, I think, bishop d6 there and bishop e7 already. So this move, I think, is the first time we've seen it in the top section here. But of course, it can't be a bad move. You're bringing a piece out. You're developing. Maybe ideas are going knight b4. Hans just castles. Obviously, another logical move. And now Nodirbek gets ready to castle here with bishop to e7.
Right, and I'm expecting Hans to pile on the pressure. Go c4. And interestingly enough, Nodirbek yesterday faced the Petrov against Van Wyn, and he won.
Yeah.
And there he went for a c4, c5 plan.
He did, yeah. He won a nice game yesterday, kind of risk-free. And, of course, c4 is the move I'd say we've seen the most as a way to challenge, try to get some advantage with white pieces so far. I would have thought that there's other options. I mean, against c4 here, maybe black's idea, let's put it on the board, maybe is to play knight b4.
It is.
Right.
You know, I remember a long time ago, I decided to play e4, e5 and play into the Petrov. And I got to this position, and my opponent was playing so quickly. And I was like, oh dear.
Yeah.
And so I just moved the bishop back and to e2, and then instant, like castles.
Yeah.
It's really disconcerting, right? When you think that you're playing something.
It's horrible. I've had exactly the same. You sort of prepare for 2-3 hours in the morning. You think, yeah, I've got this great surprise up my sleeve. I'll play this on the board. They have no idea what to do. You bang out your surprise, and they just go boom. And you're like, and they're like, oh, it's going to surprise you, that move. What's gone wrong?
Well,
So,
the thing was, it was more for me because this is like literally the main line. It's just I wasn't expecting a Petrov. I was expecting something else. And so here I was like winging it. You know, what I was doing here would be like knight c3, and then, boom, comes the response. I went a3, boom, knight takes. And I was just like, oh, slow down.
Yeah, just give me a chance to get my breath.
Exactly.
Well, Hans is having his first think, and as well as c4, I'd imagine there's obviously other ways you could play. c4 is a challenging move, but maybe you can just develop. Even offering the doubling of your pawns looks kind of sensible.
You can also put the pressure on the knight as well with rook to e1 and ask black, how are you going to defend that? Are you going to reinforce it? Are you going to go back with a piece? There's all kinds of things that white can do here.
Yeah. So black, we can say, has at least picked a solid system to play against Hans. And the head-to-head score, we actually saw that a little bit earlier. I think it was 2 wins for Absaturov, Tora, and
but in their last encounter, it was in Prague.
Mm-hmm.
I think 2023. It was a draw. I think the thing is, most of those wins, Absaturov has been playing white against Hans.
Yeah.
And then in their last encounter where Hans had the white pieces, that one actually was a Nimzo Indian, and that finished in a draw. So, yeah.
But Hans has never beaten
no,
Nodirbek.
Not in a classical encounter, at least.
So, and sometimes we mentioned this earlier, there are certain players that, you're a bit more fearful of in some ways, even if you try not to be. And if you never defeated them before, you have, it's an extra challenge in some respects, like mentally. You have to overcome that barrier.
Yeah.
Right. Well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I got other news. There's another Petrov as well being played. Maybe we can check that one out. It's by Jorden van Forest against Matthias Bluebaum. Matthias having that quite upsetting loss against Vachier Sindarov. And here we go. Let's see how this one has panned out. Let's do some comparison. Which one is more drawish?
So the Petrov does have a reputation as being drawish. That is because you get this symmetrical position most of the time. And, that does put a lot of players off playing it. I wouldn't recommend you play this at club level because it's nice to stay awake. No, I'm joking. It's at top level when you're playing with black, okay, equalizing, getting sort of a draw is fine. But there are other openings with more dynamic ways to play. I think it's fair to say. That is the way chess has developed, though. And now a slight change, d4. But we saw, I think it was Jorden, play this earlier on. And it often comes to the same thing. A really interesting variation here after knight takes e4, which I don't think Jorden played. Jorden just attacks the knight. But this is something I spent a bit of time looking at. And now black has the option of playing this move, which looks pretty scary. And here you can play bishop c4. And this is wild, wild stuff with some ideas of the queen coming here. It's been worked out quite a lot, this line. I think it's supposed to be equal with some weird perpetual, but I don't know the latest theory. And I think Ivanka reminded me that there was a lovely game played recently by White. Hari Krishna, the Indian veteran, won a beautiful game in this variation with the white pieces. And one of the ideas at some point is bishop takes f7 and bringing the queen in. So this would have been, for a commentator, great to see, because it's wild and it's wacky, but for the players, maybe not so much, because it probably ends in a draw.
Yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to remember, and it's really complicated. And yeah, I think I saw that game, which kind of went queen to d5, and there was a queen sacrifice, and we admire this when we see it, but it takes nerves of steel, right, to give up your queen and prepare it. Because if it goes wrong, everyone's like, what on earth have you done? But let's have a look at how the game progressed, because this is kind of a little bit of shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Yep, I mean, just nice to show these interesting lines. And we've been told there's another very exciting game in that one with Fyodora, I think, playing Rajabov. Nice win for White, but obviously the players are going to be very well prepared for that. So bishop d3 is a calmer approach, and now the pawn comes up to d5, and you've got to take on e5 now, and knight takes leads to a similar position we saw in the other game. Black rushes to get rid of that knight in the center. You can see Erwin in the background there, following his fellow countryman. And now this simple exchange, bishop takes, knight d2, White doing the same idea, trying to get rid of the knight. Black says, okay. I mean, this looks really equal to me, but let's see if White can get anything. Black says, shall we get the queens off and have an early night? Maybe go and have a meal, a glass of wine, get ready for the rest day? Or what do? Okay, let's see what the crowd thinks. Is this okay? Now we do occasionally try to get the crowd involved. We want cheering. We want some noise. We've even got some beautiful handcrafted by Ivanka. They're not actually handcrafted by Ivanka, but they're lovely to give away later on if you stay with it. But does okay, let's hear it. Who thinks this will go over 20 moves? Make a wait. Well, it might be perpetual.
Okay. Yeah.
So, anyone think it will go over 20 moves?
Yeah.
That's it. We want to hear. We want to hear the noise. Anyone think it will be a draw before move 20 with some kind of perpetual?
No.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. We have a couple.
Well,
Yeah.
I think we can determine whether it's going to be a draw
Yeah.
by Jordan's next move.
I love it.
Look at that.
He just moves the king. And we have to remember, you're not allowed to agree a draw unless it's a perpetual. Oh, come on, wakey, get some coffee in, boy. And a big yawn there I mean, maybe he had a very sleepless night. You lose an important game. It obviously hurt him a lot yesterday.
Yeah, he was visibly angry with himself, Matthias. You know, he kind of slammed. Well, I say slammed, but I was being unnecessarily dramatic. But he was.
No, we leave the slamming for Magnus. He's the expert. So yeah. I mean,
he's done it quite a few times.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's nice to see a bit of emotion in chess. I don't. Okay, we can have different views here.
Yeah, we do.
I think. Yeah, in some ways it's nice to see emotion because it is a game of emotions, and you can't, it's nothing offensive towards the opponent, I don't think. But
I want to see emotion off the board, but I think once you're on the board,
sure, you should try to
I think
avoid
you
it.
should try to limit your aggression because it can be pretty scary because you're so close.
No, I mean, any signs of aggression, I agree, they shouldn't be shown, apart from on the board, not away.
Yeah, on the board.
Yeah.
On the board, like, start.
Sure. No, I agree.
And don't throw your pieces at your opponent. Not nice.
No. Don't kick him under the table. That happened a lot in Karpov Korchnoi. Didn't they have to put a barrier under the table to stop them kicking each other? That's what I heard in maybe.
Did you do it as a kid? This was my Petrosian Korchnoi. No way.
Okay. It's Petrosian Korchnoi candidates match, and
they were kicking each other.
Yeah, they had to put a barrier to stop them kicking each other under the table.
I thought that was limited to scholastic chess. That was my issue when I was a kid. I was constantly kicking.
What, kicking your opponent?
Yeah.
Really? That's
Yeah.
not very nice.
I know.
Yeah, kicking him under the table.
I was just very fidgety I still am, but I was very fidgety.
Yeah.
And, you know, my mum would be like,
I mean,
stop, Yovi, you know, you don't need to swing your legs. And, you know, I'm like
Yeah.
constantly kicking.
We played a lot, didn't we? So I can't remember you ever kicking me, as far as
Probably I did, Simon.
Probably, yeah. Anyway, this is an exciting move to see because, of course, there are other options here. The first one is clearly Queen E2. If you want to have a more peaceful game, I'm sure this would start to head to a draw quite quickly. If you want to give yourself more potential, but also your opponent more potential, you keep the queens on. There might be ways to block the check, but your bishops could be a little bit misplaced. So Jorden has played King F1, and has this move taken Mateus by surprise? Because he's having a think.
He's having a think. There's only one game in the database that I can see, and it was also setting the you know, the cat amongst the pigeons. You know, Queen F3, Rook E1. Hello, what is the Queen doing on E7? Is Black gonna castle queenside? And then we're talking about a different style of chess. So I like the fact that Matthias now has to run through these issues in his mind and come to a decision. Okay, we're going to leave this game. Can we go to the game between Vincent Keimer against Aravind? Because I want to set our first quiz of the day.
Okay.
We always ask our audience some quizzes. We have these amazing DGT keyrings up as prizes. So I will tell you, Simon, when to stop. But I think you can guess where I'm going with this one.
Yeah. And our producer very quick there, not giving get the move away.
Yeah, get it away.
that was crafty, like it. And which move? Just so I can guess. This one? Okay, okay, good.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, so this is one for the crowd. This is our first giveaway. You can win one of these beautiful keyring pieces, which must be worth a fortune. And the knights now come out. So it starts off, and now it adapts into an English, and it changes again into a standard Queen's Gambit. Now, Aravind has been playing some very interesting chess. I mean, it hasn't been successful always, but his style of play has been great to watch.
Yeah.
I've been really enjoying the ideas he's come out with. He's been playing non-traditional ideas, coming up with new systems. He's a great player.
He's been living life on the edge. You know, yesterday he lost to Hans Niemann, but it was very much by the sword. So he's a very, very exciting player. And Vincent just opens up with his standard D4. Vincent can obviously play E4, knight F3, but he goes for this, and Aravind is like knight D7, so it all looks pretty quiet.
Slightly unusual, this move at the moment. More usual is bringing the bishop out, but this has been played multiple times. And now, to avoid any ideas of Black capturing on C4, White just says, okay, I'm going to go for the exchange variation. And White's got to decide if this bishop comes, which square, which one of these two. And it comes to F4, absolutely fine. This Botvinnik used to play this line fairly regularly. And now Black's got to also decide where his bishop goes to, and he plays B4, which is kind of like become very popular in the last 10 years. I would say it's called the Rogozin, a variation of the Rogozin. You normally do this before bringing the knight out, but Black has found that he can get away with this pin. So White has to develop the bishop, E3, all very normal. And now Aravind, who has shown great aggression in his games, rather than playing in a calm manner, he goes knight E4, so he creates an immediate threat. The queen comes to C2, and now what does he play here? So Black to play. What move does Black play? We're going to ask our fantastic audience. Oh, that was too easy.
That was
that was just too easy. Too easy.
And there were three answers all at once. Oh, what are we going to do, Simon?
Well, we heard a lot of G5s coming out there, but we've only got a limited supply of keyrings. So I apologise for those of you who don't win a keyring, but I think I heard it here first. So so I'm sorry to you'll have another chance later.
We have a
and
whole bag full
we have a whole
of
bag of
key
key
rings.
rings. Very
So
nicely given to us by
DDT. So I'll put that in the corner.
Okay, would you like to come up and take your rook? Round of applause for the rook winner. Don't fall. We haven't got insurance here, so be careful. We don't want any broken legs. Okay, well done. And there goes our first giveaway. And now Black does play this aggressive move. You cannot get more aggressive than G5. And it obviously has its positives, but it certainly has negatives as well. The negative is that if White can successfully get the king safe and stabilize what might be a little initiative, the black king's going to be quite weak, because if it ever castles, it's open. It's open to ideas like h4. So it's a very committal move, right into Arjun's, like, the way the style of his play. Now, White sneaks the bishop into e5.
And this next move is really kind of off the beaten track, because here I'm just checking the database, and White, after bishop e5, Black responds with knight takes bishop, rook to g8, f6 is a move that I've seen before, just again asking the questions, trying to hunt that bishop down. And guess what Arjun does?
None of those moves, and there's not many left. So
exactly, he just castles, right? He's just like, okay, I don't believe in anything that you're going to be doing, and here you go. And I gotta say, it's high risk, because as you mentioned, h4 is a way to open things up on the king side. You also got bishop d3, putting on the pressure against that knight, and if Black doesn't play energetically, those weaknesses around the king are going to start to tell.
I agree. I mean, here, there's a very funny line. Oh, what if you go knight takes knight? Oh, I'll do that, because my knight's under a little bit of pressure there. I'll calmly take there. And, yeah, of course, White can now capture. But there's even a better move than that. Bishop h7 is not just a check. It's the ultimate check. It's check ultimate mate. So that just demonstrates the weakness, potentially, of Black's king.
I gotta say, I thought for a second you were going to put on a Marks and Spencer's voice. It's not just mate. It's a very British joke.
I don't think I know that
checkmate.
one. It's a checkmate.
Yeah.
I'm completely lost. Obviously, don't watch enough of Marks and Spencer's adverts.
Well, you need to start. Put on the voice.
I don't actually have TV anymore.
Do you?
No.
I don't either.
No.
So snap.
Snap. Yeah. Okay. So in this position, let's see what Arjun has prepared. He's gone g4, and he's going for a counterattack.
And some reactions here is like,
yes.
What?
What? Yes,
and I completely agree, because it's literally encouraging knight d2, which is a move that you want to be playing.
But you can also, I would, la 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 la, just take my knight, la 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 la.
But you're going.
I mean, like, this is a very amusing line. You can have amusing chess, jazz chess, and
this is not jazz chess.
Sorry,
this is not jazz chess. This is like kung fu.
Kung fu jazzy chess. And the idea of this is, if you take here, it's actually checkmate, because I can go here, check. Let's say you block it, and what's going to happen again? Kerplonk. Checkmate again, because the knight is pinned to the king. So, this rook g1 is probably absolutely stupid if Black doesn't take the knight, but it's quite amusing.
No, but it has its point, actually, because, h3 is incoming. You're clearly going to go with the king to the queen side.
Yeah.
And
or maybe I can even go e2. And say, come on, take my knight with check. Take it. The funniest line I saw, it reminds me of a game, and we'll come to it very shortly. What did he play? He played bishop takes e4. This has got to be the critical test, because there's a pawn on pre there. Let's just stick with it. So this is going to get very interesting. Bishop takes e4.
Yeah, well, this is also spicy.
Very spicy.
And now you got to take the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, moving the knight, Maybe, but taking the pawn, critical. And this is indeed spicy.
And now here you cannot.
You cannot
You cannot take that knight. The sirens will go off big time.
Nee-na, nee-na. That's my siren noise. Check, and obviously checkmate next move. Definitely.
It's not chess and jazz. Although, having said
weird.
that is actually going to be happening here at the cafe on the 31st.
What, nee-na, nee-na?
No, the jazz.
Jazz chess. Aha, yes. Yeah, I mean, it sounds really cool. They've got loads of good stuff going on here. I mean, if you haven't been, like I say, it's such a lovely place here.
It's well worth visiting. And if the commentary's still happening on that time, we're going to be accompanied by some beautiful music.
Yeah, looking forward to it, even though I won't be here. You have to tell me what it's like. So here, this is fascinating. I mean, clearly, this is something that Arjun has prepared before the game. But we saw him play a risky variation yesterday, and he got in a lot of trouble with white pieces. So it doesn't always work for him. What is his idea here? Because this is a big, big threat, and white's a pawn up. The only move I can see to keep in the style is to play f5. And how strange is this position? Because it looks like queen d5 must be move. Literally only one move, rook f7. And what is going on here? He's taken on e4, so Vincent is playing the most critical line. And what is this position about? Will he go f5? I mean, what is going on here?
Yeah.
This is bonkers.
This is
absolutely bonkers.
This is crazy already. Can we go back to queen takes e4? Okay, no hesitation. This has been worked out by Arjun. How disconcerting is this for Keimer? He's like, okay, we've got a weird line and f5.
Yeah,
tempo.
Immediately. So we're in his preparation, but does that mean it's good preparation? I don't know.
Well, now we're going to see, like rook f7, and then where's the knight going to go? Knight goes... for some reason, I don't like this pin, so my positional instinct is to go knight d2, because also I'm a chicken of the highest order.
No, I mean, it makes sense to go there, and the only other thing you could try is to try to get the knight there. And
that's not chicken chess.
No, that's not. You could think about it.
I like it, yeah.
I'm just looking at
h3. Okay, go h3.
Yeah.
Just because
let me have a little bit of fun.
Okay, go.
Yeah, okay, so h3. I'm basically saying, take me, take me.
Okay, take.
Okay, and now I'm like, right.
Okay,
here
now
comes
I'm going to
one.
go. Okay, so you're going to go rook to g1, and I have to have an answer to that.
This probably doesn't do a lot, but. It's still a check.
Do you know what? I want the knight on f8. Obviously, I can't do that because of the pin.
Yeah.
So
yeah, move the queen.
Okay, you've got rook g1 and I've got king f8.
Yes, king f8's really annoying, and maybe your king's very safe on f8. It's the only way it can go.
Literally.
It can't go anywhere else. So
just move the queen. Yeah, queen e8, queen. Yeah.
Let's just have a look. So I was thinking
king f8.
The position I got to was this position in my mind that I thought, okay, well, I'm threatening
and then
some stuff.
Knight f6. This is why I got
Knight
the queen
F6.
out of dodge.
Covering everything, covering that. And you have to now put the king back on its starting square. What a ridiculous opening this is. It's got literally gone bum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
I have cashed in my investments.
You certainly have, and you've gained a piece, and this is not working for white. So, but Vincent has to, okay, where's he going? Oh, he's gone queen in with the check. I mean, that is clearly very logical. And we're going to have rook f7. It has to be played. We're here. This is where we are. This has never been seen before, surely. And let's go for your knight d2.
Yeah, because I don't want to block the pin.
Yeah.
And also, just in case, the white king might go to queen side. And but mainly I'll be as white. I'll be looking at moves like h3 and
So this is all new. This is all new, and this castles was the first new move. So we love it when we get a new idea, because chess is very much worked out. And I always applaud players who don't follow, but they sort of make their own way and they come up with inventive ideas, even if the ideas are not 100% correct. Practically, they could work. Where is Black's compensation? Black's a pawn down here. Black is a pawn down.
Well,
so that's the thing.
He's got an active pawn side. Is that even a word? On the king side?
It is now.
It is now.
The pawn side is coming. So
The pawn side. Oh my God. Yeah.
What about this pawn side? I don't know. Let's go. Okay.
Well, I agree with you. It looks really shaky, and White is pretty solid. So I think Vincent is going to be super happy.
Yeah, sure. So I just wanted to see where the conversation, what Black's idea was.
Queen moves to B. Let's put it on B3, Queen C4. I don't know. I just want to maintain that pin.
So I think Black's idea, because I just want to work it out, because is that here you want to be able to move your knight, and you can't because the knight's pinned.
Yeah.
So I get rid of the queen. When the queen goes, now I take this bishop off.
Pawn takes.
Pawn takes, and here I just play a move like Queen E7.
That's chill.
And because I got the two bishops. This bishop's coming in. This pawn is maybe ready to come.
I'll go A3.
On the pawn side.
On the pawn side.
And after A3, I just drop back, nice and calm, steady Eddie. And
that's very nice.
We're coming here and we're coming here. Is this enough compensation? We're also threatening to win the pawn.
If I try to hold on with F4.
F4. Okay, I'm not worried about my king at all.
Knight takes.
I am. Knight takes, and now my bishop starts coming out.
You're quite active, Queen C2.
Very active, and I've got bishop D5. Your pawns are very bad. This is compensation. This is clearly his idea, right? This is clearly Black's idea. Very interesting.
But it's
very interesting.
Yeah, but it is super interesting, but
you don't trust it.
Well, actually, he's done the hard work beforehand, so you have to trust it. I got to give it some respect. I can't go. No, this is just waking up in on the morning and deciding I'm just going to play like this. No. There's been some serious hard work behind this. So yeah, Vincent does have some unpleasant choices. Black is going to get active. He will get compensation. Can we take a look at the bird's eye view? Because one of the things I like to do is have like an oversight on the evaluation bar. And I want you to just look at the evaluation bar in the game between Arjun Erigaisi and Vladimir Fedoseev. Now, Vladimir Fedoseev sometimes is a little bit shaky with Black. Sometimes he's like willing to kind of roll the dice and go in for it. Let's pull up that game.
Yeah, but just very quickly before we go there, I also very interested in the Prague-Anish game, just because I used to play this line, or very similar line as White in the Sicilian. But you're right, yeah, the valuation bar on that one is heavily in Arjun's favour. And Arjun with the white pieces is a bit of a beast. He's very, very scary with White. He comes straight at you. He doesn't mess around. He loves attacking. Vladimir lost in 16 moves in the first round, and has something gone wrong already for Vladimir according to the valuation bar. It's funny how I've always thought, like, previously, I don't know, 50 years ago, E4 was thought to be the more aggressive move. You should play E4 if you want to go for a win, if you want tactics, if you want crazy open lines, sacrifices. But nowadays, I firmly believe that D4 is a much more aggressive move because there's so many ways to neutralize E4. And I used to play C4, and I always got all my all my fellow chess players, they said, you're so boring, you play the English opening. Why don't you play E4? It's much more exciting. But actually, it's funny how things have changed, and D4's become, I think, more sort of spicy.
Well, I gotta say, like, when I started playing for the England's women's team, we were all playing like close Sicilians, C3 Sicilians. We were going your Glecks, your Viennas, Italian games, and we got told so many times, "Why are you playing such boring chess? You got to play the Lopez. You got to play the open Sicilian. Hello." As we had some people refuse to teach us.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because
again, sorry about that. Wasn't my style. No, I didn't get the offer, obviously.
No, seriously, like so many people were just like, "No, you guys, this is beyond help." And
it's a bit harsh.
Right.
Yeah.
We thought so too. Yeah. And look who's laughing. Yeah. Look what everyone is playing now. You want to draw? You get C3 Sicilian. You want to plus equals? C3 Sicilian. You got your Italians.
Definitely.
So we are vindicated.
In chess, and probably in life a bit, and there's that book by Kasparov, how chess imitates life. You've got to be. I think you've got to be stubborn. You've got to believe,
Right.
have belief in your own systems, and you've got to play positions you like. Don't
Do you
listen to
know-
other people.
Do you know
what you want to do.
I've started to realize that now in the age of computers, you got to have your own brand of chess. Because, like, take Magnus, for example. He's always going into an endgame. You know if you're going to go into an endgame, oh my goodness me, are you in for a whole load of suffering against him? And that's even before the game has begun.
Yep.
Right. And you got to build up that brand. Whereas, and you kind of got it with your H4, H5, right? When I see that coming, I'm like, oh goodness me, Simon's going to blast me off the board.
Give it a go. It's quite fun.
Yeah, it is quite fun. And so that's what I think is very important, that in this computer age, separate yourself from the crowd. But let's have a look at Arjun. He's got his own brand of chess.
Very aggressive.
Very aggressive. If he gets you in an open position, you know, he is going to whip up an attack against your king, and there's nothing you can do about it.
That's right. And I'm just being reminded that the book by Kasparov was actually Life Imitates Chess. That makes more sense than Chess Imitates. That's
But it
what I
should have
said.
been called Chess Imitates Life. I didn't blink when I heard chess.
I mean, they're similar.
How life imitates chess.
So
They have now I'm confused.
yeah, let's just look at the game.
Okay.
So it goes now into Rogozin.
Yeah.
They're quite, and this is the opening we mentioned earlier. That you know, this bishop coming here has become quite popular recently.
Yes.
So many moves you can play here.
Yeah, you can go c takes d5. You can go queen a4 check just to get the knight to stand in front of his own pawns, and then you kind of take on a very positional game. You can go bishop to g5 as you've indicated, in which case you have to be prepared to answer h6 ideas, and you can also do this move, queen to b3, which isn't necessarily one of the most popular attempts, I've got to say, but it's still very much up there.
Yeah, I mean, bishop g5 I actually prepared recently for white, and one interesting idea just before we go in, if you want something against this system, h6 is certainly the main line. And now Magnus beat Anish Giri with bishop d2, which looks like, well, why are you doing that? Nothing. And it was just another very interesting concept, because you're trying to create a hook, and when black castles, the whole point of Magnus's idea is g4. And this is right up my street. You're trying to go g5 and grasp onto a hook, and if it's taken, tally-ho, off to work we go. Checkmate. Thank you very much. Clearly incoming. But queen b3 is a main move, and it's, I think, one of the most testing moves, actually. I was looking at it, but I just couldn't be bothered to learn the theory, because it seemed a bit deep. And after black has to counter-strike, so c5. And now, I think d takes c5 is the main move. Bishop g5, slightly peculiar.
Yes.
Because I haven't seen this being played here. And now black takes on d4.
And that one has not been played before, by the way.
No.
Everyone has been doing knights. Well, there's not been too many games, but knight c6, knight bd7, or h6 have been the responses. But cd is new.
So maybe already this bishop g5 move, which is a surprise, is working, because this move, well, let's see how it turns out. White simply recaptures, and now the bishop has to decide what to do. So the bishop just says, okay, I'm going to take here.
Yeah, I mean, can you step back and try to preserve it, or kind of go queen b6 or something? Because actually stepping back would just lose time. You'd go c takes d5.
Yeah, it's looking like the queen is working very well here. I mean, you don't really want to give this bishop up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The position becomes very open, and white has the bishop pair, right?
Agreed. But Vladimir's idea is that after queen takes, he now plays e5. So this is what he's been working out. But I find it a little bit peculiar, because in the first round, Vladimir lost quite quickly, but he also played very quickly in a position he didn't know, because he wouldn't have played it otherwise, because he'd gotten a losing position. And here he's doing the same. He's playing quite quickly. I know he spent half an hour, but he's playing a very sharp line. I mean, this looks, to my eyes, like a good idea. You're trying to come through the middle. And after knight b5,
He's in problems, right? Because queen takes e5 is in the air, and there's also queen a3. So if you go knight c6,
guarding the pawn.
yeah, well then I think you'll find.
Very nice move
Yeah,
there. Queen.
knight d6 incoming.
This one, really horrible move to deal with. But of course, black just castles, and I know the evaluation bar says that this is not working for Vladimir, but again, we gotta have some. For a human, I quite like black's idea because the reason I like black's idea is, well, your king's in the middle, and
Okay.
you know, to get it kingside is going to take 1, 2, 3 moves.
Right.
If you want to go queenside, I feel that's always going to be a little bit naked over there, and it's getting cold on that side of the board.
Let's dive in and have a look.
So,
Queen
yeah.
takes pawn. So
Well, you've got to, yeah, you've
I
got
know.
choices, haven't
Yeah, let's take the pawn on e5. I've got to also find out who else is a card-carrying member of the Pawn Grabbers Association. Is it just me? Do I have company?
Now, I've got the impression that Dutch players are quite aggressive and they prefer sacrificing pawns.
There's some reaction there. Am I really the only pawn grabber in the room? Yeah, no way.
It's only you, Yovi. I definitely can't be part of that club, I'm afraid.
Satyrus is here for me.
Okay,
thank you very much. I felt a bit alone there.
It's a lonely job.
Taking those pawns. Okay, I'll have it.
So do you everyone in the audience, okay, let's get a cheer so the people at home can gauge the response. Cheer if you're a pawn grabber. Okay, we have some. Cheer if you prefer to sacrifice pawns. Okay, so it's more sacrifices, but we've got some grabbers there as well. And well, I think if you look at some of the Dutch players, I mean, I'm going to butcher this pronunciation probably. Max Uwe.
Max Erva.
Erva.
Oh, actually, I don't know why I'm correcting you.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe we can have an actual pronunciation.
How do we pronounce it correctly? Max Erva.
Over.
Okay, right.
Well, okay, so.
Was famous for being a very aggressive player, so maybe that's why lots of people sacrifice pawns over here in Holland. But whenever I'm playing Dutch players, they just sacrifice everything.
They go for it, right?
Yeah, they do. They're crazy players. And now, well, let's look at this queen takes e5 very quickly and see if black's got any compensation. So I'm just looking at the kings. I'm basing my idea that black has compensation based on the kings. I'm not looking at the evaluation bar. I'm mentally blacking that out over there. And okay, so let's attack the queen, and I don't want you going bishop takes f6, so I'm going to go knight to d7. Now, Vladimir's looking around there. Do we think he's a little bit worried? But let's see. So knight b d7. I mean, it could be that he's just mixed something up. Is this any... Well, I mean, the danger is you might be able to try to swap queens off, and obviously when you're a pawn up, swapping queens is
But the queen is out there in no man's land, so you can continue with queen e7.
Okay, I'm going to try. Please exchange
Yeah,
queens.
well, I go queen d8. Would you like a...
Would I like a draw?
No, because you got bishop.
I want to win. I've changed my mind. I've joined the Pawn Grabbers Club. And
what happened? That was a complete 180 there.
It was, yeah, it's just because it looks really bad for black.
Yeah.
It's a simple answer. Because you don't even have this check to cause any nuisance. Oh, maybe you do, because there's a knight e4. All right, I've got a little trick. I love tricks.
Okay, rook b8.
Rook b8, and now knight takes d5, and now I go check, and you go bishop d2, of course.
Of course, queen takes. Did you see the evaluation?
Yeah, my trick
Did
worked.
you see the evaluation bar wasn't all the way in black's favor? That was a surprise.
Yeah, that's how bad the position is. That even when you win a piece, you're still.
Has that ever happened to you? That's genuinely, like, hand on my heart. That happened to me. I won a piece.
Yeah.
And my position was so bad, I was still worse.
It's happened to me as well. Yeah. And well, I guess b4 is the problem in this line, and it's just black's pieces. So black does have the active queen, but
the queen a3, you can kind of still.
Yeah, queen a3 looks very sensible.
Queen b2 coming in.
Knight e4. Okay, let's keep going a little bit.
Yeah. What next?
Okay, I mean it looks
What, I mean, do you have to do...
Still a bit tricky.
Right, because you've got knight takes knight in the air, followed by queen c3. That's a terrifying threat.
Yeah,
and then how to handle this one. Or maybe you can actually go knight takes knight.
Okay, let's go check, and now...
Knight takes.
Knight takes, I think.
Bishop takes.
You're swapping them all off. Okay,
yeah.
That's rather...
Oh, hang on, I got queen g3 at the end of this.
Oh, queen g3, and that's game over. If you want... I mean, you might have a better move, but why?
No.
You're 2 pawns up. Just get the queens off, and that's the end of the game. So has this gone really wrong for black already? I mean, that might just be the case. Queen takes e5 is the obvious one to do because you want to double these pawns. Where is this compensation?
Okay, so let's run through this one again. So what about you? Okay, knight d7 is queen c7 is really strong.
So do we try knight here? I'm just not.
Yeah, if you go knight c6, let's go that direction. Bishop takes f6.
Yeah.
Was one reason we rejected this.
So the idea of bringing the knight here is at least my bishop is now free. But the problem, as Ivanka mentions, is this one. I can't swap queens ever because I'll just be a pawn down. I need to keep the position complex. So pawn takes.
And then, I guess queen g3. You get that.
I thought you were in the pawn grabbers club. There's another one.
Oh
there.
yeah. Let's take it then.
You have to give me some.
Absolutely.
You have to give me some chance of doing something here.
No. It's a good idea. Oh, I just forgot about it. I was it was like Pat's sees check, Pat's plays check.
No, I mean that check's most likely a good move.
No.
As well.
I like this one as well. Okay.
So can I?
Queen takes queen, knight b4. Oh, how many? You're 2 pawns up.
So I'm thinking if I can get away with knight b4, and I don't want to swap queens, but obviously my idea with knight b4 is if you do exchange queens,
Rook
knight
c1
c2 is checkmate.
To cover the.
And then I was thinking I want to play bishop f5.
And then
and
f3.
Try this one again, and f3.
Am I getting into trouble?
Yeah. Sorry, we had another suggestion. Sorry. Yeah, knight a3 looks logical.
Knight takes a2.
Yeah,
pawn grabber.
There's always this. Yeah, this is a bit unclear. A bit unclear. This is at least more compensation than the other line, but I don't fully believe it. And as Yovi mentioned, in this position, you might be able to do this one, but this is just a bit of a mess, right?
Yeah, this one is not so clear because there's you got queen a5 incoming, knight to
knight
b4,
bishop f5, nice diagonal.
Suggestion of castle queenside.
Yeah, I mean castle queenside. Where else do you put the king?
Yeah.
So this is actually not a silly move at all.
But then I feel it should be good for white, right?
Should be good for white, but
f6 being so.
You know, the game goes on. This king is trapped.
Rook takes pawn.
The game goes on for a move, and this one is a killer. Yeah, I'm trying to make this work for black somehow, but I have to admit I'm really struggling. If queen takes e5, I just don't see how black can get enough here because. Okay, so queen a5 now. The problem.
Queen c3.
Yeah, just offer the exchange of queens, and keep on the idea of this one. This is the problem. I'd love to play this move. You're right. Go for the compensation straight away. But I don't think I can exchange queens because it's a big pawn, you know.
And also knight c7 is incoming because if you were trying for queen takes queen and then go I win on c3, you go b takes c3.
And these two moves are very annoying. I'm a pawn up as well. I mean, it just doesn't seem like enough, does it? I think if queen takes e5, I don't really know what Vladimir's planning here, I'll be honest, but I think he's got to try this.
Let's go back to knight d7.
Okay, so knight d7, and the problem with this is that white can again offer the exchange of queens.
And then let's go queen e8.
Queen e8, whoa.
There's nothing planned here,
It's just look at the pieces.
I know. It's not nothing to be proud of, but it happens.
It happens in life, but okay. I'm just going to go e3. E3, yes.
Knight e4, start
okay,
jumping
knight
in.
E4.
We're getting a little bit active.
Yes, you got one active piece now. That's a start.
Exactly.
You know, it's better than before. So I have to move the bishop because you're threatening to take it.
Okay.
Yeah, and now Well, there was knight d6 as well. We could try this one to get rid of the knight. Oh no, we lose. Queen e5.
Oh.
And suddenly, your brilliant queen jumps into life. And so you have to be a little bit careful.
Yes.
So bishop f4 is better. I mean, look, there's something here, but it's not enough. It's just not enough. I mean, I only now need a couple of moves to get my king safe, and you've only got this one active piece. I mean, what can you try? I mean, if you ever try to get your queen out now, I put something on d6. It's just, it can't be enough, can it?
No.
It just doesn't look like enough with all of these ones sleeping.
No, it doesn't look
So,
like it's enough. Okay. So Fedoseev may have mixed up some move order, and he might be in serious trouble. And you mentioned earlier on, Simon, that the game between Praggnanandhaa and Anish Giri was super interesting, that you'd studied this particular variation.
Yeah, it's slightly different, this game, to what I have looked at, but it's the same principles. And this is going to be a very bloody encounter, which is what we want to see. I mean, both of these players are at the bottom. Yeah, they've had a tough start, but whoever loses this is going to have a really tough rest day, because they've got to think about, why they're doing so badly. You can see the head-to-head there that Anish has 2 wins to Prag's 1. But it's very, very exciting. Okay, let's go for it. So it's an open Sicilian. And we mentioned this the other day. Whenever we get an open Sicilian with d4, well, in 90% of cases, it's so much fun, because you get white trying to hack away at the black king and black trying to counterattack. That's what it is. That's what this opening is all about. So we have now Anish's favorite Sicilian, the most popular Sicilian. What is the most popular Sicilian? You can shout it out. Anyone? No? What? Nodirbek. Yeah, well, hands in the air if you're a Nodirbek player. Do we have any? We have a couple. Okay. And the Nodirbek is very exciting. A6. And
This is Anish's turf, right? But he got into trouble against Jorden.
Yes, he played this earlier, didn't he, against Jorden, and Jorden won that game. He's obviously put a lot of work into this with his chessball course, and
the problem is everyone has been reading that chessable course.
Everyone's been reading it. That's right. So now the Bobby Fischer variation, bishop c4, and this is the way that Bobby Fischer played against his favorite opening, the Nodirbek, because Bobby Fischer played the Nodirbek, made it very popular, and this move was his way of meeting it. Now, you shouldn't, in these positions, play e5 that we saw in Anish play against other systems, because the bishop's just too good here.
And the knight can actually jump to f5, if I remember my theory right.
Definitely.
Can you believe, Simon, once upon a time, I dabbled with playing bishop c4.
Did you? Right,
yes.
Okay. Wow.
I know.
We both dabbled with this move, by the sounds of it.
But can you believe that?
Yeah.
Someone convinced me to do such a thing.
Wow.
I know.
Who convinced you? Can I ask or not? Well, I did ask. Too late.
Huh?
You don't have
It was
to
John
ask.
Ems.
John Ems.
John
okay.
Ems. I was working with him, and he's such a fantastic trainer.
He is, yeah.
And then later on, I switched to a different grandmaster coach, and he was like, "Why are you going e4? You're a d4 player.
Okay.
Keep it closed." And then the
No
love
more-
affair
no
was
more
over.
Fun. No more fun with this line anymore.
No.
Yeah, and this is a really exciting line, because there's often ideas of sacrificing here, and
This is what I was going to say. You have to be prepared to sacrifice.
oh, definitely.
Yeah, you have to be bishop takes e6. You have to also knight d5s. You really have to go for the jugular.
Knight f5s even.
Yeah.
And bishop b3 is the main move, because black's basically playing b5 anyway, and you can't sacrifice there yet. Black has other options, but b5 is the sharpest option. So they're both playing the sharpest, most complex moves so far. And now the next move is a little bit rare, and I think this move has made Anish go into a bit of a think. Now, the way I used to play this, I just got my pieces to the most aggressive squares. And this was a way of doing that. But a3 played, and this is, again, just a way to stop black ever putting the pawn on b4, so your knight is secure there. So you're just trying to secure the queen side a bit. Anish continues developing bishop e7, and now we see, I think, the real idea behind Prag's play. And I don't know, I haven't seen this idea before, so we could be seeing a new idea from White. This is going to be loads of fun, this game. Queen f3.
Yeah, this is a standard idea, I think.
Standard idea.
Yeah, because you're
it's
threatening
a standard idea
e5.
with bishop on g5,
Yes.
but is it standard in this particular
Yes.
position? So
let me actually work out whether I'm actually telling the truth.
yeah, so it might well be. I mean, I haven't played this for a long time. I know I've done this with a bishop on g5 because
No, you're
e5,
right.
E5 is an idea.
You're
Yep.
completely right. Like, so here,
Yep.
queen f3 is an idea in this type of Sicilian.
Yeah.
But here you're going castles, bishop e3, even
Sorry,
g4.
where? Here,
yeah.
in this position.
Yes.
So how many
Castles.
times has queen f3 been played here?
Probably a handful of times.
A handful.
But it has
okay.
pedigree. You know, you have Pranav playing
Yeah.
it, Volodar Mersin, mainly Pranav.
Yeah. So I think I mean this is I know there's some Fischer games where Fischer played queen f3, where Fischer I think played f4 quite regularly in these positions. Just the combination of going a3 first might be a little bit unique. But let's see. It's all very logical because this idea has two main points to it. Number one, e5 is something black has to think about. Number two, castles is another option, and also this queen is aiming most likely to come to g3. One of the most famous and brilliant games I ever saw in this system, and again, it may be with the pawn on a2, so it's slightly different, was a game Danny Gormali with the white pieces against Emil Stosky from the Gibraltar competition, and it was actually when Vishuan Anand was asked what his favourite game of all time was, he mentioned this game. So this was Anand's favourite game, and I remember that featured the queen coming over here as well. So of course the standard idea. The next move is normal. Now you may be thinking, how does that stop e5? And the point is, you can now go bishop b7 and you defend that one. With the bishop on g5 instead of the pawn on a3, there's some very crazy lines. Of Van Chuk played an amazing idea of sacrificing the queen on e6. He played some crazy idea like this at some point. That was bonkers. But here, this doesn't work so well because you don't really have a good follow-up here, and black can just take here next move. So queen g3, the normal sort of way to proceed. And Anish has taken a lot of time here. A lot of time. He's spent 47 minutes. So just according to the clocks, this is a wise choice from Prag because you want your opponent to start tanking time. You surprise them.
And especially in this time control when you don't get that increment. So the question now is, do you bother, because in the Sicilian one can never be guaranteed about these things, do you bother defending g7? Do you go g6? Do you go, I don't know, knight bd7, bishop b7, some kind of funny business like this? Do you, I mean, one thing for sure, I was going to say you don't castle.
No, if you castle here,
feels a bit woohoo, because there's bishop h6.
With an idea.
Yeah, queen hg7 incoming. So you have to go knight h5. No,
Or
maybe knight e8 probably.
Yeah, because if you go knight h5, then queen g4.
And you're going to
get in trouble here, I think. I mean, let's try knight e8. And this position, maybe you could play as black, but let's just say white gets on with things and goes this way now.
And now bishop to b7 or knight d7. I don't.
Yeah, the game goes on.
No. There's going to be some sack, isn't there? Hang on, I forgot myself. Bishop takes e6.
I think we should show this. So we mentioned this idea earlier, and it's something that black always has to watch out for. And in this position, it would work very well, mainly coming straight through. So so you can't go bishop b7.
No, I mean, I forgot my Sozin. I think they call it the Sozin, or is this a different?
I'm not sure, to be honest. No.
Sozin is with knight c6.
Knight c6.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I forgot my instincts there. Yeah, you always have to have e6 covered.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is dangerous.
Yeah.
Dangerous because now I'm just ready to push the f-pawn. And if you move your king, I move my bishop, so what? But if I was black here, I would not be worried about taking here. And I think Emil, I remember that game, Emil basically did the same thing. And I think he just did something like knight somewhere.
But if you
Let's
go
go
knight
here.
d7,
Sure.
the first move is
Bishop
takes e6. Come on, Simon, put it on the
Yeah,
board.
definitely.
Let's go there. This is probably why Anish is thinking for 47 minutes.
Definitely. He's got to work this out. So he doesn't want to do something with his pawn. He wants to leave it a bit more flexible. He'd love to go knight here and then like knight c5 or knight here and knight e5. But the big thing you have to be concerned about when you block your bishop is the standard sacrifice. And this is going to be very dangerous. So you have to capture it, otherwise you've just lost the pawn. And now White's idea is he gets at least 3 pawns with knight takes g7 for the piece. So it's not even a sacrifice. And this will often come back to f5. And from experience, these kind of positions are pretty terrifying for black. But I guess as a Nodirbek player, you have to just suck it up and go into it. I mean, that's why you're playing the Nodirbek, right? To get...
No, this is not
No?
why you play the Nodirbek. You play to attack. You don't play to like defend. I mean, what is this?
Well, it's messy, isn't it? It's messy.
But knight takes g7.
Okay, knight g7, and now I don't know where we go. Here, and now knight f5.
Knight f5, yeah. Knight. The queen to g7 incoming, so you have to go rook g8.
Well, then knight here. Yeah.
What have I done?
Okay, this is scary.
You have to go.
I'm not playing this as black unless I've really prepared it.
Okay.
No way am I allowed
Wait
this.
1 second. So if you don't
No
want to allow
way.
bishop takes e6, which looks red hot, then knight c6.
Yeah, because also if you go bishop b7,
Right,
saying,
the same business.
of course, saying take my
Hang on.
pawn.
We have a suggestion, Simon. Bishop d7.
Oh, he's played a move.
He's
And
played
I
knight c6.
He's played the most sensible because if we go bishop d7, you don't really want your bishop on this square because it doesn't actually do much, and you kind of in these positions want your knight. I mean, it's not a bad move, but this is the diagonal you kind of want it on because it has much more purpose on that diagonal than it does here. But let's see what Anish played. I think what he played was very sensible. He played knight to c6 because now he's saying, no, you're not. I'm not letting you sacrifice. Not today, Prag. Not today. I'm going to counterattack in the center. And okay, we have some more moves. So White's captured, Black's now recaptured, and White's got to decide what he goes for. So this is sensible stuff, and he's just castled. And this is pretty mainline ideas, I think now.
Right.
To be honest, this kind of stuff's been seen lots before.
But Simon, and I'm going to ask the question
Sure.
to the audience, wouldn't you guys be terrified? Prague has got 1 hour, 50 minutes, and Anish has got 1 hour and 8 minutes. No increment. And the fun is yet to come.
Yes, yeah, I mean, definitely. And I think I'm right in saying that in the World Championship match with Nigel Short with White against Kasparov in London in, I should know the year, 93, I was even there, that this actually, this position is nearly occurred in that one with Nigel Short playing White against Gary Kasparov's Nodirbek in many encounters. It was very similar. Yeah, but I would be scared, to answer you. So let's say, I mean, if you take here, something on g7 might happen. I'm just going to go bishop b7 first. That's a sensible move. You have to play f3 because you've got to block this out, and you get this kind of position where black now will most likely castle, I think. You've got a castle here because you don't have...
Bishop h6,
Bishop
and then
h6,
knight e8.
And then knight e8. I'm not too worried. And we get a normal game.
And so there's no knight to d5 sacks.
Yeah.
Sacks here, so...
I think this is okay.
This is okay, but you know, black still has to untangle. White has a nice space advantage and a lead in the clock. Well, some nervy stuff going on here in day 5 of Tata Steel Chess. Well, the day is just beginning, and we are gonna be stepping away for a short pause here. But in the meantime, do enjoy this video where Nodirbek Abdusatorov explains his win yesterday against Win Tifiona.
Nodirbek, congratulations. Another win in the books. You moved to 3 out of 4. You're in the lead. Today's game was an interesting one, a fighting game against Van Nguyen. Today I'll immediately give you the iPad and we're going to jump straight into the game.
Yeah, it was Petrov. I was expecting this, but he chose the rare line. He tricked me with a move order.
The Petrov has been so popular in this tournament. Do you feel the surge of popularity again?
Yeah, I mean it's very logical because it's very solid and it avoids Italian and Spanish, so it's very logical. I think just play Petrov and. So yeah, he went for bishop e7. Here, yeah, he tricked me with the move order because here is bishop f5 is a main line, considered to be main line. Yeah, here I knew that c4 is the option, but okay, I thought he'll play knight f6, and I didn't want to get this isolated queen's pawn position. I wanted to play rook e1, and here knight c6. Yes, c4, very logical, knight f6. Okay, here, obviously c5 is not the best, but I thought, since he was, very well prepared, I wanted to get some position, and chose c5, and of course, after c5, he immediately, went on to sync, and I knew that he was out of book now.
Were you happy to take him out
Yes,
of book?
so basically we started to play after move 10 ourselves. So this is already an achievement nowadays. So c5, bishop g4, bishop e3, knight e4, very logical. Bishop e2, yeah, here I could have played knight c3, but okay, after knight c5, dc. d4 is just it's a massive liquidation and just leads to an equal endgame. So I tried to play on and bishop e2, keeping the tension. And here obviously black could have played f5, which is very logical after knight c3, something like king h8 and with double-edged play. But I already prefer black because black has some initiative on the king side, maybe g5 somewhere, and bishop f6. Yeah, he went for more solid bishop f6. I went h3. Here also, if I had played knight c3, he prepared knight takes c5, d takes c5, bishop takes f3, takes d4, and okay, it should be equal. So I just avoided.
You're always avoiding these.
I was avoiding trades, and I was trying to get playable position. h3, and here the difference is after bishop h5 I can play knight c3, because after knight c5 I have g4, bishop g6, take d4 and g5, and I win a piece.
Very nice.
So he took bishop f3, takes, and here instead of b6 I was expecting knight g5, and we kind of get similar position, but I thought at least white can, play this kind of position, which my pawn structure is better, and maybe I can press a little bit. He played b6, knight d2, very logical, and rook e8. Yeah, here also could have played knight g5, maybe more precise, because he gets better version, and my knights. I would have played knight b3, and okay, I mean this is should be better version for black, and what we got in the game, I thought I was happy with my position. I got two bishops, we got pawn structure.
Also, suddenly you started spending quite a lot of time, right?
Yeah. I was not sure why, because he could have simplified the position early on, and I wasn't so convinced. So he played b5, knight a1, a little bit ugly, but okay, it's I reroute my knight to c2, and here after the game we discussed knight takes c3 was probably his best, knight e3, c6, knight g4, and here both of us were calculating h5, bishop e4, 8g, bishop h7, king f8, 8g, and with some messy stuff, because I mean at least here I was happy because he was getting low on time, and maybe I could trick him at some point, but so I thought this knight takes c3 should have been played, but after c6, bishop f4 is just getting pawned down, and with with low on time I thought it's very good chances. And yeah,
The
indeed,
conversion was quite
it was very
clean.
precise, yes.
Very nice game. As I said, you moved to 3 out of 4. Am I right? With the professional approach, win with white, draw with black. Is that kind of still the broad plan? Or I feel like the younger generation, they just try to fight, no matter the color.
Yeah, especially in this tournament. I believe that it doesn't matter, you know. But so far I played 2 black games. I made 2 draws, relatively calm and very boring.
Which probably you don't enjoy, right?
Yeah, but I generally don't enjoy. But okay, they're also trying to avoid some, you know, complications from the opening. And okay, I hope in the next rounds I try to, you know, get at least playable position with black also and try to fight.
Speaking of fight, I think that the new time control leads to a lot of crazy fights. Right? We saw Ivanchuk, for example, yesterday with 1 second on the clock. Did you ever play a tournament with no increment before?
Yeah, I played this exact time control in a Grand Chess Tour. I honestly, I thought this is the worst time control. I mean, for decisive results, because I thought, you know, the old or normal time control with 1 hour and 30 minutes and plus 30-second increment is better, because I feel like there's too much time, you know, to think and to figure out the problem. If you know, if opponent gets problem from opening, he has more time, and I thought it's easier for weaker side to you know to solve his problems. But so far it's controversial. But okay, I mean, at least that was my feeling.
More data needed for the full verdict. Yes. Today was a great day for Uzbekistan. Vachier also won his game. How does it feel, you know, to be both playing here in the Masters, representing your country on the highest stage?
Yeah, it's a great feeling. Last year, I remember that I said I would be happy, you know, if one of my teammates will make to the Masters tournament, and this year Vachier was invited, and I was very glad. Yeah, I mean, it's a great honor for our chess, and it's the results of hard work and also support of our nation and our fans. Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with the results so far, and we are all both, contenders to win this tournament, and it's going to be very interesting.
And you're both such great role models. Do you look at chess together here in Wijk and Zee?
So far, no, but we generally do, yes.
Great. Well, Nodirbek, thank you for sharing. Congratulations again, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
The game between Aravind and Hans Niemann got super interesting. Let's jump in the middle of the game, as white is attacking on the king side here and black is attacking on the queen side. Let's see which attack becomes more successful. Aravind starts with g5 here, putting pressure on the king side, and Hans continues with a3, continuing to roll the pawns down on the queen side. After e3, we see that the g5 pawn got captured, and it gets very messy over here. We will not go into much detail here, but watch how Hans is able to push this pawn on b3 forward. He is maneuvering his pieces very carefully. He plays the move knight c4 because he wants to eliminate that strong knight on e5. And now his pawn gets to b2. Obviously, after knight takes c4, the light-squared bishop of black gets into the game, and then it will be very annoying for white to deal with bishop a3. The two bishops of black are just way too strong. So the game continues this way, and here it looks like the knight on c4 is pinned with the rook now on the c-file, but Hans was ready to sacrifice as he played the move knight takes e5. He is sacrificing the queen, and after rook takes c8, he is down a queen for some material, and it turns out that that is simply enough to get into a winning position. His attention is now focused on that pawn on b2 to try to promote that as soon as possible. And all of his pieces are supporting this. This bishop on g8, it looks like it's very passive there, but sooner or later it will become a very crucial piece to win the game. D takes c5, rook takes c5, and now the knight is maneuvering around. The bishop comes back into the game, supports the knight to jump to e4. Obviously, if bishop takes e4, then bishop takes e4, and this rook is not helping at all. Good to note is that after rook takes b2, there's a check first, and it will be very difficult for white to defend this. So that's why the queen moved instead, knight c3. Black is picking up the rook on b1, and it gets very difficult to try to consolidate here with white. f6, final trick, threatening checkmate, but now black plays rook takes c2, eliminating the light squared bishop, and in just a couple of moves, it will prove how important this pawn on b2 was. Obviously, it is possible for white to capture with queen takes b6, but now knight d2 would win the game as the pawn is unstoppable. So obviously, white wants to try to get a perpetual going, keeps on giving checks as much as possible, and at some point runs out of checks, captures the rook on c2, but now once again knight e2, queen c5 check, and after king e2, this was enough for Aravind, and he resigned here, as after queen takes b6, it will pick up the other rook, but now white is losing due to b1 queen, and this is obviously completely winning. Hans Niemann showed in an amazing way how amazing his attack was on the queen side and how sufficient his pieces were. His queen was not necessary in this game. He had enough with the pawn and the knight and the rook here. Well, he didn't need the rook anymore at the end, but the knight and the pawn were enough to win the game at the end. So a very nice game played by Hans, and a really nice display of attack by him here.
And you can see a lot more of Anna Meyer's highlights of the round on the Tata Steel YouTube chess channel. Well worth checking that one out. And we go to our bird's eye view, and let's just do like a progress report on what is actually happening. We see there's a lot of bars in the middle, but Simon, what game takes your fancy?
Well, I mean, they're all heating up very nicely from what I see. I mean, very quickly, without thinking too deeply, Sindarov. It looks like I slightly prefer white there, isolate pawn. The Kamer game is going similar to the way we thought. Looks like Kamer's found a good plan there. We looked at Prague's game a second ago, and that will heat up nicely. They're all heating up. They're all like burning away. Niemann, the top encounter, that one. Niemann's two bishops look quite good to me. Quite like that. Just, again, snap judgment. Jorden, it seems, okay, fairly even there. And then we had Arjun grabbing a pawn, but maybe Black's found a way to keep in the game. And Gukesh's game looks fairly even there as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It does look like with a tension brewing. So maybe whilst we're waiting for the action to develop, we can pop in and take a look at the bird's eye view and the challenges. And of course, we have to please our audience, and maybe we check in on our local heroes. We have 3 Dutch players in the challenges. Elina Roebers, who's having a very hard time of it, but maybe she will be able to do something today and get onto the scoreboard. She has white against Daniel Ufer. How is she doing?
Yeah, I mean, she looks like she's doing great, and that was the one game I really wanted Elina to get a result today, and she's got a position not dissimilar actually to Prague's position, and she's playing very brave chess. I mean, when you're on 0, when you're starting with a run of losses, the temptation is like, right, I should shut up the, shut up.
Maybe we can pull up her game
let's
and
do
dive
that,
in,
yeah.
because it's very exciting, right?
It is. It's
With
very exciting. It's
Eline.
very exciting, Cillian. And we wanted to get off the mark, right?
Exactly.
So.
I mean, it's painful to start with 4 losses, and there the evaluation bar is giving us a lot of hope as we see Black's last move not being the best. So Simon, you're
Yeah.
the fearsome attacker here of the two of us.
Well, I don't know about that.
How would you continue? Like, these are always the questions that I kind of struggle with. Do you just go h4? Do you go g4? Do you do something else? Oh, sorry, h5, g5. Let me
Sure.
get my coordinates not right,
Sure,
right?
no, we know exactly what you mean. I mean, first of all, we just go back one move. If I was black here, I'd have seriously considered playing rook takes knight. I mean, have a look at the clock times as well, Yovi. I mean, that's another very good thing in favour of Alina's position. She's well up on the clock. I mean, this rook takes c3 would have been a consideration, but okay, the current position, it's just going to be a race. This is a complete race. Opposite side casting. This is just one of those sort of slugfests you get in the Sicilian. Whoever gets their opponent's king first is probably going to win. And it is white to move. Now, the evaluation bar can be a little bit misleading, I think, in these positions, because that is with perfect chess in a complex scenario, and there's so many counter chances. I mean, I know some ideas we should consider for black is like queen a5 and knight b2. Black's not without ideas. So white, yeah, as you say, has got to get on with it. Let's think. Do we go g5 or do we go h5?
Or do you go bishop takes knight? Do you kind of go, that's a bit of a nuisance? Or you
I might take that, but I can maybe leave that for a little bit. I mean,
Maybe
I don't think you're threatening knight b2 yet, so I mean, I'm very tempted to do one of these. I'd love to go g5. I mean,
Yeah.
because this is like gaining a tempo, but I don't like the idea of black coming here
and it's jamming.
and he's jamming the pawn on h4.
Exactly.
Nearly got the Bob Marley in there. And this seems to hold up white's attack, so I don't want to go with g5.
Yeah. What about if you go h5?
Yeah,
And
and-
go yeehaw.
And look at the evaluation bar. This is why I'm saying it's a little bit misleading, because these are very natural moves.
Right.
And you might be right. Maybe I need to take that knight. And the idea of h5 is g5, g6 with sound effects.
Can you do that again?
G5, g6. There you go. Just for you.
Thank you very much, Simon.
I do that.
Do you know what? I was thinking that if someone needs to develop an app when you play chess and you make a move like g6, the comes in. Oh, yeah.
There you go. It's ready for you, Yovi. Okay, well, a sensible move played. There is one move which just tries to hold up, because the thing you've got to get right in these positions is mixing attack with defense.
Yep.
And you've got to have that, that balance. And maybe losing this bishop is something that you don't want to do, because, for example, when we do get our pawn to g6, which is coming, white might have to face h6. And I think in those positions you need bishop h6. So let's just say I go here and we had something like this. I'm just putting some moves on the board. I don't know, like something.
Yeah.
And you try to, oh, not that one.
No, go
anything.
a5.
Yeah, let's just, okay. I mean, I just want to show, I'm just going to play some bad moves, but
Okay.
the point is, when you go here, which is bound to occur, I don't want to have bishop takes h6. Now there might be a rook takes h6 anyway, but I think keeping this bishop is generally quite important, so that's why it's come back to c1.
Yep.
You want to keep that, and it defends against those ideas of knight b2, which can be dangerous.
Right.
And now I'm ready to do this idea. And we have another move, I think, coming up here.
Yeah, okay, so here I guess black has to also get going. So
Definitely.
the instinct is to go a5.
Yeah,
A4.
A5, A4.
Unfortunately, there's a problem because you go knight takes b5. Oh dear.
Okay, so
So yeah, exactly. And not only that, there's bishop takes knight. So you have to work a little bit harder to get in a5. So
well, the other thing you often try to do as black is play d5 in these positions.
let's do it.
So you can try to get your bishop coming in as well. But this just doesn't seem to work here, because the knight on f6 can be moved away with something. I don't think d5 is just even an option here. Maybe you have to play like
b4.
b4 or queen c7, but it seems very slow for black. I'll just show this. So if you go queen c7, because you're now guarding your knight, let's just show the plan in action. h5, And now, let's say we play one more slow move. Let's just put it on the board. Rook here.
G5.
And now this is absolutely tremendous for white, this attack. This is the way you open things up. You don't play h6 in these positions, because after this you've locked down the lines. And what you've got to do when you're attacking is keep the lines open, and this is always the right way to breach into black's position. And now if we try to lock it down with black, of course, you now have this bishop, so you just let loose. And this will be the end. Our only friend, the end. Good
Sounded
song.
a bit, huh?
Doors, one of my favourite bands. Sorry, I was just singing a song. No, I was singing a song. Sorry, I was confusing the hell out of you.
No, I think it's a me problem, because if I could ask the audience, have you all heard of the song that Simon's referring to? They'll probably all go yes. So
yeah, it's all right. It's quite a older song.
Well, everyone here seemed to know it except me. Sorry about that, Simon. Let you down.
That's not a problem. And so this is very dangerous. I mean, I think we'll come back to this a bit later. We have another move. Black threw the queen into a5.
Which makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
You know, knight a3 maybe in the air. Maybe this b5, b4 is going to be coming. But it's great news for Aline. Either way, she is going to be in her element. What do we think? Do we think Aline's going to win?
Okay, let's ask our crowds here. We've got lots of Dutch supporters, hopefully. And Aline has had a really tough first 4 rounds, but she's a fantastic player, a real hope for Dutch chess. Okay, who thinks, and we've got to hear some... She has a lot more time, a whole hour more, yeah, and she has quite a good position. She has an easy attacking plan, as we've shown, h5, g6. So if you think Aline's going to win, let's hear you say, yeah.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah!
Our audience
Like
has a lot of faith in Aline, and we like this because they have been uncannily good, right? Because when they have supported someone, that person normally wins. It's like you can feel the vibes here in Wijk.
Pass on those good vibes through the walls. Not via your phone, by the way. Don't do that. Pass it on, those good vibes, straight across into the board, on the camera. There you go. She looks locked in. I think I've got confidence.
I got confidence,
I've got confidence today.
Okay, so let's check in on Erwin Lamy against Marc-Andrea Morizzi. Now, Marc-Andrea coming off 2 wins. Erwin breaking the bad form, winning yesterday.
Against Chucky.
Against Chucky, yeah. And he was just like, you know what, if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down in a blaze of glory. And
he played very exciting chess yesterday. And this position looks like it's come from a King's Indian defense. And obviously black's going to take back with the B pawn. And with the idea of securing the central square there for a knight, that could well come in. But white's also got a square as well. Got the massive e4 square for a knight. So they've both got some useful little squares in the middle of the board. This bishop's quite nice as well. I quite like that over here. It's probably roughly even, maybe a tad better for white because black's bishops are not working. There goes that knight jumping into the middle of the board. A lovely, lovely square. And I would have thought that black's knight should do the same here. I think I'd rather be white a little bit because maybe I can start thinking of like doing some stuff on the king side, or this pawn later on can often be a real problem. I mean, one idea, swing the rook around and just take it. And if you go b3, maybe I can go, sorry, a4, maybe I can go b3 at the right time. So a tad better for white, I'd say, a tad.
Yeah.
What do you reckon? Or not really? Or just even? It's
Do I give my honest thoughts?
Yeah, give your honest thoughts. Yeah, black's better. Yeah, don't be honest. You've got to be honest.
I like black.
You like black, okay.
For a very weird reason.
Don't tell them that.
No, I know. Simon, don't set me up like that.
We've got to try to...
You literally...
We've got to up
yes,
the
I said, can I be honest? And you went, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. You can be honest. Yeah, go on. No,
okay.
I'd love to hear your thoughts about this. So,
well, here I think, I agree it's double-edged. I do think Owen has some chances, but I'm a little bit concerned. I'll tell you what I'm concerned about.
Sure.
So, Yeah, I see that a5 can be a little bit vulnerable, but can also be something that will crack open the queen side. So like the stuff that white wants to do is like b3 and get that pawn chain. Well, I'm afraid a5, a4 is going to be incoming, and that's something that's going to be a problem. And then the knight is going to jump into d4.
Very nice square for the
Yeah,
knight.
and then that's going to be a beast.
It is, and I suppose the problem here is you might be thinking, okay, I'll just take that knight off because it's such a powerful piece. But if you ever take that knight off, suddenly this bishop might start coming to life.
It probably needs to be done, you know?
Yeah.
And then now you have to go bishop e6. So no, hang on. Could you get away with going rook a e1 and then just going for an f4 business?
Yeah, this is looking good for
now,
white.
Now I changed my mind, guys. It's okay. False alarm. It's all good. I was a bit of panic there.
It does seem, again, looking that the knight coming in here is not
as good as it looked.
No, so I mean, it's the move you want to play. But if you can't put your knight into the center, you've got to find some clever moves, and it's not clear what else you can do. Maybe you should try to use your bishop and aim to swap off. But I think it's roughly even, to be fair. But loads of play left there, and now we should pop into Max's game then.
Yeah, let's have a look at Max's game. I mean, he's playing the tournament leader, Suleimanli.
Yeah.
And I like White's position. It looks like nothing much is happening, but I can see the knight on c3 can head over to c5 and start asking the questions on the queen side. You've also got these ideas of doing a minority of b4, b5, not now, but later on. And this bishop on g6, it's not a great piece.
Yeah, I'd rather be white here as well. I agree with you, because the reasons you said. I mean, maybe also I can even try to think about putting a knight on f4. It's quite interesting going that way with the knight. It's a nice square, but black doesn't have many fluid options here. If I was black, I'd like to have the option of sort of some pawn break, but that's never going to work. There's no real pawn breaks for black. On the other hand, white has this pawn break, and maybe f3 at the right time. So there's many different ways white can play. White's got more central pawns, this one, whilst white is facing this pawn on the side of the board. These are all just very, very small things, but they do count. And I think if the queens come off, white would also be very comfortable. So let's say you move the knight, like Yovi said, over here, and you're able to get the queens off. You could certainly then push with this idea of b4, b5, and break at the right moment. So it's, I mean, this is quite a well-known structure. You get this position in the Queen's Gambit in many games, and what generally happens, let's just see if it did happen there, a piece comes in here, and it's kind of known that if black has to take with pawn, black is in danger of being worse. So I don't know if this exactly happened, but it did. So you can see here it's a Queen's Gambit exchange, and in this position we have now the pawn coming in here, which is dangerous for black because positionally. So a little bit better for Maxa. Yeah.
Okay, so great news so far for the Dutch players in the challenges. Let's head back to the Masters and maybe check in on some of the games we haven't looked at. So maybe we start with Vachier Sindarov against Yaz Edomush, even though that looks as balanced. Oh, yeah. We don't need to spend too long on this game. This one looks as even as can be.
So Sindarov had this brilliant win yesterday in the King's Indian defense. It's great to see the King's Indian defense. Very exciting opening. And now he plays bishop c4. And this is a reasonably rare opening. It's quite weird, actually, because I was watching a video of Wesley So's earlier where he was saying he used to play this all the time. And the general idea can be that you keep options of f4 open, but black has known ways that should equalize, and the main problem of having a bishop on c4 is that d5 will gain a tempo against it, and that's what Yaz is trying to go for. So white doesn't go for f4 anymore because this counter-attack, but decides to develop quickly. Black counter-attacks, the bishop comes back. There's this idea against e5, so black well, throws a check in first. And this is interesting because you're tempting c3. And why do you want to tempt c3? Because you don't want the white knight coming there. So let's say you play bishop d6 immediately. Now maybe white's knight comes to this square, which is putting more pressure on black's center. So this check, quite crafty, as if c3, you'd come here now, and you take that option away, which is a main idea. So bishop d2 instead. We have an exchange. The knight comes out, and pretty even opening. I would have thought black has the center, but white's pieces are quite nicely positioned, and they just improve their pieces. Now this little break here, interesting, trying to change the nature of the position. White's better developed, so white says, I'm going to open up the position. More exchanges occurring, and now the reason white played this way rather than taking here, knight takes d4 may be a valid option, but it's a symmetrical pawn structure, and black can reinforce that one, meaning a draw is more likely. But by taking here, you make it
imbalanced, right? And at least you have something to target, right?
Yeah, I mean, this could be a little bit uncomfortable for black, I feel. I mean, we'll go to the current position, and the reason I say a little bit uncomfortable is you have the typical, what we call isolated pawn, which can be a real weakness. And I wouldn't want to be black here. I mean, I actually think this is a bit uncomfortable for black, this position, because I've lost so many games to David in this kind of thing. I mean, David comes up every blooming day. David beating me there. David beating me there. David Howell, I'm talking about.
You had to beat him when he was young.
I do not have trauma. And
he beat me later on in life.
He did that as well.
I was thinking back because I thought I must have beaten him before, but then I kind of actually broke it down, and I only beat him in rapid plays when he was like, let's say, less than 10.
Less than 10. Yeah, he's a very good player.
Yeah.
And this, it's a very typical middle game, but it's just all about this pawn. And when you have the isolated pawn, you generally want to keep lots of pieces on the board, and normally it's very important to have a bishop on this diagonal when you have an isolated pawn. I've sort of realized, because you have to try and start some attack. And
yeah, this is like, I was just as a tribute to Jonathan Hawkins, I started rereading his book, Amateur to I Am. Sadly, Jonathan passed a few weeks ago. And, you know, he often talks about it in a completely different context, by the way, like in a bishop versus rook, about how what you want when you're defending with the bishop and pawn against the rook is you actually want the bishop to be a different color to the square that the pawn is on. So, as you mentioned, this bishop on c8 is just simply going to be defending its own pawn.
Yeah.
But if you have a dark square bishop, then you actually cover a lot of squares together. That way they kind of work together in this sphere of influence. But as it stands, then it's a problem.
It is a problem.
And it's kind of almost like you kind of want to go d4 as black. So you put it on a different square to the bishop, and then the bishop can actually start working by putting the bishop on f5 and start targeting c2. So
it's a little bit tricky.
It's very tricky. I mean, you can't do it here because obviously, unfortunately, there's a knight on b3. But I agree. It's not going to be easy. And this knight on f6 actually wants to be on c4, not e4, because e4 is doing nothing. Whereas on c4, you know, it's working in conjunction with the queen, targeting b2. Whereas for white, the plan is like c3. It's like that CRD that we're talking about, Nimzovich. Like, well, I was talking about. I'm obsessed sometimes with, it's like control, restrain, destroy. And he talks about it like you first control the d4 square so that the pawn can't advance. And then you start moving your pieces towards it to kind of really fully restrain it. And then you just munch on it.
Yep, definitely. Did you read Nimzovich's My System? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, I did.
What did you think? Who's read Nimzovich's My System here? Hands in the air. Okay, 1, 2,
yeah,
couple.
I read
All
it.
right, couple. What did you think? Good book?
Oh, yeah, it was okay. This is like...
That's a very diplomatic answer,
well, it was
I'd say.
okay.
It was okay,
It was okay.
I remember reading, I don't know if it was in my system, but I read his analysis of one game. It was like ridiculous. It was really good read though. It was good fun. But he was like, yeah, I just go, it was against the French. He's like, yeah, I just put the pawn on e5. I over-defend it with all my pieces, completely winning, easy. And it was like, really? So, but it's a very interesting read. And obviously he's a brilliant player and one of the first chess players, but maybe a little bit dated now, possibly.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Oh, so I'm being told now what I read is actually a fake thing. So I got trolled. So no wonder I thought it was dodgy if someone was having a parody. Okay. Well, clearly I've never read my system.
No, I mean, it's not like a page turner.
No.
Like, which chess book did you like really, really like? Couldn't put it down.
Many chess books. I really liked Gufeld's book, My Life in Chess, I think it was called.
Yeah.
And Gufeld was a Russian grandmaster, and he was known for the King's Indian Defense, but he wrote this book, I think it's My Life in Chess, but it has loads of cool stories in it. Obviously, Donna's book, The King. I'm sure people have read that here. Yeah, I've got to throw that in. That's a classic book, really funny. That was really good. I like Macau Tao's My Life and Times in Chess, Bronstein's The Sorcerer's Apprentice. I quite like these old books with some stories, bit of history, not too many computer lines. Actually, I'm really... the books I really... Okay, what about books you really don't like? Can we say that? I mean, like, there was a book that got Book of the Year in England, and I really didn't like it at all.
Which book was it? Was I involved in the judging?
Probably.
Probably,
no,
go on.
It was Jovanka actually, our producers guessed the book, and it got voted Book of the Year quite a long time ago.
Okay, it wasn't me then.
No, it wasn't
okay.
you who voted for it. Jovanka's on the panel of voting for Book of the Year, and it was a book by a great player, John Nunn, who loved endings, and he had a book, Secrets of Pawnless Endings, and it was like. And I brought it up, thought, yeah, Book of the Year sounds great. And it was just like long variations. And I was like, I can't get on with this. And then the funny thing was, I don't know if it's a true story, but it makes a good story. Someone put out sort of a parody in Chess Monthly.
Yeah.
And they had an advert, and it was Secrets of Pawnless and Peaceless Endings.
That was an April Fool's joke,
It was an April Fool's, but they had a pre-order. So you could pre-order this book, Secrets of Pawnless and Peaceless Endings.
Yeah.
And loads of people like, oh my God, I've got to get this book, and they pre-ordered this book. And let's have a think. What is a pawnless and peaceless ending? It's like a blank page, right? There's nothing there. It just shows you, like, yeah, it's like it's not.
Did you hear a review of this? I think one of John Nunn's Endgame books.
Yeah.
I think it wasn't Pawnless Endgame one, but it said this book is a complete con. Only deals with the A, B, C, D pawns and not with the E, F, G, H pawns.
Right. Oh dear.
Because it's like mirror.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. So it's the other way around.
Yeah. It was like yeah.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I mean, it's personal opinion, isn't it? I mean,
yeah,
I know
basically,
it's a great book.
but I agree with you.
Anything
with too much variations is like not interesting. I want to know the stories. I want to.
I don't want to read computer variation, and I want to have that story. Much more fun.
Exactly.
Where should we? Sorry.
So this one we're saying better for white.
Yes, better for white.
Slightly uncomfortable for the young teenager. Okay, let's go and check in on Van Wyn and Gukesh, and then let's revisit Jorden van Foreest, because that's a bishop ending, and maybe, but it's got pawns. So let's have Van Wyn and Gukesh, and well, there's been some clarifications in the center. What do we think?
Yeah, so it looks fairly even here. We won't go through the open moves. We'll just pick it up sort of in the current position. And Gukesh with the black pieces yet to score a win, the world champion, but it's not easy winning nowadays. And Gukesh, after the very sensible rook d1, just preparing, lining up against the queen, goes queen c7. And often the queen actually wants to get out the way totally of the rook, so it might sort of head into the corner, have some influence on the long diagonal. White plays h4, and this is a patient position, which I think requires, just build up. There's nothing obvious. It's kind of like who captures first. Very hard to sort of play these positions because you've got to constantly think about, do I want to take a pawn? Does that improve my structure? And then you have to think about, will my opponent take a pawn? And you have to have very sort of deep understanding of the positional side to this. I mean, maybe White could take a pawn if he wants to, with the idea that you often get, let's say I take another one, this pawn structure, and this is another well-known pawn structure. These are called hanging pawns. There's been many games played like this, and they can be strong, but they can also be weak, hence why they're called hanging pawns. But you've got to decide who that favours.
Well, I think in this particular situation, probably favours black because black has got all the pieces. He's got like an A5, A4, break incoming as well, and the hang pawns. But we had a few moves. I think, as you mentioned, H4 got played. Never a bad idea, Simon.
Always a good move.
Always a good idea.
Always.
If you're stuck for a plan,
just play H4.
Follow the English school, which is H4.
Throw the H pawn up the board and don't even look. Just
exactly.
Do it.
And then what did Gukesh play? Bishop D6, and that kind of provoked the knight B1 move from White. You know, trying to reroute to C3. Let's not go American here.
No. Leave Greenland alone.
Yes. Wow.
And here, maybe E5 is an idea.
Yeah.
And I quite like what White played here. And White sees a hole. And we've talked about this a lot. So I'll say it very quickly. If you see an outpost for a piece or a hole, that's an outpost. What piece is ideal there? A knight. So you just try to work out the best route by going from that square to that square. And knight B1 is aiming to put the knight on that very nice square. So there's a little bit more urgency to Gukesh's position, and he decides now he's the first to blink. He captures on C4, and here it's White to play, and the obvious move is obviously pawn takes C4. Maybe he's still thinking of bringing the knight out. Maybe.
Yeah, let's have some fun.
Fan win here. Yeah.
Let's have some fun. Use either pawn takes pawn or knight to... No, maybe we don't go knight to C.
Yeah.
Maybe we go knight A3. Because I just realized that if you go knight C3,
yeah,
then bishop A6. Isn't there some funny business like that? No, why is that a bad move?
I mean, I guess pawn takes pawn and the knight comes here anyway, quickly. So, yeah. They're very hard to play, these positions. They're like, you know, because as soon as things open up, it can jump to life.
Okay, so let's just play normal chess. So after B takes C4, you can't take with a rook. You don't want to be doing that because bishop A6. And now...
Well, we could get these hanging pawns again. I mean, black now, if Gukesh wishes, he can take here. And we looked at this before, but the other way around. The point being, if you go pawn takes, are these pawns strong? Are they weak? And one very natural follow-up, which I think maybe Gukesh has been planning with this bishop coming to D6, would be this move, E5. And again, it's about breaking at the right moments. We have a move. He's just played pawn takes, so we could get this. And you've got to work out if this is good. And what I'm trying to do with black, well, actually, you can take there, can't you? Maybe this is playable. I wanted to try and make this an isolated pawn positionally, but pawn takes pawn. There's quite a lot to work out here. I'm even thinking, what about this for a move? Because you're pinned. This looks a bit stupid. But I want to start attacking you with knight G4.
Okay.
This could get very tactical.
Well,
yeah.
Bishop D4 is always going to be a response to knight G4.
Yes.
So.
But now I can do what I want to do.
Yeah.
And what I wanted to do, I really wanted to exchange everything off and leave you with this weak pawn. So
okay. I'll accept the challenge. I'll take once.
And I could claim to be a little bit better as black here, surely, because pawn islands, that's one island, that's two islands. White's got 1, 2, 3 islands. You know, just structurally, black's a little bit better.
Yeah,
this would be quite nice.
I agree.
This would be quite nice.
So how did that? That was with e5
Yeah, so that was with pawn takes pawn.
and e5.
I'm going to take on d4 first.
Yeah, take on yeah.
I mean, I could consider e5 here, but I don't want to allow this move and now not have the c5
No.
square.
Yep.
So that's why I'm taking here first. And if you go pawn takes, knight takes also has to be considered. But again, I'm trying to get a better pawn structure as black here. And the way I'm going to try to get a better pawn structure is by splitting these pawns up, because together they work well. They're like brothers in arms there, little crusaders looking after each other.
What happens if I go, so after e5?
I'm going to go e5, yeah.
And can I take the Mickey and go c5? Probably not.
You can try. And now, well, I probably have to take on c5.
And then I go d takes e5, and I say, haha, no c5 square for you, Simon.
Yeah. And here,
But that probably did.
2, 3, 4. I'm just making sure.
Probably failed that one.
One,
Yeah, I probably
2,
just gave up
3.
everything.
I think so, yeah. I mean, black's got more attacking
Yeah.
e5 than white's got defending, so I could
No,
probably...
you can take it.
I can just take it with something.
And then knight takes.
And now, I have to be a bit careful, because, like, if I take
Yeah,
here...
you can take the bishop
take
first.
It, yeah, it's complicated still, these things. Very
Yeah, but
complicated.
this one you're a pawn up, and, you know,
Yeah.
a pawn is a pawn in my world. So, okay, you can't go c5.
Have we got any way we can throw a quiz at the audience?
This is what I'm trying to... I'm thinking.
Oh.
I'm really trying, and like I'm trying to see where's the cool move. I'm sorry, guys. We have some fantastic prizes. Look at this.
Yeah, we
like
have.
a hand carved.
Are they actually hand carved? Or
Probably
do we
not.
just- no,
but
probably
we can sell it like
Yeah.
it's hand carved. And
Yeah.
if it's not, well then
Yeah.
DDT.
So we do want to give some lovely key rings away, but we just got to find the right questions, and to do that.
we are struggling, guys.
Because we want to find a really unexpected move and see if you can find it. But this game,
This game is not going to be happening here. So
it's heating up, and Gukesh has to now decide
Yes.
what to do. Let's come back to this
okay,
one.
let's come back to this one. Let's actually show what's happening with Jorden van Forest and Matthias Bluebaum. Because, like, when we left it,
Yeah,
we left it at this exciting point. King F1 had happened. No castling today.
And now Bluebaum tries to bring his bishop out. So queen e2, bishop comes here. Of course, it looks fairly even, but, you know, you can't castle, so you've got to block that. He does block that. And now black gets castled, but it's opposite side castling. Always interesting. h3, safety first. Should be pretty even this, though. Queen comes back. h4, slowly does it. Creeping up the board. Bishop g5 is a big threat. So black stops that threat. And now Jorden just goes for the ending. So he swaps the queens off. His rook is on the open file. That's something. But it's got to still be pretty even. The rook stays on the open file. Black making sure he doesn't get too cramped. So getting a little bit of space. Important to keep as much space you can. And now Jorden improves his king. So his king allows the rooks to be connected, but nothing much going on at the moment. And now a very interesting move from Jorden. Maybe here we could ask the question. We've got to give away some of these key rings.
Exactly. They're burning a hole.
It's not
this
that
bag.
exciting, but I mean, it's hardly like going to set the world on fire, this move, but
Okay.
let's give a key ring away. Come on. They've got to go. And you're white here. You're Jorden van Forest. You must be feeling good, pretty good about that. You know, you've won this tournament before. And what do you play in this position? So, what would you play with the white pieces? It's pretty dull. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You know.
No, it's not. It's not dull. It's
It's not. Okay, the next move is exciting, I'd say. It brings it to life a little bit.
Ish.
But what would you play? Because it looks a little bit. I don't know if I'd play this move. But
No, let's not give any hints.
no.
Okay, we have a hand.
We
Just
have a
shout out the Bishop G5.
Bishop G5. We have one suggestion. Now, Bishop G5 puts the bishop into our enemy's half of the board. but I'm not sure if it helps too much. And maybe now black would just start exchanging. Chop, chop, chop. And I'm not
Choppity chop.
choppity chop chop.
And more chops.
And I'm not sure that bishop move has really helped, but it's not a bad move. Not a bad move at all. But that's not the move. Any other suggestions? And it doesn't matter if you're wrong.
I have another one.
Yep.
Bishop F4.
And what's the idea? To double your own pawns? Yeah. What's the idea? You might have won a key ring. What do we have an idea with that one?
What happens after bishop takes bishop?
So if I now double your pawns,
and then go G6.
Has this helped white or black? And actually, it's a really good move. I mean, well done. And we'll explain why in a second. So round of applause. And you have won
a knight.
A white knight. Come up and get your knight.
Yes.
What is your name, sir? Jorden. Chris. Hi. Okay.
Hi.
No worries. Well done. And the reason we like this, Ivanka, is that
well, it's a kind of a really good move, actually.
Believe
it or not. So first up, it reinforces the control over the e5 square. So rook e5 is incoming. Secondly, you always now have this way to crack open the position with f4, f5. And, the white king can step up to g3 and then travel on the dark squares and zone in on the f6 square. So I can understand that this is super unpleasant. And if you actually want to stop that with f5, well, look who's the backward pawn.
Yep, g6.
G6.
Yeah, and I mean, if you just look at what color squares the pawns are on, well, this is kind of now made the black pawns stay on light squares, and we have light square bishops. So potentially later on, that could be an issue. That pawn is on a light square. None of white's pawns, more importantly, can be attacked by the bishop. So you're very safe here, but you may be able to start attacking black's pawns later on. The double pawns don't really matter at all. It's actually, as Yovi mentioned, a bit of a strength because you have the idea of a break. Black can't attack those pawns. You actually maybe even have the g5 square. So there's loads of little things that I feel work well in white's favor. And this is a very classy move, actually, because how many players would allow their pawn structure to be doubled? Because obviously we're taught not to double our pawns. But I think this exchange here at least gives white what I'd say is a little nibble. Now, if we go forwards, let's see how the game went. Well, the rooks came off, so I think Mateus is like in. I'm just going to try to draw this position with the black pieces, and he goes rook e8 now, and this is allowing his pawns to be doubled. So we now get into an ending with this clearly paying off a little bit because we take on d6, and this is not, in my eyes, a good doubling of pawns. Why is it not a good doubling pawns? Well, first of all, d5 is very, very weak now, and it's on a light square, meaning I can attack it with my bishop. You can't now play c6. I mean, if black could play that move, black should have no trouble. But this is a real weakness. I can attack it. You have to defend it with your bishop. But also, the pawns on the king side, again, they're all on dark squares. But what other pawns are weak? The pawn on h5 is on a light square, so I can attack that. You have to defend it. If you defend it with g6, you put another pawn on a light square.
Yeah, I also, the white king, as you've pointed out, is going to snake its way to g5.
To g5, yeah. The white king can come up. So I think this is really unpleasant for black.
It is. I mean, black is basically saying, I will hold, and I will hold until the end. So black is simply just going to come up with the king. So king, if you go king f3, obviously you have to do, what is it? No, you can't go king d7. I was going to say go king d7, but that would have been a wah, 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 because of bishop to b5 check. So you have to travel on the dark squares.
Let's just show that, because I think the king and pawn endings are just going to be lost for black. This is another problem black has, because, okay, it doesn't really look like much, but first of all, the white king is coming straight in, but there's also ways you can get an outside pass pawn. f3, g4, and I don't know, it looks really horrible. This is losing for black. So you'd have to play, like Yovi says, king d8, and the white king is so active.
King e7.
If you go king e7 now,
And then the whole point is if you go up to g5,
yeah,
you probably have to go f6 and
Yeah.
just go, be gone, foul monarch.
yeah.
And
But how uncomfortable is this? I mean,
it's very uncomfortable.
really uncomfortable. It's comfortable for the Dutch.
It's comfortable for
It's
yes.
comfortable for the Dutch.
Yes,
That's
yes,
right.
yeah.
if you're a Jorden fan, this is very comfortable. We guessed that, Tom. we thought we might have one or two in the crowd, you know, just the odd Jorden fan. And Tom is our king of the stadium. He has his throne because you know, he deserves it. And he is a German, that's right, yeah. And
Is there some animosity between the two countries?
yeah. Yeah. Yes, okay.
Maybe yes. Oh, okay. We stumbled upon something.
We have.
Don't put.
How do you find the English in Amsterdam?
Oh, really?
Really? I've heard that, you know, not everyone loves them, but understandably, I'd say as well. Like, yeah.
Maybe that's just a personal experience that you have.
Well, I mean, I can't hate the English. That'd be weird. So, and this is very tricky. Let's have a little vote then, because you know we've got a big audience here. This is a big game, as they all are. But Jorden is playing well in this competition. He's already beaten a niche, and he's got into this ending. Now, winning positions is very hard in chess because players are much better defenders. Clearly, White is the player trying to win because these pawns, but it's not easy. Even if you get that last position, how do you make progress? Not easy. But it's also very nice because you shouldn't lose. But is he going to win this position? It's a two-result game. Now, if you think he's going to win, let's hear you say, Jorden.
There you go.
There you go. If you think it's going to be a draw, where are the Germans in the crowd? Say, draw. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, well,
We've
well,
outed
we have
the German.
some blue belts.
So, yeah. Yes. So definitely a big fan basis for Jorden here, and I think we found that out already. I mean, Jorden has a family of chess players, great history of chess, and is very likable over here.
Yep.
So
yeah, understandably so. He's a former winner and also extremely popular. Shall we revisit on the subject of Germans? Shall we take a look at Vincent Keimer against Aravind? Vincent, I mean, we had this crazy opening.
we did.
And when we left it, you know, we thought, well, Aravind was going to have to play incredibly accurately, actively, all the words in order to hold the balance. Let's just see how the game progressed.
Yeah, so this was all in Black's preparation, and Black has sacrificed the pawn, but the main idea is to try and grab that bishop, and it looked really interesting. And one of the things about Black's play so far in this tournament, it come up with some exciting ideas, and this is yet another one. So you've got to give him credit for that. The knight came to d2. This was Yovi's suggestion. c6 so that the knight can move. It's pinned at the moment. The queen has to go away. It comes to c4. Knight takes e5, grabbing the bishop pair. So Black now has the bishop pair. But do remember, White is a pawn up, and Black's kingside is rather exposed. Here, I thought maybe queen e7 so that the bishop could come to e6. That made sense. Supporting this square. a5 instead was played. Rook d1, lining up.
Yeah, also getting ready to castle. We saw there was one weakness, or rather a bad memory for Vincent when he didn't castle against Matthias, and
yeah, he
found himself in big trouble. Well, Arjun may be playing on that a little bit because he's like, okay,
yeah,
no castling for you yet.
Not yet. And he now plays b5. I like it. you're never going to grab that pawn as a human because you allow the bishop to start having loads of fun. And this is what black would love to do, get the bishop flying.
Hang on. We got to test the engine here.
Yeah.
As a human, who would grab that pawn on c6?
Any pawn grabbers? Any pawn grabbers?
Everyone is like,
no
way.
No,
Okay, go on. Queen takes c6.
No.
No way.
No. It might be the best move, but no.
I just wanted to test the engine.
The engine loves grabbing pawns, the greedy capitalist bastard. Queen takes c6, but then just this one is coming in.
That's exactly what. Is it going to grab another pawn? Probably is as well.
Well, definitely, without a shadow of doubt. And now we have a couple of ideas. And rather than grabbing that one, what about this little cheeky number? And
well, it's terrifying. Right, Queen d3 is incoming.
I know. And who on earth would play this except for a computer? But a computer thinks white is absolutely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Better as well.
I've just grabbed the pawn. I'm going to convert in the ending. But this is for a human. No human would play this way.
Exactly.
No, you can't play like this.
No.
And this is the difference between, engines and computers. You can't do this. Not when you can't castle. So Queen f4, the much more human move. And now the queen comes out, okay, and the current position, knight is starting to make some moves. Bishop, strange. It seems a little bit passive going there. Why not here and in somewhere? I'm not sure.
Well, maybe a3 is in the air, right?
Maybe a3, but
I don't know what the difference is between bishop e6 and bishop d7.
Let's see. So bishop d7.
Okay, so now we've got some choices. You could castle. That's a very sensible move. You could go a3. I would go a3.
You could even say, I'm going to change plans.
h3.
Maybe the idea of a bishop d7 is just rook e8 and queen takes pawn.
Okay, yeah.
Because if the bishop's in the way, you can't hit the weak pawn. So it's just a simple idea. And if black can win the pawn, then he's got the two bishops.
Yeah.
Very interesting opening
well,
idea.
I would like to go a3.
Okay, so a3.
Question.
I'm going to keep my bishops.
Oh.
I was saying I don't really care for the bishops earlier on, but in this position I like the bishop, and I might even start to do this little number here, get the bishop pointing at that weak pawn.
Okay.
So
I kind of
maneuver it around the angles.
Okay, since you kindly told me your plan, I'm not going to encourage it by going knight b3, which was my original move.
That's what I'm here
for. So let's try with h3.
h3, whoa.
Well, you kind of... Yeah, but I actually just realised that black doesn't have to do anything, so he kind of set me up there. Yeah, rook e8.
Didn't mean to set you up, but I did, yeah.
Because after hg, fg, like who benefited? Black.
Probably black.
Yeah.
I think if black can win this pawn on e5, black should have no problems. I mean, the king side is a little bit weak, but the best... Okay, a little question. What is when you're defending with an open king, what is the best piece to have in front of your king, like on g7 here, to defend generally? If it's not a queen, you can't have a queen. What piece defends your king best? What do you reckon? It's either going to be a bishop, knight, or rook. So who thinks knight? Okay, a couple. Who thinks bishop? Yeah, okay, we got who thinks rook? Okay. Now, I think it's the rook. And I remember Malcolm Payne, international master, doing some commentary, and he basically said, if you get a rook in front of your king, fianchettoed, you just can't get checkmated. And I've had so many games where my opponent has put a rook there, and it just defends everything. It's really hard to get through. So it is a very good formation, having a fianchettoed rook, I found. And I think it's the best defensive sort of strategy you can have sometimes.
I actually think that probably any piece is a good defensive. Because if you're a bishop, you see loads of dragons and stuff, you just literally run with the king to f8 and you go, no mate. And if you put a knight in there, then the knight will sometimes cover squares. But yeah, I agree with you. A rook on g7, especially when you have a pawn on g4 like that, you've got a lot of space as well to
covers everything.
Yeah, because you can imagine if that pawn were on g6,
Yeah.
it doesn't make a great impression.
Purely passive. But it is what, you know, if you're really trying to defend, there's something worth thinking about. And we're still waiting for Vincent to move. No time worries at the moment. And this rook e8 and queen e5 is something he's now trying to find a solution against. And it doesn't, to my eyes, look that easy to stop. And I just think this is about even, really. I mean, I know the computer gives it an edge for white, but I think both sides will be quite happy. Vincent will want to win this game, bounce back from his loss, and he's got an unbalanced position. He's got a chance to do that, but clearly Arvinder has played this opening to get this kind of stuff as well.
Yeah.
See in the background there, well,
is that
there's Anish.
He's on the prowl.
Who do you think's the best dressed? Because I sort of...
I've got to put that to the audience first.
Yeah, I mean, okay, we're going for the best dressed chess player, who it is, because at the start of the show, Fiona, our good friend, mentioned it was... Oh dear, I've forgotten.
Panasa.
Right, okay, Panasa in the challenger section. But who do we think is the best dressed chess player? I mean, you think Keimer? At the moment, okay. Keimer is. Anyone disagree? I think Anish is pretty stylish. Anish is always looking good, you know. I mean, look, he's always going, you know, like a bit of a different colour on his thing. Apart from your shirt yesterday, Tom, that was a good shirt. But yeah, I'm thinking Anish could be the best dressed. Okay.
Well, talking about Anish, how about we check out his game?
Let's go down.
So it was quite exciting opening. Bishop c4 against the Nodirbek.
Do we have any surprising moves here? Probably not.
No, but we have f pawn going forward.
Right. Okay. So again, this is that line which Bobby Fischer used to play against the Nodirbek by putting the bishop here. You're really saying, okay, I've got a nice bishop, and how am I going to make that bishop better? And the standard middle game plan is to put a white pawn on f5. This is like what Bobby Fischer did in so many games, and he won some great games. Why do you want to put a pawn on f5? Because you want to increase the range of that bishop. This pawn is blocking it, and you'd really want to try to make that pawn move, because obviously if the pawn moves, you get the d5 square as well. So this is the big plan that white relies on, and we see that white goes for this after knight f6.
By the way, we should mention why he went knight f6, because if he just castled...
Yep.
Hang on.
Okay, yep.
Quiz.
Quiz time.
Quiz time, guys.
Oh no, I've given it away. Okay. Trap. Okay, so are we going to go for another keyring?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it. So why did black not castle here? In the game, Anish brought the knight back to f6, getting that knight back from the rim. Knights in the rim are dim. Why did black not castle? It looks good. Castle the king. What was the problem? We're giving away a keyring. These keyrings must be worth 30 euros each. By the way, I'll be selling them for 5 euros after the show. I've got a big bag here. No, I won't be, I was a joke. Okay, sorry, who said knight? I heard it over there first. Put your hand in the air so I can see where you are. What are you suggesting? You win a key ring. Knight d5 is a standard idea, and that would be a way to put a bit of pressure. I mean, it's not winning, but it's a bit annoying for black, and it's the kind of idea you've got to watch out for, because you can't take it, because bishop d5 happens, and you lose the exchange, and now you've got to deal with the idea to your bishop, and it just helps white improve the position. I mean, black can defend, but black has to play something a little bit uncomfortable like that, which you don't really want to do. So watch out for knight d5, and do you want to come and collect your keyring? Come up to the front. Do you mind coming up to the front? We'll give a round of applause.
Yes.
Well done. And you've won.
A bit standard for a keyring, but okay.
Sorry?
A bit standard for a keyring, but okay.
Are you being rude? Oh, the move. Oh, right. Okay, a bit standard for keyring, yeah. We're getting a bit desperate here with the moves, that's why.
Okay.
I thought we were saying the keyrings are a bit standard.
No, the keyrings.
Yeah, not the keyrings.
No,
Leave the keyrings alone.
The keyrings are courtesy of DGT.
They are. They're lovely
and they're
keyrings.
beautiful.
They're very nice. And that's why we had knight to f6, bringing the knight back. And by the way, we should point out Anish was offering a draw there, which Prag turned down. Prag's like, no, no, no. And now this f4 occurs with the idea of f5, and f5 hits that pawn on e6. So Anish now castles, and f5 occurs, the standard Bobby Fischer idea. Anish goes rook b8. You've got to get counterplay. b4, a normal way of doing that. Try to bring the rook in. e4 is the target, and you can try to get everything aimed at that pawn on e4. King h1. Best to get out of the way of any checks. And here, Anish decides to take on f5. And, well, this would be another keyring challenge. But what did black play here? So, I mean, sorry, what did white play? Because pawn takes pawn looks natural, but it's not the move that was played. I guess if you do go pawn takes pawn, now black gets this lovely diagonal. And he's just in time to cover knight d5. It's a bit of a race here, right? Because if white could get knight d5 in and get that piece cemented there, he'd be very happy. But black's now got 1, 2, 3 pieces covering that, and white just doesn't have enough. So this would be very nice for black. So what was Prag's idea? It wasn't the simple pawn takes pawn. He's gone. He's gone in. What did he play here? Knight d5, very tempting, and I think a good move. I don't think it's a bad move at all. But maybe now black could capture. Knight takes d5. It wasn't that move. It was the similar. Bishop to. Yes.
Bishop d5.
Or bishop d. Well, bishop d5. You kind of maybe want to keep that bishop because it's such a nice piece. And I think again the simple idea would be this. I know you get your knight in, but I don't think it achieves too much. I think you need this light square bishop to attack in these positions. And this is still interesting because you've got this kind of idea, but it's now...
Yeah, with bishop b7 coming. Yeah, the problem is that you're handing black the light squares.
So any other suggestions? Bishop g5, I heard. That is correct. Well done, sir. We're hanging on to the key rings, though, for that one. We can't be willy-nilly giving them away every second. Especially, you know, we've got to find something harder, I think, for the next one. But bishop g5 is right. And the idea is you're fighting for the center. You're fighting for this square. The knight is the defender of the king, but it also controls the center. So we're just trying to get rid of it. But it's... You're giving up some pawns here. Let's see what Anish played as well, because we do, I think, well, I hope Anish has made a move because he's not at the board. What did Anish play? Can we work out?
He went rook e8.
He went rook e8, preparing to get some action.
And the question here is, how is Prag going to be playing against this? Is he just going to hold the tension? Because as we saw, any e takes f5 is always going to be met with this bishop to b7 business. And thank you very much for the light squares. You don't ever want that.
No, you're right. I mean, if white ever moves this pawn, it seems like black is better because black gets this beautiful diagonal.
And bishop takes knight.
Yeah, it looks kind of normal.
Looks kind of normal, but it's also going to be met with bishop takes.
And now I would love to put something... Let's try this then. Knight d5.
And then let's take...
Because
thank you, Simon.
Pawn grab.
That's right. And then
you're gonna grab that one.
Yeah, and then what I will do is, if you chase me, I'm not going to grab the a pawn because that's just taking too much liberty. I'm going to go bishop e5.
Yeah, you want to cover.
Exactly.
There is some danger to the black king in these positions because the knight is now really nice. So you don't want to offside your bishop. You've won a pawn. One pawn is enough. Just centralize it on an outpost where it can't be attacked.
And then after, if you ever go e takes f5, I guess...
Well, this is a better version for white.
Yeah.
This is very interesting because now, unlike the last time we had this, you can't kick my knight away because I've got this kind of... I've got the best pieces on the best squares that I can ask for as white.
And here, isn't f6
dangerous? This is... Yeah, I don't want to go bishop b7 because f6 is a move I really want to stop as black.
And then...
Because I can attack.
f6 is incoming anyhow.
It is. It's
Whatever.
coming.
I mean, how should black even defend against this?
I think this kind of thing could occur.
I
because,
reckon
again, this is a simple way for White to play after rook e8. Now, it's not the only way that White can play, but getting rid of a defender, getting more control of central square for only a pawn, and giving ourselves chances to attack all makes a lot of sense. Let's show that again. So we get rid of that knight, and we just throw that one in. And you can't allow knight takes bishop check, because it'll ruin your king. So you have to do something with your bishop.
you might as well pick a pawn.
Might as well pick up a pawn. I can't see anything else except for chasing the bishop away. Now the bishop should come here. It's a good central square. I would like to point out that if you get greedy and try to take another pawn, you're opening up my rook, and it feels like something nasty is going to happen to that square before the pawn was blocking the rook. I don't know what nasty thing is going to happen, but something nasty. Where does my queen... How does my queen get in here to that square? I mean, queen g3 looks normal, but it runs into this move, bishop g5.
You kind of want to get your queen to a light square.
Definitely.
Because that's where
I want it over
the
here, don't
arsenal
I?
is. Like a little bishop is there pointing at f7. Yeah, you want it on h5.
Yeah.
Maybe
That's
go
the
queen
ideal
e2
square.
or something.
Queen e2 I like, yeah. Let's have a look at that one. Trying to come over here.
Oh. What's wrong with that?
What
is that
is wrong
time
with that?
again? Well, we get embarrassed. I don't know. Isn't it
Well,
like...
I don't think anything obvious is bad with that, is
Because
there?
it's almost like you could play rook takes f7.
Let's just show if you
Yeah.
move the bishop. So the normal move would be bishop f5. I think it's bishop e6 here. But bishop e5,
Yeah.
the normal move.
And then,
And
is there no
now-
rook takes f7? Okay.
Well, we'd have to play this, wouldn't we? Look at that. It's yo-yo time. Yo-yo evaluation bar time. And the problem is now this one and everything's getting on the file.
Oh, okay. You don't take.
I think...
If you take, there was like knight b4.
Yeah, knight b4,
That-
discovered check, and happy days.
It is...
But I think you go knight b4 first, right?
okay,
Just so you don't give black time to play bishop e6, and next move, well, worst case scenario, we can pick up the exchange. So it's just swapping that around. But, and again, I've cheated by putting on the computer here after queen e2. The move, black has what's called an intermezzo. If he moves the bishop, yeah, bishop e6, defending there. And in this case, the knight's on pre. And that's the problem. So we don't have time to pick this one up because the knight drops.
So that gives me the answer then. You have to go queen d1.
So queen d1 is a brilliant move here. So this is actually, yeah, logical, but only when you've worked it out. And well done, Yovi, for finding it. Because now black can't play bishop e6 because the big difference is we're defending, so we just win a piece. The knight. And if you can't play bishop e6, you have to move the bishop. Otherwise, you're going to lose it and lose the game. And when you move the bishop, now we play knight b4 as we did before. So a lot to think about here. But I like just the simple bishop takes f6. I mean, you could maybe bring the last piece in before you do it, but
Okay, but
this is simple.
Let's have a look at that. Like, so if you just bring the last piece, rook d1 somewhere, what happens after f takes?
Okay, so now if you take here, what if I go...
Queen g3, queen g something.
Queen g, yeah, and because I threaten
Yeah.
so many things. Now look at White's pieces. White's pieces are all on the best squares possible. This bishop, this rook.
You have to go king h8, but that's not good.
This
So
is-
that literally allows bishop takes f7.
Yeah, I
or
mean,
at least.
Yeah, minimum. I'm really just...
Gonna pile up and take on f6. Yeah, I know you, Simon.
I'm
And this
definitely
poor-
going to whipping that one off. That's my whipping the knight off.
And I think you'll be justified. So yeah.
Yeah.
So f takes e. Actually, so f takes e4 is a big no. That means you can go rook.
Yeah, because also niche. If we think logically, if we go back one move, if a niche thought this was a good option, he'd play it now as well. So he's trying to wait with rook e8. So if we just go like without even calculating the position, rook e8 is a waiting move because you're basically saying when you take on f6, my rook is better. So if you play a waiting move, I'll play a weighted move. You don't
Yeah.
even have to calculate. You
And
trust your opponent.
let's just make sure that there is no knight takes pawn in the air.
Okay, so if knight
I-
takes pawn,
You can see the evaluation bar goes all the way up with good reason because of knight takes knight. And the pawn on f7.
it's a real issue.
Good.
Real issue. And that's
It's got
what this
problems.
f4, f5's done. It's opened up this line in exactly the way that Bobby Fischer did.
So what do we think that Prag is going to play? Do you reckon he's going to go rook d1? Do you reckon he's going to go bishop takes knight? What do you think?
I reckon he will go... These are both very tempting moves. I'm going to go rook d1.
Yeah.
Rook d1. I think he'll play rook d1.
What does our crowd think? Rook d1?
Rook d1, we have some shaking
Yeah,
of the head.
we've got some nods of the
nodding.
head.
Bishop f6. Yeah, a little bit of... Yeah.
We can track his eyes. Where is he looking?
Not the tracking eye thing again. Does it work?
Yes.
It does.
Just
Okay.
Bring it up.
You can see Jorden looking there in the background.
Yes, look.
Okay, where's he looking then?
No.
I've no idea where he's looking. Absolutely have no idea.
There was some kind of...
Eye movement.
Look, it was at the bottom.
Okay. I just don't think this works, Yovi.
Okay.
Okay, look, we're coming closer in.
Gosh, we're really up close and personal.
Yeah.
How did you guys manage that? Okay. But I reckon he's going to go rook ad1, just based on his eye movement.
Only based on the eye movement.
Yeah, look, he keeps like...
Okay.
He keeps like
Right in the middle.
making horizontal movements with the eye. Look, there, and again.
I just don't believe it. I just think this is absolute nonsense.
This is like wizardry here.
Okay, so if he plays rook ad1, Yovi has worked out his eye movement.
Yeah.
And we'll have to...
Well, we'll come back
we will.
and see whether I'm right. Okay.
Shall we ask the crowd where they want to go? I mean,
Let's pull up the full...
Yeah, if we pull the
board view.
bird's view, so we can have a look at all... We'll stick with the Masters for now. So you've got all these games going on. The evaluation bar is pretty even in most of them, except for Jordan's. Jordan's has actually got the biggest movement. But where do you... Okay, let's hear a cheer. Anyone? Sindarov, cheer if you want to see that game. Nope. I think I know where the cheer's going to come from. Kamar, cheer if you want to see that game. Nope. We were on Prague. Neiman, cheer. Okay. Van Forest, cheer. Yeah, okay. And Arjun, no interest whatsoever. And win. Gukesh. We have a very low nay.
Okay.
So we know where to go.
We know where to go, and that is Neiman.
Definitely. Over to Neiman. We've got to keep the crowd happy here. Otherwise, we're in trouble.
Okay.
Shall
We're
we-
talking about trouble.
I don't know if we want to go through the moves.
Yeah, let's go through
You
the
wanna go?
moves
Okay.
because this is a
Sure.
really a marquee matchup here because
It is big
our
matchup.
co-leaders are playing against each other. So we left it here, right?
Yeah, around about here, and we'll get up to scratch. Hands half the time of his opponent, and we had this sort of interesting little exchange in the middle where both sides have gained something. So White has gained the two bishops, but mainly this light square bishop has become very powerful. On the other hand, Black has gained pressure against an isolated pawn. So the chances of a decisive result have increased, I'd say, from that. Okay, White comes out. Black attacks that bishop. The bishop comes into the center, and Black grabs this pawn. So now Neiman has actually sacrificed the pawn because there's knight c2 stuff going on. So this is actually whoa. It's actually a proper sacrifice. And I'm just wondering why you can't go into c2 here.
Does he not?
He doesn't go into c2 with something. Now why?
Maybe he was afraid of bishop c5.
Bishop
So you
to-
take once.
Okay, very nice idea. You take and you go here. Does it work though? 'Cause I'll take one.
No.
Oh, there's only one move here. Only one move where black is better. Let's give another key ring away, because we're going to have a break soon.
Okay.
Come on, it's key ring time. We have knight take.
But which rook?
That's that's a very lazy answer. Knight takes rook. I want a key ring. not even specifying what rook. That one.
That one.
What does that one mean? The centre rook. Knight takes the centre rook. No, not that one. No. Okay. Now, anyone going to shout out, knight takes the other rook? There could be a key ring. Look at these beautiful key rings, and all you have to do is shout out, knight takes rook. You can't take that one. You are pinned here. It's black to move. Oh, no. Now, if it was knight takes A1, it'd be really funny. But because because the knight goes to A1. The hands Right. Yes. Yeah. Oh, what do we have over there? Another suggestion? Castling queenside is the right move. Well done, sir. You can actually castle in chess, and we keep forgetting about that up here.
Yeah.
Well done. Round of applause.
But
Come
what?
and get. Do you want to come and get your rook? Okay. The famous rook. The lovely prize there, which you'll, I'm sure, savour forever. Not a problem. There you go.
The big question is like, actually, why is this a good move? Now, if we're being mean, we can put our winner on the spot.
Make him work for that key ring.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Get him to sit up here, and I'll go and have a little nap somewhere.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
Okay, but okay, bishop takes e7.
Right.
What is happening?
So if we take, okay, so this is good because bishop takes e7, and well, one thing I can see is that white is a piece up.
Yeah.
But that rook is attacked. I'm going to move it.
Yes.
I'm going to move it here.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to win the exchange, probably. Because whatever you do, I'm going to now take a rook. So you had it right there at the front. Grab a rook. And then
you just
I've
pin
got king
and win.
Okay, so if you go here.
You can go knight takes rook.
Yeah.
And then there's a pin, so you win by going king d7.
And that is
the end.
Indeed. Okay, so we got there. So let's get up to the game, because it is actually, these little tactical moments are important. And after bishop b3, black decided, no, I'm not going to go. Well, okay, that we didn't actually see why this was a problem. So this idea of bishop takes and bishop c5 didn't work. But a3 straight away is the rather surprising tactic, because I think the knight's going to get trapped. And now let's go for knight takes a1, because it seems to be a common theme in Holland, this knight going to a1. And now we take here, and if you try to jump out, it doesn't have many squares to go to. So at some point you probably grab this pawn first, but at some point bishop d5 is going to be very nice.
Yeah, you can take the pawn.
You can take the pawn on b7 first and do it,
and do some collecting.
Yeah, okay. So c5 played. Bishop takes d4. So we've got opposite coloured bishops now. The knight jumps in.
Watch out.
Whoa, you better watch out. There's forking about. King f8, getting out of that one.
Mm-hmm.
Getting out of that one.
You couldn't castle because bishop takes b7, and the bishop on e7 is loose.
That's right, this one. A lot of tactics actually here, a lot of tactics. And you can't castle this way because of bishop f5 check, and that is loose again, one way. So you have to go king f8. Not the kind of move that black would ideally want to play, because that rook on h8 is now being such a lazy little piece. On the other hand, white's rooks are connected, so that is something worth just bearing in mind. The rook comes to try and pick the pawn up. Bishop f6, guarding, but not really guarding, so can't we go knight takes? The knight does take it. And if black can't remain a pawn up, black's just going to be worse because of the rook on h8.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to swap off all the rooks, and then you'll breathe a huge sigh of relief. But to get there, it's not going to be easy, right?
No.
So that's why the knight moves. It was under fire. And the rook takes rook.
Yep. Rook takes.
And the thing is, you can't just go pawn grabbing with knight takes a2 because, whoops, the rook is going to appear on d7. And look at our old friend on h8.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah.
The bishop's going to increase the pressure on f7, or the knight is going to increase the pressure, and you're basically playing a rook down, and your other piece is not good enough. So you have to be very accurate here. And you also can't go bishop takes b2 because I just come all the way in, win your rook. So you have to try and get your rook out. And now king e7. This is the problem. If black can get that out, black is most likely okay. So Hans now finds another way. He keeps finding these little tactical moves to keep the pressure up. Rook e1. And this bishop now is threatening a check and winning a pawn. Black says, okay, you can have your check. I'm going to take on b2. And Hans like, I'm not going to have a check yet. I'm going rook e2. Mini tactics everywhere here, right?
Okay.
Everywhere.
So let's have a look at, obviously the bishop has to move. So let's go all the way back. Let's just see what's happening there.
Okay, so the bishop goes all the way back.
And that would be a massive mistake because of...
Well, I mean, the first thing I'm looking at is clearly some check with the bishop. I can't see any amazing check. Because if I go and take the pawn check, let's show that. It's equal material, and the king, I think, is reasonably safe. Now, it can't come this way, so I do have another check, but then you just come back, right?
Yep.
And I don't see why.
But there's something winning.
There's something winning.
As
Okay.
bishop f5.
Bishop. So in this position?
Yeah.
So I was thinking this, but then I thought the king could come to...
f8.
Yeah, because if it goes this way...
Wow, then there's like knight d6s.
Okay, I don't really want to go back to f8 though, do I?
But you're okay because you go g6 and king g7. You're good.
Ah, you're just in time. Bishop, where, sorry?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so hang on a second.
I think that's the move. If we go bishop to... Well, if we go here, this just gets out in time here. We've only got check and the king comes out. But I think someone has suggested the move, which looks like the move. Let's see. Did okay, he didn't play bishop f6. The problem with bishop f6, and well done, whoever suggested this, none of these bishop checks are killing moves. The killing move is a3, and well done to whoever suggested that, I think, yeah?
Yeah.
Because the knight doesn't have a square.
Okay, so you have to keep an eye on the a3 square. So this is why you probably have to go bishops either a3 or bishop c1, which looks a bit shaky.
So he's played bishop c1, but if I go a3, how does this help now? I can still go a3 because my knight.
Yeah. Yeah, why was I suggesting bishop a3? That literally gives up.
This is better. This is better than bishop a3.
Yes.
This is. We'll keep that one for a while. Oh, it's so tactical. This.
Oh, hang on a second. You got some counters, right? You got rook to d8.
Rook to d8, but whoa. Okay, but I've got bishop c2 check. Bye-bye. Yeah. Because your only idea is rook here. Let's just show that. And I can gain the tempo now by giving a check and take your knight next move.
Correct, yeah.
But what you might better do, and you're talking about counters...
is a6.
Yes, counter. Now, why didn't this work with a bishop on f6? Let's just have a look, because we've got the evaluation bar. So I just wanted to see why we were saying a3 was winning. What is the difference now with a bishop here rather than on c1? Because this position is winning for white, but with a bishop on c1, according to the evaluation bar, it's not winning.
You still have the same issue, right? That once the knight moves, let's put it... The knight is still trapped, or maybe you can go bishop takes b7.
Yeah, I mean, it might be the bishop keeps on this pawn, we've been told by our producer. Possibly, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because
Okay, let's just take this one. So take king d7, and in the game the bishop's on c1. Maybe it's rook.
Yeah, now there's no.
And the knight's trapped. The knight's trapped.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
if we go rook here, check, because this knight doesn't. The only square it's got is d3, right? So if I check you and then move my knight somewhere.
Aha, and if you go king f8, you've got knight to d6.
I've got knight d6
Oh,
with
nice, yeah.
this one and this one. It's
Yeah.
very tactical. It's amazing. I mean, actually, you know, one thing I've noted in this competition so far, the most tactical positions we're actually getting and when there's least pieces on the board, the king and pawn endings, these kind of endings. There's so many little tactics. And let's just try to explain that again. So it's a very complex position, but the reason the bishop didn't come to f6 is the fact that you need to cover d2. I think this is the major point. You actually need to stop rook d2 because now the forced line is check. No, sorry, we go a3. Don't we? A3. You have to play a6 because if you move this knight, bishop takes is check. So you have to play a6. You have to counter strike. And when you play this move, now I take on b7 with check. If the king goes back, Yovi's pointed out knight d6 with checkmate threats and the knight. So you have to now go d7.
Now you give a check.
And this is the big point. Now white has this extra check. The king can't come to any of these squares. It's all controlled, all these squares. So it has to go back. And now we see the real point. This knight has nowhere to go because we've taken away all those squares. So we just have to move the knight and probably a or c7. And your knight is now trapped. That's the long reasoning behind it.
Yeah, and you've got like knight c8 ideas, bishop takes.
It still goes on a bit.
It still goes on
b8.
with rook b8.
Yeah.
I mean, you still have to work it
So
out.
complex.
Yeah, but
Okay.
bishop c1 played.
Yeah, okay, so bishop c1. And Hans is about to play a move.
Is he going to go a3? He goes rook e1 first.
Is he offering a draw?
No,
No, you don't think so?
no. Because after bishop b2,
Yeah.
isn't there rook? Is there some
Well,
rook
I think we
b1?
just had this position, didn't we?
No, but is there some rook b1?
So we just had this position here. We had this already, yeah?
Yeah.
So we've already had this position. So if rook e2 was played, bishop c1, Hans has gone rook e1, bishop b2 would be a repetition of moves. We've already seen that. So it might be a draw offer. This might be like...
No.
Well, after this, you've got to play something different then.
Yeah, okay, you can't actually go... I was thinking about rook b1, but you can't go rook b1 because rook c8.
Yeah, rook b1, that's a nice idea. Rook c8, and I'm going to be absolutely fine when I swap the rooks off.
And that's as even as it can get. So, no. Okay, so so maybe we repeat once and then go a3. We just gained some... No, you didn't gain any time on the clock. Instead, all you did is got closer to move 40.
Yeah.
Which might be a good thing because Hans is down to 20 minutes on the clock.
This might end in a draw quite soon, maybe. I mean, it's quite a good result for both things. They both stay in the lead. Hans is a bit shorter of time. He's tried all his little tactics, but Black's dealt with them well. So I kind of feel this might just head to a draw very soon.
But it wasn't that clear, right? Like, let's just reanalyze that. Bishop b2, rook e2, bishop c1, a3. I'll change the mind.
So I have to go
you have to go ace.
Okay, so bishop b2's played. Oh, no, bishop d2's played. And now, hang a minute. Is this just going to be a draw? So bishop d2, let's just stick with it for now. It's going to be a draw, I think. Hang a minute, sorry. So bishop d2, rook e2, bishop c1. Is Hans now going to play rook e1, and is it just going to be an agreed draw?
Well, Nodirbek is ready with a pen. Did you see that?
Ready to sign the score sheet and get out of there.
Exactly. He gave Hans a stare, and Hans now has a decision. It's move 25.
Yeah.
He's got 19 minutes on the clock.
Oh, but this is now we're back into this a3 line, aren't we? Is
yeah.
that right?
So either he's going to go rook e1 and repeat.
Yeah.
Or
so rook e1
he's going to go a3.
Okay, so a3 is the only way to play for a win. Should we go for that long line
now?
Yeah,
let's go through that long line.
Okay, so a3, we've worked out that Black has to play a6 because of these discovered checks. It's a stupidly ridiculous position for only having 3 pieces on the board. You have to go a6. Now, if we do the same line as before, we went bishop b7 before, king f8 loses to knight d6. Let's show that, because you have 2 threats. Pawn takes knight, rook e8, checkmate. So you can't go that way. Now, I was thinking you can go this way now, because the bishop on this square stops that check. And you still have this sort of counter strike over here. So why? Yeah.
But you don't. There's a problem, right? Pawn takes knight. Pawn takes knight. And now you've got rook c2, followed by bishop c6.
Okay, but
and may or may not be.
Let's go here, because I don't think you can defend your pawn either.
Sorry,
That's
this
right.
is equal as it gets.
It's pretty equal, isn't it? Yeah.
Bishop c6. I mean,
they're both coming off.
Exactly.
There's no point. You might as well just take the draw if you're going to do this one. So I don't see. Oh, sorry, I'm going the wrong way. So that was with king coming here, and I don't see any way that white can.
You can also go king
on.
f6 as a possibility as well.
Sure, yeah.
I mean,
you
is
might
that
come here as well, yeah. Get the king right out of the way of any trouble. And this seems very safe for black.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so this no bishop takes b7, but do you have any kind of
any other way to play?
Any other checks?
Do you have any way to move the knight even?
No.
And this is always very handy as well, having bishop takes a3. So if I do move the knight, this does count for something as well. But I've covered 2 important things with the bishop, d2, and I can get rid of the knight. So I think it's very likely that hands will repeat, unless he can find something very clever in this position. But his time, he doesn't have a great deal of time to decide. This is important. He's got a, there we see Nodirbek.
Very confident.
Yeah, happy with the way things are going, I expect. Strolling around.
Looking at other games.
Looking at the games. While we wait for the move, can we bring the bird's eye maybe view back on, just so we can see how all the games are getting on, and mainly Jorden, because Jorden had that promising position. Has he made progress? Well, here's the bird's eye view. And remember that the thing you want to look at is the evaluation bar, that white and black at the bottom. If there's more white, white's doing well. And that means Kmar has probably made his advantage increase.
Arjun as well.
Arjun
Arjun
has messed it up, mainly, yeah? Because Arjun had that advantage at the opening, but it's now equal, yeah?
Yes. So I think he's still a pawn up, but his king is in the middle. Okay, we've got to go to that one at some point. And yeah, Jorden is still doing very well, but the question is whether he'll be able to break through. Prague is pretty balanced. Kmar, Vincent is doing well against Aravind.
Yeah, and Sindarov has that small advantage. Nothing's changed there.
But the big question, though, is Hans gonna repeat moves?
Yeah,
is he gonna go rook e1, accept the repetition, or will he play on? He's got 15 minutes on the clock.
Okay. Now, we were waiting before we took a break, but there's only so much time we can wait for Hans. We've got to hand it to him. And, oh dear, that was terrible. I need a break off that joke. Yeah, that's time to have a break, I think.
Okay.
Definitely.
I agree. After that one, Simon, we got to hang our heads in shame and take a break. But don't go anywhere, because during the break, we have Hans Niemann himself breaking down his win from yesterday against Aravind. And it was a good one, so enjoy.
Hans, congratulations. A big win to move 2-3 out of 4. And what a game it was. I'm sure you had a lot of fun playing that.
Yeah, when you play a game, everything was so complicated. And at some point when I tried to calculate everything, I kind of decided just to play logical moves. It was kind of a race between my queenside minority breakthrough. But obviously the opening went very well. He kind of mixed up the order where he included, I had a game against Nihal, which is the same position. However,
actually, let's just jump into it then.
I guess here, the inclusion of A3, this is a line, but the thing is in this position, it's possible, for white to play like this, and it's the whole line. But I simply got the entire thing with a3 and rook b8 included. So that's obviously a free tempo for me. So, you know, it's interesting. Yeah, f5 I really didn't like because his pieces aren't really developed. You know, there was a nice moment here. I guess it was kind of preventing him from playing a4, as I have this really nice motif c4, and then if he takes, and then I take, and you know, the knight is now deprived of the c4 square. My bishop has the c5 square. For example, one line can go like this, and I'm winning the knight. So he really sort of struggled, bishop d2, but now I bring a bishop to f7, which, you know, again, the main target is the d2 bishop. If I'm able to take this bishop, then without that, you know, the attack is not really going anywhere because I have such a blockade on g5.
I mean, the opening really went like a dream for you today.
Yeah, especially the bishop b3. He probably just missed b4 because you know, he's just getting pinned. So that he probably missed, and then I just got so many free moves of development, and you know, at this point, you know, looking at this, you can kind of see ghosts of you know, the king side. But I realized, you know, my bishop kind of looks out of the game, but this diagonal is important to control. My rook can kind of come to b6. So I thought, you know, e2 is also weak. So at some point, I kept trying to trade pieces, but then I realized it's not on a3 is actually terrible. So yeah, this bishop g8 was super subtle. Rook d1, a5. Yeah, I almost let him. Anyways, I can continue. Yeah, this was just, you know, I got the bishop. Yeah, this was.
Yeah, it said earlier, if you get that bishop.
Yeah, I mean, there was kind of tough to decide between b3 because I guess the king a4 I was worried about g5. So I thought, well, you know, b3 forces queen g3, and then this is just so concrete. I thought, well, if this isn't winning, or the good, I think the main point is if take bishop, I have bishop b4 that comes with tempo, and if here queen c7, I could have hold, and I'm going to break through. So maybe he missed bishop b4, but it's so hard to see everything. Yeah, and then e3, I decided just to take because yeah, rook b6 was a nice defense. He always has knight g6 check. I actually almost blundered. I mean, I really like this move, queen e8, because bishop f6 is an idea, perhaps bishop d8, bishop c7 is an idea. He doesn't really have a move. So I was...
What did you almost blunder?
I almost blundered that in this position. Here I play bishop a3. I'm losing because of check, just made. So I was...
That would have been a bit of a cold shower.
Yeah, and I don't like cold showers anymore. But I wouldn't mind jumping into the cold sea.
Are you thinking of doing that at some point?
I did that in Sitges, which I suppose...
The sea is a bit warmer there.
Yeah, perhaps I have to go to the real Russian mountains to do that with bears. Yeah, this was very... Yeah, queen c8 was also a very nice move, and he blundered knight e5. As time was going down, I think here I had a few continuations, but this felt like... I mean, here there's so many ways I could probably win, but this just felt like the simplest. Yeah, and this was a very concrete... I mean, it was not easy to calculate. I mean, for a while, I didn't realize I could actually just take. I mean, you know, it's so counterintuitive that... like here, I think gf6 is the only move.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of position where you watch at home with a computer, it feels like, oh, it's plus so
I mean,
many.
I was taking a lot of time. I mean, for example, let's say I play rook c8. No, it's just a draw. Or maybe I have check in there, but maybe at least it's not easy.
It's
I mean,
not over.
It's possible that this is still winning, but I mean, I much prefer the rook on c2 to keep the king restricted. Yeah, and then, you know, here for some reason I thought, wait, let me do this first. But this is actually not great because after this check, here's here, and if here, then check in. You get this, you don't want to get stuck in that square. But then I realized
Queens are tricky pieces.
Yeah, because I mean, my initial winning idea was to play king h4, take, and then here. Oops. No, it was to play.
Go with king.
No, sorry. You have to play queen e8 check. To have e4. Now I go king h4, queen e4 here, check, and I'm kind of running away. I mean,
You figured out your escape. You thought you were escaping. The
Yeah, I
checks.
think I have king e4 here, and it's similar to the game. I mean, if yeah, I thought this sort of had to be winning.
I mean, surely the king can hide
Yeah,
somewhere
exactly.
behind
Yeah,
the
I
pawn,
kind of
maybe,
saw
right?
once. I mean, I thought this was. I mean, I thought, well, I don't really see another move. So, I guess this was nice, and knight e2 is especially because my king kind of hides. And I had a game with, I guess, king with queen on a game where my king hid in a similar fashion. I don't remember against two, but yeah, this is really nice game.
An enjoyable one.
Very much so. I mean, so many sacrifices, such imbalances, many moments where you can make a mistake, so you feel the tension. Obviously, with black, to win like this is a huge gift in such a difficult tournament.
You are, in general, I can take this off here, thank you. You're, in general, of course, a confident player, a confident person, I want to say. But today, I talked to you and Carissa before the round, right? You were some of the only people who would talk to me before the games. And I could feel, I had a feeling you were especially confident today. Did you have that sensation too?
I think after I saw how the opening went, that would be an accurate assessment of how I felt. But you never really know how things will go in a classical game. It's very possible to have a super quiet, boring theoretical game where you make a draw. But Arvin's a really interesting player, so kudos to him for going for an interesting game, which allowed me to show my best chess. But I guess in classical chess you kind of just hope. First of all, you get a game, and then you try to wake up and realize you have to play chess and you can't just recite theory. So that's sort of the stage of mindset you have to be in for this type of tournament.
It's interesting, right? Because I feel every year in Wijk and Zee we get so much fighting chess. Like it's very rare that a day goes by without a few really combative games. What do you think makes this tournament somehow stand out?
I think it's such a, it's probably undoubtedly the most prestigious classical chess tournament really in history. I mean, aside from the World Championships and all that. So people take it very seriously. Everyone's very motivated. I think especially the players playing the candidates view this as their main warm-up. So you always have an eclectic mix of talented players as well, which is certainly conducive to fighting and entertaining play. So I would say everyone's very motivated. Winning an event like this is as you say, before you die. You don't have to go to Rome, but before you die, you have to win this tournament. So I'm not that stressed yet. But yeah, I think it's just a very special tournament, and it's rare to have so much history. And a lot of the, let's say, perennial chess tournaments have kind of fallen off, but Wijk has remained.
I think it's going to be a very exciting race this year. You know, I interview you guys, obviously, and I can feel there's a few of you that are very, very hungry for the title this year.
Well, I think you have such a great field, all the really young top players, and I'm sure that there'll be a very, very interesting finish and tournament to watch for all the fans, and far more interesting than a blindfold exhibition happening.
Speaking of the fans, I saw that moment in Kolkata just last week when you had a fan holding up a sign in the audience, and I feel you're gaining more and more in popularity. Do you appreciate that support from the fans?
Well, obviously, it's great to have the support of the fans. I think 2 years ago, here in the Challenger, they came with like T-shirts, like something like chess, some variant of Chess Speaks 12, and 4 of them had matching T-shirts. And I didn't do well in the Challenger, so perhaps that was a distraction. But generally, I think it's motivating. It's amazing to see fans in chess, especially seeing them in person. I mean, especially when you have the opportunity to inspire children and up-and-coming players. I think that's the greatest impact you can leave.
So you enjoy playing in the playing hall here alongside so many amateurs?
Yeah, there was one moment where I had to shush a kid politely, but other than that, you're pretty focused, and the crowd is very good about being quiet. I think these are experienced chess fans, not people who will scream if there's no evaluation bar to evoke.
It does feel like there's quite a lot of chess history and a lot of respect for chess in the Netherlands.
Of course, well, most of if you look at the amateurs, it's quite an elderly field, so they're certainly more mature than most onliners.
Hans, thank you so much for sharing. Congrats again on a really nice win, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
And speaking of Hans, we left you all on a cliffhanger. Would Hans take a repetition? Would he force the draw? And we do have an answer for you, because it is no. After some thought, he actually played something different.
Yeah, he started with a3, so he could have gone rook e1 here, and then they shake hands, they agree a draw, go into the rest day, and enjoy themselves. Instead, he fights on. He plays a3. We saw this. Black is forced to play a6. This knight can't move anywhere because the bishop will eliminate it with check. So a6 forced, and then he found another way to keep the game going. It's not taken on b7. It's not taken on h7. He goes the other way. He goes all the way to b1. Bishop b1, check. Now, what is the point of this move? Well, first of all, there's always this pawn takes knight hanging, but your knight is hanging. If somehow you can move this knight, let's say, for example, king d8, which would be a blunder. This is what Hans would love, because now he can move his attack piece and keep this threat up. So if the king goes here, knight d6. And you have the threat of taking here and the threat of taking here, and black can't deal with all of those moves. So you can't go that way. The same can be said with king f8. You go knight d6 again, and this is slightly different because you have the threat of rook e8 checkmate and the threat of taking the knight. So another move that black can't play. So that leaves only two options for black, king d7 or king f6. So let's look at king d7 first. Now, Hans's idea, I think, is that his bishop stays on this diagonal, which it wasn't in the other line, so he has one more way to keep causing black problems, and that's bishop f5. Nearly checkmate, well, not checkmate because of king d8, but
it's forcing the king to go to an inconvenient square. You mean you have to go to c6?
You only choice. And
so,
yeah.
And you know what? There's going to be knight a7 in the air, knight d4 in the air. So, like, Nodirbek is like, I want none of that. I'm just going to put my king on f6. Simple chess. And now, with king on f6, then presumably White will have to move the knight, and the game continues.
Yeah, I think the winning line here is check and knight c8 check. So this has this very clever idea. You've got to keep chasing the knight, otherwise I'll win your knight. And now there's knight c8, and that is the major problem. You have to give up the exchange, and in that position, black's pieces are very badly placed. So as Jovi says, after bishop b1, king f6 was played, keeping out of all of those issues and keeping the idea of capturing the knight on b5. And this is where we are.
Yeah. So I'm expecting knight d6 from White, attacking b7. And, you know, you got eyeballs on f7.
Yeah. So what happens if I take on a3? So black is now 2 pawns up if you play this. 2 whole pawns. But is the king in some trouble here? Is this king now starting to feel the heat a little bit? I mean, you got knight e8 check, and the king has to go to g5. It's nearly mate.
Actually, if you went h4, it would be mate.
It would force.
Or f4,
It would force black to let's say you played a5, knight e8.
You'd have to go rook takes knight. That's probably not that easy either.
And even that's so complicated. But he's playing very, very bravely here, and he has gone in with knight d6. He's actually playing for checkmate in this position, which is practically an ending. Now, knight d6 played, and there may be a better move than bishop a3. Maybe black should start moving this knight back to help, but this is obviously key. And Jovi was suggesting this very clever move here. But let's also have some fun and see what happens if you go knight e8. Because
king goes to g5?
you always have to think about this.
Yes,
but if the king,
but I'd like to
Yeah,
survive with the...
Okay, now can I keep checking you and have some real fun here? Oh, yes, I can. We'll come here. Where does this king go? It's actually getting itself in some problems. Now, if you go forwards, you are a brave, brave player. Or very stupid. Because there's rook f5 here,
H2.
here.
King h2, sorry.
Yeah, king h2 is nice. I like it. Just, so you want to go g3, but king takes here. This would be a beautiful way to checkmate. What did you call that? The pawn checkmate was the... Did we have a name for
yeah,
it?
there is a name. Maybe we can ask the audience. If
I
people
can't remember.
Simon
I
can't
have
remember.
no idea.
So he reckons no one will remember.
Well, I'm sure people have got better memory than me, but I can't remember what the checkmate is called.
Okay, well, it's to do with a biblical story where the little guy beat the big guy.
Yeah.
David and Goliath, checkmate.
David and Goliath, and that pawn just comes up. So you clearly can't go that way with the king. There's some fascinating lines here. The king just can't come forwards. If it comes forwards, it's going to get mated. So it has to go to h6. The only way to go. And I guess Hans can either try to keep coming forwards.
Well, g4 looks really scary. Well, look at this. He's setting up a checkmate.
We'll go back to the game because it is really exciting. Hans only has 6 minutes left now, and there's still a lot of moves to play. So knight d6 is played. Now, this pawn wasn't captured. Instead, Nodirbek played the more quieter but more safer move of bringing the knight back to try and... Well, for a start, this stops that idea of rook coming to e5 check. And Hans, therefore, doesn't go here because he doesn't have this rook e5 anymore. That was kind of key. But he plays h4. And it's trying to weave a net still around us. I mean, actually now, yeah, you mentioned this. Sorry, knight e8.
Yeah, knight e8 is coming.
Big threat.
And...
maybe this as well. These
actually, how do you get your king out of dodge?
You can't.
You can't. So
wow.
So you literally probably have to go bishop takes a3.
Okay. I mean, I don't see any way you can. Yeah,
I don't see it. Like if you go
way.
g6, knight e8, and you still have to go rook takes knight.
Yep.
So you might as well pick up the pawn.
So we could get to this ending with bishop takes a3, and we're forcing white to play this knight e8 check. Well, g4 here is intriguing. I quite. I mean, this is. Oh no!
And then you have to go g5. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. We should show checkmate.
Checkmate. Wow. So g4 is one possibility, but you can force an ending with this. You have to eliminate it. There's no other moves, and this ending with equal material, black having connected past pawns, but white having the rook. Very hard to assess this as well. I mean,
especially with the king on f6 being so vulnerable to g4 ideas, and the white rook is so active as well.
And bishop e4 is quite annoying as well, right?
Oh, Nodirbek in a spot of bother here.
Yeah, it's a little bit uncomfortable for Nodirbek. And that was this position after this very clever h4, setting up mating nets. We'll look at bishop takes in. Now, we just looked at knight e8. This was the way to really try and checkmate.
Yeah.
Go for checkmate, because you can't go h6 to stop this, because I go g5 anyway. And you have to, again, take here, but this wins the whole rook. So actually, I like this g4. G4 looks incredibly scary. That other ending I'm not sure about. It's probably better for white, but this g4 is much more to the point. Checkmate ends the game. Let's go for it.
It does end the game. Okay, so that kind of does force black to probably go, now I think about it, probably should go g6. The reason, at first I was advocating for g5, but then I feel like this favors white a lot because this bishop on b1 is going to have eyes on h7.
Yeah, and you can now play pawn takes, and this forces black's next move. You
King.
can't take this because a knight of 7. You have to go here, and
Yeah.
black's a pawn up, but it's immensely complicated. For example, I go knight f5 check, and
Yeah.
remember we're always talking about the rook on h8, and in this position that rook on h8 is again the major issue, because coming forwards seems, well, too risky. So you'd have to come back. Black's a pawn up in this kind of position, but the rook is trapped. Still hard to assess who what's happening here.
It feels like white is the one.
White's the one pushing.
Exactly. Well, yeah, you know.
So I like your idea. So Yovi was saying rather than risk this as black, can
go
you go
G6.
can you go G6? Because now I don't have the same options, and King G7 is becoming an idea. And maybe now we get this ending, because I don't think this helps too much, because the difference now being that the rook is free to come out. I mean, I say that knight E8 is still very interesting.
Yeah, well, it's also super interesting. Instead of so now go knight E8.
Okay, so
Rook takes, and now you can go G5 check just for fun.
Right, forcing the king back.
And how ironic. That's actually not the best move.
Yeah.
Even though it kind of keeps the king
Yeah.
in its cage.
This is
interesting.
According to the engine, a better move.
Right.
But this ending, still 3 results, right? I mean, this is an ending with, you're not just playing for a safe advantage. You're playing for all of those results, because if those pawns, get going.
Yeah, we saw yesterday, Erwin defeated Chucky in just that way.
He did.
But here it's a little bit kind of feels different, because the rook on E8 is so active, and as you mentioned, the bishop is coming out to E4.
Saying that, I mean, I know the evaluation is slightly in White's favour, but if I didn't know about the evaluation bar,
No, I would prefer white, just on the fact that the rook is so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start pushing. Let's,
Okay, so
A5.
now bishop to E4.
Bishop E4, and
Oh, there you go.
maybe
Oh,
you're
I see.
taking,
You
I
go
don't know.
bishop.
No, White's definitely better, isn't it? Because if I can't make these pawns dangerous, I think you will just take this one, right?
Yeah, but it's just, I don't know whether the inclusion of G4 is actually beneficial for white.
No.
It's a complicated one.
Let's come back to it, yeah? So
Yeah.
they're fighting hard, and that's what we want to see here. Hans could have taken that draw, but instead he's really playing to be the leader on his own and showing great confidence. And you've got to admire him for that.
Yeah, and things are getting critical in some of the other games. Okay, so let's take a look at Vincent Keimer against Aravind, because well, Vincent never ended up castling, but he ended up doing other things instead.
So A3 was played. Vincent a pawn up with white, but black has the 2 bishops, and black is trying to take that pawn on E5. Queen comes to G3, and now rook E8, which we expected to try and get this pawn back. But the idea behind white's last move is that you can play F4. You can't take on pass on.
Because of knight. Oh yeah, you can't. And I was going to say knight takes, but
Yeah, as well. And but this is now a nice pawn on E5, a nice extra pawn. H5 played, black.
maybe that was the wrong move, because it does allow knight F3, and suddenly the knight transfers itself to an outpost.
I think Vind might have missed this knight F3.
Yeah, because it is giving up a pawn as well. Bishop takes E3, but of course you do have knight to G5, and I think he's just had a bit of a blind spot.
This knight G5 looks very strong. And we have a couple more moves. The rook comes to G7. The knight comes into G5. I would be very tempted just to eliminate it, but he plays H4, and it's trying to divert the queen away so you can take on E3, and that does happen. Queen takes, bishop takes E3, and the queen calmly comes back, hitting that bishop and freeing up the H-pawn to go. But look how that knight has gone from the passive D2 square to this square hanging around black's king. Fortunately, you have the rook, the fianchetto rook, so you'll never get checkmated. I bet he will now, after I've said that. He's bound to now.
It's looking likely, right?
I mean,
Well, okay, the bishop has to move.
the bishop most likely has to move, so let's put it back somewhere over here.
Somewhere.
For example. And...
Okay, you've got I was thinking h3. But whether... Maybe your plan is going to come into consideration, though. h3, rook takes...
G5.
And now, what I want to do, Simon, you might like it, you might not like it, but I wanted to go
Oh, yeah.
Is this any good?
You just want to
It's
try
not our pieces, so we can have some fun. And if it works, it's pretty simple.
You can't get checkmated with a fianchetto rook, so I'm going to calmly just come here and say, no, mate.
Okay, now the queen goes to the...
H
Queen h3, yeah. I'm coming.
I'm not panicking yet. Yet. I'm kind of panicking already. Okay, come on, show me. Let's take it.
Queen h8.
King has to come here.
Queen h5.
King has to come here.
And now I should invite everyone to the party, or I should agree a draw.
Oh, look at f6 though.
Yes.
That is. I mean, I don't think black is threatening anything, because if you go here, I take everything and take on d7. Rook h7, I take it.
Yeah.
So maybe.
Maybe knight g3.
Yeah, I just want to slowly bring more reinforcements
Knight
in.
g3, knight. Yeah, I love it.
Yo-yo in to f6 with a killing idea. So yeah, this is scary.
Yeah, although I think you probably have to take some desperate measures and go bishop c7. And knight e4.
I'll try taking this one, right?
Yes. Don't believe it, though.
No.
Don't believe it.
Okay,
well,
so it's looking good for Vincent.
Looking very good for Vincent. Also, got great news for our Dutch crowd, because Elina Rebus is winning her game. Looks like she is going to get onto the scoreboard as she has a winning position against Daniel Juffer.
Very exciting Sicilian. Last time we had a look, the queen had moved in to try and get some attack against White's king. The good thing for Elina is she has a lot of protection around her king, and she's ready to come and attack. So she plays h5, the move we expected. Simple idea, g5, g6. h6, black thinks, I can't allow that. That's going to crush me. I'm going to try and stop you, but now White just keeps going forwards. f4, renewing the threat, and no back down. Oh, look at this. This gets so exciting. Black plays b4, attacking the knight. Where can the knight go? Has White lost a piece? No, no, no. We don't even bother doing anything on this side. Forwards, g5. There's a race situation going on. Black takes there, White recaptures. Who's going to checkmate first? Knight g4, whoa.
Wow, that's a fancy move if there was one.
But you play a fancy move, I'll play. Okay, this has to be a key ring moment.
Okay.
It has to be a key ring moment. Get the key rings out.
I hope it's not queen takes knight.
It might be. It might be a double bluff. It might be a double bluff. We've got these lovely key rings that you can win.
Courtesy of DGT.
Very, very nice. They're probably, well, a good momentum of your time here. What move, and it's maybe not even the best move, did Aline now play? And it's a crazy position. It's all about attack, attack, attack. What did she play here? Where did that come from? How did you get that on the first guess? We're trying to make this difficult, and you get it straight away. Were you cheating? No, 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 no.
Okay, well, let's ask for the follow through.
Okay, knight f5. And what are you doing if I take the knight? I'll throw a draw. I think pawn... Well, yeah. Well done. You win a key ring. Congratulations. A round of applause. Do you want to come and get your lovely Keyring. It has to be a knight because you found a great knight move there. Well done. You found a great move. No worries. Congratulations. And this is a brilliantly imaginative move, which our crowd got instantaneously. You Dutch lot, you're just hackers. You just like attacking.
I did tell you, Simon.
I know. They see it.
I
King,
literally
they go for
said I have some chess stereotypes, and the Dutch, they're just hackers.
Is that right? Is the stereotype of the Dutch chess player being a coffee house hacker and slasher?
Yes.
Attacker, is that right? No?
No. We literally
No?
give
Oh,
them
okay.
sacrifices, and they find it.
Immediately?
Immediately. And I said, how many people are pawn grabbers? No. Very few.
No, they don't like grabbing. They like giving.
They like giving pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is a beautiful looking move, and this knight has to be taken. It was taken, and now we offer a draw. It was turned down, so the knight comes in, and that knight can now move. What a piece that knight is. You're also attacking this knight. You're attacking a lot of things. Rook to e8, and rather than just going, I'm gonna take that piece. No. She wants checkmate. She takes on f5. Getting ready for knight e7. Bishop takes f5. Knight e7 check. This is crazy. Walking into a pin. King to f8, saying, okay, I'm ready to take you on e7. Still very complex here. Don't look at that evaluation bar too much because it's so easy to go wrong. And now another great move here because you are losing that knight, most likely. I mean, you can play rook e1, but she's not the kind of player that goes sideways. She likes going forwards. h6. And the idea of this one is if you go rook takes knight, I take on g7 check. And if you go king there, I queen. If you take the pawn, I take your rook. h6, brilliant move, but black calmly takes on h6. And now if you take there, I will take your knight. So what is happening here? What is happening? If we count the material, it's one pawn up for black. And it's all about the... Well, black's king is clearly in more danger than the white king. The white king, very, very safe at the moment. This bishop defends that weak point there. But you've got to do something about rook takes knight.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, if you have any suggestions, do feel free to shout out. It's one of those positions where it doesn't matter if you're wrong because there's a lot of moves here and there's a lot of moves we could try out. No move, by the way, has been played yet. Any suggestions what you would go for here? Rook, sorry, where? Rook d5. Whoa. It's a nice idea. Apart from... But it's a nice idea. It's a major blunder, but it's a nice idea. We'll stick with that. We've got to be nice to our audience. Queen takes d5, only move. With that one, she's going to make a move.
She just goes g6?
Whoa, look at this move. This is brilliant. So we saw the idea of going g7. And she's got, boom, g6.
She's played it.
She has. And
beautiful.
The point is, if rook takes e7, which you might have to do sooner or later, because it also opens up this little one. And that one's quite dangerous, right? So if you go rook takes e7, her idea is the brilliant g7. Whoa.
You have to
you have to take it.
Yeah, you have to take it. King takes g7, queen takes rook, and it's more or less game over.
Is it, though? Is this game over? Because it's still...
Yeah.
Well, it's still equal on material. It's actually, on points, it's equal. I mean, you've got to win this. The king is very exposed.
That's the problem. The king is lifting its skirt and showing the white army its bits. No.
That's the kind of thing I would say and get in trouble with.
Well.
I'm glad you said that. Not me. The kilt is off. And this looks really good if this is played. And the time situation, well, Jaffa is much shorter on time. And she's an absolute maniac, this play.
Absolute.
It's no going...
But she's in her element here. This is probably the best that black can do, but
It's
I mean,
really-
there's so many, like, bishop takes h6s in the air in that resulting position. I mean, there's so many sacrifices.
Oh, look at this. There's rook takes there as well. I mean, like, let's say you played... Oh, I'll just play a very calm move. There's nothing going on. I don't have to be worried about anything. Ah, rook takes. Look at that. Because if you... Oh, look, I've got a rook on pre there. Thank you very much.
Oh, no, my rook.
That is checkmate. It's actually checkmate, which is bizarre. You can't go anywhere. So there's even ideas like that. So Jaffa is having a long think here. And we are very confident if she could just hold her nerves. She's got to be nervous now. She's, you know, had a bad run so far. So the nerves must be getting to you.
Yeah, talking about nerves, talk about momentum changes.
Yeah.
I also got some massive news.
Yeah.
So Elena looks like she's doing really well. But Arjun Erigaisi, he's going to go down. And we do have to do an action replay. And I almost feel, Simon, I'm just going to give you a sneak preview. There is going to be a quiz of the day.
Quiz of the day. More key rings. Whoa!
Like,
So-
it really is a quiz of the day.
Okay, so if we can avoid showing that board,
Yeah,
we'll
don't-
try. We'll try to avoid
Try-
showing the live board if we can.
Yes, can we do that?
And, okay, so it looked like Arjun had a good opening, but as we were saying, I might have shown it.
You're not showing
Idiot. I might have shown it.
No.
No one was looking, were they?
it? No.
No, good.
Did you
I'm
show
sure
it?
I did, but I don't think.
Simon,
But no one saw it.
you got away with it.
Well, I'm not sure about
Happy?
that. I think we got an observant crowd here.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so the opening was, it looked like it had gone wrong, but we'll go for it extremely quickly.
Yes.
And here, queen takes e5 was probably the better way to play, and Vladimir had sacked a pawn because, let's remember, the white king, you know, practically speaking, this was the thing, is a long way from getting safe. And now, this position, white's a pawn up, but with that dodgy king. So white now trying to get the king safe. Better make sure I don't miss this move. And the knight comes in, threatening that pawn. White just wants to get castle. Black trying not to allow that castle. Rook d1, peculiar move. The queen stops the bishop from moving, so you still can't get castled. f3, f5. Look at this, trying to blow the position open.
Yeah, it
Pawn
already
takes-
feels like it's gone wrong for white.
I'd much rather be black here.
Yeah,
Who
it's-
cares about the pawn?
It's the king's safety.
Yep, it's all about the king's safety. And this is something computers don't really understand as much, you know, practically. So b4, knight comes back, bishop b5, queen b6, and they dance around a little bit.
And that's the problem, like, white is never allowed to make the move, you queen f2 and get the king castled. So Arjun has to tread it so carefully in this.
And now we had this position remaining with the white king stuck in the middle. And white trying to lash out. White does have that extra pawn. It's still very balanced. Now this allows the black knight access in. Rook c6 played, threatening that pawn. Queen d5, hitting the rook.
And this is
And
the
it-
moment.
And it looks like everything is covered here. That knight covering a lot of squares. Right, get ready. The keyring moment. The keyring is ready. We got a lovely black rook on sale here. Normally going for 20 euros, but yours today for a mere brilliant move. Okay, black to play. What is the move that black played here? And it might not be winning, but it's the best move on the board because it's still obviously a crazy position.
And actually, it's not a completely winning move, but it's brilliant, and it actually caused Arjun to collapse.
What would you play? Oh, sorry, queen e3? Okay, let's have a look. So queen e3 is the first suggestion now. How confident are you, sir? Pretty confident? Do we think the evaluation bar will stay where it is, or will it change?
Okay, let's put it on.
Queen
the
e3
moment is now.
Is it gonna go funky?
There's the queen takes rook.
It's a nice idea because you want to bring the knight in, And it looks dangerous, even
But
though you're giving up the rook.
Work with that idea. Queen e3 is the critical moment because we are going to really have to catch up with the players. I'm giving you a big hint.
Okay. Who said rook c3? And what if I take it?
Then
no, keep going.
Keep going.
Come
Keep
on,
going.
be confident.
Work together.
Be confident.
Work with the idea. Queen e3, then the knight is forced to block.
Yep. Ah,
Knight
but I
F-
think behind one, you got the right idea, but we have to give it to the first guess. So you kind of both won, but we've only got limited.
Well, we can give two
away?
We can give two
Okay,
away
let's
for
give
this
two away.
combined.
So, babe, do you want to come up and get your prizes? And okay, we'll pass them down. Here you go. Somehow. Actually,
think
do you
this
mind coming
gentleman-
up? You can win a prize as well, and you can pass the key ring as well back. Well done. Round of applause.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well done. Brilliant.
And we have to show this because it is absolute genius case, really cinema. So
Yeah. Well done, by the way. And
congratulations. But the point is rook c3, you just give your rook away. Knight takes rook is impossible because then you come in with the queen to e3 and then watch this. The knight has to block and now you come in and threaten checkmate, knight f4. And you're attacking the queen, but you're threatening knight g2 checkmate.
So if we play queen d2 here, then knight g2 is the end.
And it's like it's like complete suffocation.
Yeah.
Beautiful shot. And let's catch up with the players because they're making moves very quickly. And this move just completely shocked Arjun. I don't think he even contemplated this whole idea of rook c3.
So the best move here was some counter idea with d7,
But already, you're on the wrong track.
Yeah.
Right?
And after now the bishop came back, because your rook's not on pre, we go to the first suggestion, a very good suggestion from the front of the crowd. Now the queen can come into e3 because you get the same kind of attack without your rook. Knight f4 is a monstrous idea. So White begs, saying, please exchange queens. Please, I need to get the queens off. But Black's like, okay, well, I don't mind because I get my knight in. And Arjun goes, oh, thank goodness for that. I've exchanged queens, but there's still this major problem. White has to defend that one, and now the bishop flies in. It's all converging on the e2 square here. There's so much happening here, and the time situation where they're both they're both okay. It's move 33. The only move I can see to try and not lose everything is rook d2, but maybe this is not good enough. Let's try, because I've got everything's been attacked. I'm just threatening bishop takes e2, winning a piece. You could go king here maybe as well.
Can you not go bishop takes e2?
Let's try this one.
Yeah, bishop takes e2.
Bishop takes e2. I mean, this is probably...
And if you take...
It's just losing ending, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can just take everything, right? Rook takes...
Yep, rook takes. Rook
Knight takes.
Knight takes here. And now,
And then
oh, thank goodness for that. Yeah, get rid of that pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Phew. And this is just completely winning.
It's busted.
Completely winning for black with the rook versus the bishop. There's no real targets. The rook can defend that pawn. So, yep, you can. It's all right. Shout out if you've seen something we've missed. It's very likely. And it might just be bust. This might just be Arjun going down with the white pieces. I mean, if you try king here...
Well, rook takes.
I'm just going to go piece up. Rook takes, bishop takes.
And the d pawn is still falling.
Oh, this is your one hope, but I don't think you can keep it. I don't see how you can hold on. Is this resigns?
It is.
I think this could be resigns for Arjun.
It really is. I mean, it's been complete collapse after rook to c3.
Yeah.
d7 was the only try for white, and now...
This was an amazing move.
Yeah, absolutely. That's
Move
why
of the
I was
day.
like, move of the day, quiz of the day, and that's why I was worthy of 2 rooks.
2 rooks we gave away. Well done for finding it. It was good. Good stuff. And yeah, I mean, there's nothing that can be done after the way the game went. I mean, I think this would have, and again, we're using the evaluation, White had to try something to get some, counter chances. So use that asset, use the d pawn. But the way the game went, the queen came in, the knight came in, The bishop came in. They all just flew directly in. And is Arjun, do you think he's going to resign now? Or no, he's going to play a move. What's he going to try?
He's going to try, okay, he tried king d2, but rook takes e2 is a natural move.
Only move, probably.
Because if you go bishop takes knight,
Yeah.
then king takes e3,
Yeah.
bishop takes rook. Okay, and now you've got rook d2, and that pawn is alive.
Yes, this is actually a little bit unclear because the pawn's so strong and the bishop's so bad. You might put your bishop on. You don't want to put your bishop on a4. You might as well move it off the board if you're going to do that. So this would be very unclear. So we just got to see, will Vladimir find the pretty obvious rook takes e2? If he does, it's a whole piece because you pick up this pawn with check, and he's got to find this. He's got to find this. This is not that hard to find. The rook's attacked, and he has. Of course he's found it. Rook takes e2. Rook takes e2. The bishop is obviously best. You attack the rook. Erwin always seems to be everywhere, doesn't he? Every time I look, Erwin's there.
Usually that's a niche.
Yeah. And now rook takes d6 is a whole piece.
Okay,
and where'd you move the king?
Well, there's one teeny tiny issue that black has to be careful about, because rook takes d6.
Yeah.
The king goes e3, suggesting a random square. And now, if you think that g6 is going to get the king out of trouble, well, you're in for a nasty shock.
Yep. The last chance is the back rank idea. And thank you. Oh, I'll just run to g7. Nothing to worry about here.
Exactly. Well, that's the only trick I can see.
And it's hot. These little bishops are so sneaky. The little assassins, you forget about them. Yeah. We're not giving away a keyring for that one, I'm afraid. No. We can't give away our every... How many have we got left? I think we're running out.
I think we are running out, yeah.
We're going to have to get another bag of keyrings. The everlasting bag. And so the only thing you've got to deal with is that one, and you just got to stop the... I mean, I can keep having some fun here, can't I, as well, and come in.
He's taking the pawn.
He's taking the pawn with check, so this is the current position. By the way, the king has to go to e3. It does go to e3. You can't go here, knight check. And can you, if you go here, I can take this pawn with check, and can I just swap off with rook f? I don't know, maybe that's a bit silly.
Let's try.
So we're going to try.
How far can we go?
We're going to try to take as many pawns as we can. This forces, oh no, you can go up. You can go up. I forgot kings
but
could
you've
go
got
up.
bishop takes f3 check.
Yeah. And now,
And now knight, now knight to g6.
Okay, it is winning. And actually, I'm just going to put my rook back here sooner or later.
Exactly.
I'm not going to allow any funny business.
And there's no rook c6 at the end of the day that could prolong white's chances.
This is a whole piece for nothing.
Yeah.
This is completely game over. And we expect that Vladimir will win this shortly. I don't know if we stay with it until the handshake.
Well, Arjun's a fighter. I don't think he's going to give up until his very last breath in this position. So, okay, let's just wait and see what happens. Okay, he goes for this rook d3. Are we going to see resignation from Arjun?
The king
runs
comes up. We're seeing this line.
Okay, bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn. He's done it. This is going the way we thought. Just taking everything with check. And now the king comes up, takes the pawn, and knight g6 and rook d8 is the simplest because your knight's attacked. That gets rid of the problem with the knight. The white king's very exposed here.
And the only thing you need to worry about is back rank checkmate.
Yeah.
So
the king comes to f5 because you want to stop bishops covering that one. So the king stops that. And now the back rank needs to be stopped. What? Oh. Did you see that? What happened there? Whoa, that was a heart attack moment. It looked like he mouse slipped there and put the rook there, but rook d8 was played, and it's just a whole knight up here. You stopped all the threats. White, I think Arjun has to resign here. I mean, you can't even try to play on in this position. Yovi mentioned rook c6 as an idea, but the bishop covers that one.
Exactly.
And Vladimir realizes he's winning, confidently walking around.
Well, that's a mistake, though, because if you're seated, it's easier
To
to extend your hand in resignation.
It's true, yeah.
Whereas if you're not present,
it's harder to resign.
it's harder to resign, and then you just, through inertia, you play a few moves here and there. But
big win.
big win for Fedoseev.
Yeah.
Who will move to +1 with that victory.
Can we bring up the bird's eye view, maybe? Let's just get an overview of what's happening in the.
And it's a fighting day
Masters.
of chess, Simon. You know,
It is.
because it looks like Hans Niemann. Well, I think he had a small advantage. I don't know what's happening right there in that unbalanced endgame. Also, Gukesh looks like he's grinding out an advantage against Win with the black pieces. And I don't know what's... It looks like Anish is actually also doing the same to Pragnananda.
Yeah, and I think we've had a bit of a blunder in one of the games, so we can go there. And Sindarov was a little bit better in his game. We had this opening where he was playing against the isolated pawn. We're just diving around about this position here, and we'll whiz through it. And we remember not much has changed. This pawn was weak, and White maneuvers around just to keep the pressure on this pawn whilst controlling everything. Black's still okay, but it's just that small advantage for White. And this move is saying, okay, well, I'm offering the pawn back. White doesn't even want to take it yet. And hitting the pieces. So they're just dancing around, still dancing around. Still the weakness is still this terrible bishop. The bishop is very bad. And you most likely can't take here because you're going to get in some trouble. Maybe it is a horrible rook b5 or something. So,
well, this
he does take it.
He does take it, and just like you say, there's issues with that bishop.
Issues on the back rank.
Yeah, and the situation would be so much more different if that bishop were on the dark squares, right?
Definitely. Yeah. So after this, Black's doing the best to hold, defending the bishop. But rook takes d5 did actually happen. The point is, if you take it, that's a back rank checkmate. So you can't take the rook now. So White's done a very clever thing. Exchanged one type of advantage, the pressure against the weakened pawn, for another type of advantage, the initiative, the attack. Black covers the back rank, a bit like Vladimir just did. And the knight is still a very aggressive piece. And it's still okay. I mean, Black's still just about okay, but it's just the pressure against the king, which is the issue. And Black aiming to exchange queens. That will get rid of all the problems. And now we have a blunder. Black is okay here. Black's actually done a very good job of defending. But it's hard to find a move. And you probably have to put the bishop somewhere like this. Just so you cover the back rank. And also with this, you move the rook. Bishop d5 was a major blunder because of White's next move. So what would you play as White here? So you can have any suggestions. You're White in this position. What would you actually play with the white pieces here? Gee, who said that? He's the what? Okay, we've got tag team chess crew going on there, and they found the right move instantaneous. So you Dutch players, when you go forwards, you find all the moves.
Unstoppable, right?
Easy.
I know. We've barely posed them a challenge.
G4 played.
G4, just move that queen, and she has to go to queen d7 if she wants to protect the bishop.
Because this bishop is on pre, queen d7, and now very simply queen d3. You're threatening the bishop, but also, da 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 da. It's coming this way.
It is.
So let's see what happens. If I lose my bishop, I might as well resign. So let's say I go rook c5.
Well,
I don't even know if this check is the best way because the king is running to e7.
Well, hang on a second. You've also got c4.
c4. Yeah.
I don't even need to calculate that.
We like the lazy one.
Exactly. Simple is best.
And the bishop. So I think we're going to get resigns here as well. So a lot of results coming in quickly. I'm pretty sure that Yaz is going to have to resign this one, meaning Sindarov won his last couple of games and he's having a very good tournament.
He's going to move to 3.5 points, winning 2 games in a row. Vladimir Fedoseev, we're expecting him to win. Just once Arjun accepts that the game is unfortunately lost. And Vincent Keimer is doing the business against Aravind. I don't think Aravind is gonna be surviving too long, because when the dudes are close to the opponent, by the dudes I mean the rook and the queen, I mean, just look at him. He's the boss.
Yes, we come back to him. We haven't looked at maybe Anish's game for a while as well.
And Anish is also turning things around. Okay. But I do feel that this one might end.
This one?
Well, this one might end.
Okay.
Like very soon.
Sure. Yeah. Let's do this one.
Because you kind of feel like the king is not going to last.
Okay. Well, let's catch up. So Vincent was doing very well in this game, and Aravind, he's played, I would say, the most imaginative chess. But the problem of being imaginative in chess is it can also go horribly wrong, and you kind of look like it can fall apart.
Yeah.
And
when it goes well,
you look like a genius.
You look like a genius, like Fedoseev just now with rook c3. But when it goes wrong, you could lose in 16 moves.
That's right. And here, Aravind did try this move, and Vincent just said, "I don't want any of that. I'm just going to take on e3." Vincent a pawn up, but these pawns are very strong. And now the king connects the rooks. h3. The black king is being opened up here. And this is a very interesting move. Rather than taking that pawn back, just diving into d6. Rook d8. Black wants to make some exchanges. Knight d4. And if you take on d6, I attack your queen, but also I'm going to come straight through the middle. So bishop d5, queen g3 check. The king has to run, and now we see why the rook has moved here. Rook f6 check. Run! Run away! He's trying to escape.
To the seas. Okay, now.
Okay, there's a
result
there.
It is a win for Fedoseev, winning with the black pieces against Erigaisi, as expected. A fantastic game there from Fedoseev. He gambled with the opening, but it paid off big time.
Yes, his gamble paid off. He got an unbalanced position. He got the initiative. Maybe that was the key thing against Arjun. Arjun is a brilliant attacker, but maybe defending is something he doesn't enjoy doing as much. And Vladimir, when he gets going, Vladimir, he's a force to be reckoned with. He really understands. And he played the move of the day. He played this rook c3. Amazing move. Okay, but we can go back now to Vincent, which might be another game which is finishing soon. And see that one. And we can see here Aravind is in trouble, looking like it could end soon. This rook is so strong. White's also a pawn up. Black tries to start a counterattack. Both kings a little bit weak. Whose king is weakest? Well, king g3.
Okay. That's a nice move, right? Getting out of the pin. And let's go queen takes knight. Let's investigate that. I don't think the too much good is going to be happening here, Simon.
No. Not too much good. And he stopped the clock.
He's resigned.
He's resigned as well.
Win for Vincent Keimer, who once he found his form, he was just so powerful there. Just brilliant game. Just brilliant control there from Vincent. And for Aravind, it was a gutsy opening choice, but it didn't pay off. Also, if we go back to the Sindarov game.
Yeah. I'll just show very quickly why he resigned, just in case. It only take a second, and we'll bring the board up on this one. And the reason his resignations is, okay, you probably have to try taking the knight, But now the queen comes in. Where does the king go? If it goes here, I go rook d6 check, and queen takes there, and I keep hunting you down. And if you go this way, well, now I go queen g7 check. You have to go back, and we do that one. So that was why the game ended.
Yep. It's also going to end very quickly in the game between Liu Miaoyi against Faustino Oro, because they're only on move 27, and already Faustino, yep, we're just to come back to see the resignation, but it was an overwhelming position.
Faustino doing well, winning another game.
Well,
he's having a good run.
He's on 4 out of 5.
I know a lot of people would like to see Faustino qualify for the top section, especially if you're from Spain.
And 12 years old.
12 years old,
I
yeah.
think he might be the youngest player. If he qualifies, he'll be the youngest player to ever qualify for the Masters.
Jorden, we haven't been to Jorden for a while. And, or do you want to go to Sindarov? Jorden is...
Yeah, let's go to Jorden.
Okay, so Jorden was, last time we looked, trying to grind down this ending. And when we say grind down, he's better because black has these pawns which you can target. And this is really quite hard to try and defend. Mateus has to sort of just wait. And I think we're going to whiz through the moves. Not easy to win. Can he make progress? Well, he now tries to change plans and potentially get a pass pawn. So he's got to rely on a pawn break. And he does play this pawn break. The more pawns that get exchanged, though, the more closer to a draw it is. And the downside of playing this, you get rid of one of black's weaknesses. Black's had these pawns and light squares. You get rid of that weakness. The plus side is you have the chance to get a pass pawn. So g5 played, and now the king comes up to cover. The more I'm looking at this, the more it is looking like a draw because there's only one weakness now. You need more than one weakness, and black's just going to sit and wait. And that's exactly what black does.
And the entry squares are all covered.
Yeah.
So
the white king trying to get in, but if the white king can't get in, then there's nothing to be done.
The bishops are just shuffling, and Jorden,
it's all covered.
He kind of knows they've made move. Well, they've made. I think they've made move 40. They've gotten that additional time. So this one we're expecting to be a draw. Also, good news for he just missed the golden opportunity, but it wasn't easy. So he was doing well against Pragnananda on move 32. This is Prag against Anish. Both of these players having a really tough start, both on 1 point out of 4.
Okay, so again, we'll go through it very quickly because they are in time trouble and they have some moves to make now. There's also a big crowd on Hans versus Nodirbek as well, the leaders. I don't know what's happening in that game. We can try to catch up. There's a lot of action all of a sudden happening. Prag maybe didn't find the best way to try and get an advantage. And we're going to whiz through because of the action. A little move to try and open up black's king. Queen c6, queen g3, forcing g6, and now rook e7. So Prag going all in with the attack, but Anish defends well, starting an idea of a counter-attack.
Yep.
And shortly, there was a golden chance missed. Let's see if the crowd can do better. Covering f1, and you can see they've got to play quick here. Queen c5. The queens are coming off. That's really good news for Anish because his king was the major problem, and with the kings off, it should be good. And now, queen d4
and this was
played.
And this was the opportunity for Prag, rather Anish, to capture on a3. He had the time to do that.
So one thing Ivanka mentioned actually the other day is that a slight criticism in the past of Anish's play is that he sometimes goes for the safer option than the more dangerous option. And I totally understand why he played this. He took on d4 because it's dangerous keeping the queens on when your king is in this box.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, we have a result at the top, by looks of it, in Hans' game,
It's
they're
a draw.
discussing. It is a draw.
It is a draw.
Okay.
And some accurate defense there from Nodirbek, but it was a fascinating game there as we saw players. I mean, they're obviously discussing that moment where Hans really went for it. He rejected a repetition and went for this knight to e8 idea.
Yeah. So in this position, Anish took the queens, but actually, if it had gone for the slightly more riskier option of taking on a3, this would have been winning, because the queen can always come back to swap queens. And we have another result in this game.
Let's quickly work out what happened.
There's a lot
I
going
think
on.
it's a draw.
So d5, rook d7, and now the Hoover comes out. A lot of the pawns are coming off, and I think that's why, okay, we can see why it's a draw. Prag decides it's time to force a draw because black has the extra pawn, and he forces the draw by keeping the pressure up against f7. Black doesn't really want to allow f7 to drop because then this pawn becomes very strong. So the game ends in a draw here.
And a big blunder just made in the game between Win and Gukesh. So let's head over there. White's just blundered with rook c3. Let's maybe just go to the current.
Sure. We'll pick it up just a couple moves before.
Yep.
The current world champion with the black pieces, and he did manage to create a weakness on c4. Remember, we were talking about that earlier on. And it's not enough to win the game yet. It's only one weakness, and black's got a bit of a weakness of his own here on b6. Rook c1. The knight activates. And, whoa, look at that. That is an amazing idea. Starting a counter-attack, but giving up the rook there. Very brave move from the world champion. Obviously a very brave player. Bishop takes f2, rook takes c6. And here, white has the extra exchange, but black has a pawn and all this pressure around the king. Now, this is where there was a big blunder here. And the big blunder was rook c3. Now, it's still Gukesh trying to, well, look at the time situation. Remember, there's no increment. They've got 5 moves to make.
Oh.
And there's only one move here that gives Gukesh a winning advantage. And it's not so obvious to see why it's a winning advantage, but any move apart from bishop d4, we've thrown the engine on for this one. If he doesn't play bishop d4, it's equal. But if he finds bishop d4 with under 4 minutes now, he will gain a winning advantage.
Yeah.
And the point is, bishop d4 looks like rook f3 is a good move, but you just play knight e5 and you cover everything, and
the knight is locked out of the game. And of course, he finds that he understands this really familiar pattern where you centralize the bishop and it cages in that knight to a4. And so now basically white is playing with a dead knight. No, I think the rook quickly moved to f3. And now here, just knight to e5. But do you see Gukesh? He's like, he was going to make a move, but then he restrained himself. I said, no, think about it. He's got 3 minutes to just work everything out. He doesn't need to rush this.
yeah, I mean, only really one move because also the knight's so good in the center. I mean, whenever you play rook takes c4, though, white might have knight takes b6. So it's not as easy as the evaluation says. He has found knight e5, obviously. And now the rook's slid up to f4. And the rook's come into c4. I thought he was going there to the toilet. He's still got moves to make. Don't go yet. He's got 3 moves to make. I wonder why he got up there. And 30 seconds to make 3 moves. Now, knight takes b6, just rook b4. This is the problem. And I win a piece.
Pins galore.
Pins and wins. So
he's got 20 seconds. It's ticking down. Okay.
He's played it.
No, but he's not gone for that pin. Instead, he's gone for a check. He can still do this idea. Bishop to...
Now rook c2
Rook
check was
c2.
played. King f1. And why is he getting
Why
up?
is he getting up?
I wonder why. He wants to see how many moves he's made, maybe?
I think so.
I think he's looking at the score to see how many moves, because he's not sure. And he's got 2 more moves to make.
And Win is only on 13 seconds.
Well, he might have missed the easiest move, rook b4. I
But
mean,
he can still play like
what?
bishop e3 or bishop
Well, I
somewhere.
think there's only one move again to keep the advantage, and it is bishop e3. But
Okay, but that's not necessarily easy.
it's not easy.
Because after rook e4,
Has he played it?
he
He's played it.
yes.
One more move to make. He's got 10
10
seconds win.
And where's he going to put the rook?
He's got 6, 5, and he's moved the rook to.
He just played
He just,
a4.
He very calmly just pushed the pawn. Okay.
He's given up the exchange, but now bishop takes rook. That was move 40.
Move 40 for white, but Gukesh, the world champion, well, he's just got to take the rook. I mean, there's other moves here, but taking the rook is simple. You're a pawn up, and yeah, a lot of nerves when you're. I mean, that's the great thing about this time control. There's no increment for the first 40 moves, and that just adds, I think, to the pressure. Oh, okay. How did Aline do? Did she win? Oh, does she look confident? Does she look happy? We'll never know.
Well,
We'll just leave you hanging there. We'll tell you next week, all right? There's a rest day coming up.
Okay.
We'll let you know after the rest day.
No.
Yeah.
We cannot do that. She did win her game. But for Gukesh, he's got just over 1 minute, but the easiest move is the most obvious one. It's simply to go bishop takes rook, and then all he has to do is come in with the knight.
Bishop takes, pawn takes. They've made
Just
the time
checking
control.
that he's made move 40 and off he goes.
Yeah. And
He did need the bathroom after all.
you're allowed to go to the bathroom now and again, aren't you? And here, well, it's a pawn up for black, but more importantly, these pawns are so weak on the king side. F4 and here, and there's a number of things you do. The most simplest is to put your knight on a square where it's defended, so we can put it here, and then you can start just hoovering the pawns, right? You know, like the idea, rook f2, rook takes here. You might then be able to take all the pawns. So it's not just a pawn up. And you can see by the body language there, the win realizes that this is just a losing endgame. Will he try playing it on? These players, they've shown so much emotion. So much emotion. I mean, yesterday we saw that Mateus, when he lost, it means a lot to them. Obviously, it's a big, big tournament.
It's a big event, and it's the time control as well that I think just means that the players are able to show their emotions, the adrenaline, the anger, the frustration. You know, Simon, there's been some twists and turns in the time trouble, and Sindarov no longer has an easily winning game.
Really?
Yes, because when we left it, we thought, well, you know what, you set up a pin, you win, resignation incoming. But it's not pleasant for Adomush, but it's not lost now. So,
well, this looked completely winning here.
Right, so when we left it...
Looked like Sindarov was just going to win a piece.
Exactly. But
so how on earth...
Adomush found Queen c7, check, get out of the pin.
Yeah, totally missed that move, of course, I did.
No, but I mean, Queen h7 is very dangerous, so bishop to e6, so king moves, sorry.
Yeah.
Bishop to e6 played.
The bishop is attacked, so the bishop moves.
And sometimes life is a little bit unfair because even though this position looks so good, it feels like there should be something. Perhaps there was nothing clear cut. So he plays c4.
Okay.
But maybe the best is just to go queen to h7 check.
Yeah.
And knight takes bishop, and then just start dropping the rook back to d3 and to threaten rook f3.
Let's show that. So this would have been the best line, and Sindarov, I'm not sure how much time he had, so maybe he was a bit too short time to find this, but the winning line, the easily winning line was this. You get this position, and then you need to get a rook to the f-file. If you find the idea of getting the rook to the f-file, which is not entirely straightforward, you can't go rook f4 because the queen takes it, but you can actually just go back here, and it's equal material, but with this move coming, the black king would have to start coming to the center, and then you can keep attacking by taking this pawn at some point with check. So this was the easiest way to win. c4 still looks good. You've got this major idea of here, but remember, the Black King's not in a mating net because it can come this way. By the way, we have a result there. Gukesh has won. It looked like he played a very good game. Oh no, he hasn't won. I just excited everyone there. Not yet. He was just writing the moves down. So, whoa, that's very nice. Getting the. You would have thought like the world champion better memorize the moves in easier to write them down. Okay. So, don't get it wrong. Just like, he's the world champion, though. I thought these guys are good at blindfold chess. Are you any good at blindfold chess?
I think Gukesh has probably skipped a move. I think that's the problem.
Oh, he skipped a move?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's young,
He's not that young anymore, is he? He's quite young. He's quite young.
Well.
Okay.
He borrowed his opponent's score sheet to see what he'd missed.
Have you ever lost on time?
This is an interesting question. Have you ever lost in time in a normal position or a winning position? And I'm also going to open this up to the crowd as well. Have you ever lost in time in a normal position or a winning position? Because usually you lose on time in a losing position. Yeah. It's already difficult.
I'll tell you one of the funniest ones. I was playing Gufeld, the legendary Gufeld from Soviet Union, and this is at Lloyd's Bank, and I was about 12 years old, and I got to a position where my time was going down, so I had about 10 seconds, and I was getting mated.
Yeah.
And in the end, I lost on time. And the first thing he said is, "Well, I don't know what is better, winning on time or checkmate. Why don't you let me checkmate you instead?" Which is a bit like, so I lost both. I got checkmate and lost on time.
Yeah.
Great. What about yourself? Have you ever lost on time in a good position?
You know what? If I did, I don't remember. I think the answer is no. I've always lost in a bad position.
In a bad position, yeah. I told you the story where I got the moves wrong, and I thought I was winning, so I went to the toilet. I came back, and I hadn't counted the moves correctly, like maybe Gukesh did there, and I hadn't made 40 moves, so I actually lost, even though I was completely winning on the board. So that was very painful.
Yes.
I think my most painful loss, though, was when people don't hear about this anymore, but adjudications.
Oh, yeah.
So you used to have to adjudicate games. You had to write your move down, put it in an envelope, and then come back and play the game again. And I was winning an ending, but I wrote an illegal move down, being dyslexic, and that means I just lost. So I came back, because I wrote down an illegal move, they immediately said you lost.
That's painful.
Yeah,
I never liked adjudication. I really hated that. I thought it was a form of cheating.
Yeah.
But I mean, come on, what other sport do
Yeah.
you just kind of, no, now the judges are going to, well, maybe boxing. Like, now's enough.
There's a lot of dodginess in boxing, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of dodginess.
Don't like adjudication. But I can tell you that, the temperature is rising as we have now made the time control on all boards. We've already had 2 decisive results, with Vincent Keimer defeating Aravind and Arjun Erigaisi falling to Vladimir Faustino. Also, 2 wins in the challenges as we see Faustino Oro continue his winning ways, and Alina Roberts finally she scores a win against Daniel Ufer. She moves on to 1 point. On that note, we are going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to break down the action that has unfolded. So stick with us. Welcome back. It's day 5 of Tata Steel, and we've passed the time control. The players are now sinking into deep thought as they try to figure out exactly what happened during the time control. Well, we're going to begin by taking a just look at the bird's eye view, seeing all of the games in progress. Jorden van Foreest, he's desperately trying to break through against Matthias Bluebaum, but we did have some results. And one of the most interesting draws was between the two tournament leaders, Hans Niemann and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Now that one, when we left it, it got a bit cray-cray, gotta say, you know, with 98 ideas in the air and Nodirbek being forced to give up the rook for that knight. But let's see exactly how that game. Let's just do a quick recap and see exactly what went down.
Definitely. So the last position was roughly around here, and at some point, Hans had bravely played on for the win earlier on when he could have taken a draw at multiple times, but he now went for this knight e8 check, which is the idea he was planning for quite a long time, and black is forced to take this because there's nowhere to move the king, and we got this ending where black has the 2 pawns, but white has the extra exchange. So this was really unbalanced. b6 played, and now rook c8, so trying to dislodge the knight. The knight goes into e5, tempting f4, which looks really too tempting not to play, because you're still trying to come for the king, and you want rook c6 check. So f4 was played, but in actual fact, it would have now been better to start with something like king coming across. This would have been a way to maybe keep some pressure on according to the engine. But f4, so tempting to play. The issue with this, it gave black time to play bishop c5 check. And that means he can secure his bishop on a pretty decent square. And now the knight finds some annoying little ways in. So it went rook c6 check, king e7, rook c7 check, king f6. And even here, Hans decided to play on. He checked a couple more times, and now going for the win, so showing how confident he is in this tournament. And this is a great sign for Hans fans. I mean, he is better here, don't get me wrong, but, you know, playing on is risky when there's 2 pawns coming down. He played bishop a2, big threat of taking on f7. So black now through the check-in. The king comes out, and black took on g2. Rook f7 is a check. f5, forcing that king to go all the way in the corner. And the issue here, though, is that another pawn is going. And the white king comes in and trying to embarrass that knight. Still very complex. I mean, obviously the engine just says it's absolutely fine, but you'd be very scared, I think, being either color here. The king moves up, and the problem, another problem, if you take on g7, there's a knight f5. So Hans had to get rid of his last pawn, and without any pawns on the board, it's not going to really be winning. And the final little trick, very cleverly worked out, is that this move is possible, because if you take on h4, there's bishop f2 check. And that is a lovely little sting in the tail, which didn't happen because only black can obviously win this one. Should be a draw, but you don't want to allow this. And instead of that, Hans realized it's time now to take the draw. So he plays rook g7 check, and they played king h6, but they agreed a draw here. And I assume it's because, well, we're going to take that pawn, and black can't win unless they, you know, his pawns become dangerous. And they're not dangerous. So it's a fair time to say, yep, draw. Time to go to the rest day, and we do have that rest day tomorrow.
We do have that rest day, and the way that the players have been playing, you know, I can say that everyone deserves it.
Need a rest.
And the only trick in the position that for Hans would have been to set up some checkmating ideas, but that would have been too basic. And on our screens, Carissa Yip with the black pieces. She is doing very well against Velimir Ivic. Let's have a look at the bird's eye view in the challenges, because we have 3 games ongoing there. Was a draw between Erwin Lamy against Marc-Andrea Maurizzi, but still in progress is Max Varmadam against Aydin Suleimanli, tournament leader, and Andy Woodward is doing the business with the black pieces against Vedant Panesar.
Yeah, lots of fighting chess everywhere. Maybe we'll just have a look at the current position in Carissa's game. She did a great rundown of her game in the commentary room yesterday, which you can catch online on the YouTube channel of Tata Steel, for one. And this is the current position, with Carissa playing a much higher rated player, nearly 200 points higher, with the black pieces. Another disadvantage. But look at this position. It is an extra pawn, and it's an extra big pawn for Carissa, that A pawn. But it's not just that, it's the white king, which is a major problem. The white king is exposed, that rook cutting across the king. There's ideas of the queen joining in. And one major problem I think that white would most likely have is, well, what happens if I just go queen b2? Because if you have to end up going rook f2, you might as well just resign. Because this move kind of stops queen h2, but if you played it, we're going to get the Hoover out.
And you're going to find yourself first up losing the e pawn, then the c3 pawn, and
then probably the
knight.
pawn.
Yeah, probably the knight will also fall off as well in its attempt to block the advance of the pawn. So this is
yeah, this would be completely lost.
Oh my god!
With
It's
this one
all on
coming.
it's like one of those puzzles, you know, where
The knight is running around, taking everything.
exactly.
So that it's completely winning. So is there any way, if
I guess
queen b2 is played, that
you guess you have to go queen g3 or queen 8. Hang on, I got one. Queen h3.
yeah,
Queen, because then at least you get a check in on c8.
yeah, queen h3 looks like the best practical try, with the idea of checking, and if the black king ever comes forwards, you can try checking on this square as well. So this is a decent practical try, and it also stops knight takes e4, because if you played knight takes e4, well, does it stop it? It probably does. It is a draw now, and this is the kind of thing that black's got to avoid, because the queen will come back to forwards. You can't play g6, the queen goes to f7 if that's the case. So after queen b2, which hasn't been played, but it stops knight h5 as well. Another reason why this must be the best square. But how would black win this? And
well, if you play knight h5, then
knight h5 now.
Yeah, then you simply just give a check on c.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
let's just show that one.
Sure.
Like why that's a very clever move, but
yeah, this is definitely tempting. She has gone in with queen b2, and knight takes h5, suggested by Tom here, could be met with this check, but it doesn't work well, because unlike before, black has a way to cover the checks now, and you can cover them by going g6. There's only one more check, and now here, and of course black's got her own ideas, and they're unstoppable here. This is a forced checkmate. So this is certainly, by the way, queen h3 is on the board. This is certainly a very tempting move. What would white play after knight takes h5? Is there any way that, I mean, this is the human move. Take another pawn, go 2 pawns up, you keep the frets on the second rank. It must be winning. What can white do to at least give some chances? Something like e5 maybe?
Yeah, let's go e5.
Let's try this one. Attempting anything. It's a bit desperate. By the way, Max drew by the looks of it. So that's another result.
Okay, that means that we're going to be seeing a tie at the top. Suleimanli on 4 points. Faustino Oro also on 4 points. And I think those, and maybe they're going to be joined by Andy Woodward. Yes, Andy Woodward has won. He's won 4 games in a row.
Yeah, he's having a very good run, as you said, the last year or so, and here as well. And we're just looking at a little bit more at this game, and then we'll move on. I mean, after e5, White is basically punting, we say, desperately trying to do something, but it shouldn't work. And maybe you can even like centralize your queen a bit more here, something like queen here, and I think knight takes f4 is a threat because the knight can always come back to g6. And the problem that White has is that these pieces have got to remain around the king to stop the black queen coming in, and that means disaster. So you could take on d6, then I play knight takes f4. I'm going to break your defense. You can't go queen g3 because a knight here check.
Oh,
No, sorry, there's a knight there. My mistake. Sorry, queen here. So this is a weird one. It's just a weird position, but I've got to treat this pawn with a bit of respect.
Yeah, and by the way, this is the last game in the Challengers.
Yeah.
So
Maybe
you go knight h5 again.
And if queen here, now I have queen g5.
Yes.
Because I got rid of the f-pawn, and I've got knight g3, and disaster. So
queen h5, king h1, okay, knight to g3. And we see there Max, Varmadan, and Aydin Suleimanli leaving the playing hall. And as we say, we're going to see a 3-way tie for first place with 3 players on 4 points out of 5.
So we expect Chris to win. Let's go back to the Masters. 3
games ongoing there. Maybe we can check in on Jorden, Fan Forest, against Matthias. We've been predicting this one to be a draw for many, many moves. But Jorden, he keeps on trying. It's so important, right, to go into the free day with a good frame of mind.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to be worried or concerned about a horrible game you just had and let it like haunt you and not have the chance to get back in and get it out your system. You want to enjoy the free day, and it's beautiful here. There's so many nice things to do. I mean, I have to admit, I was surprised how nice it is here. I knew it'd be nice, but you've got a lovely beach here. You've got the sea.
The dunes.
The dunes. You got loads of nice stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You've even got a couple of bars, but they shouldn't be going there on the free day. So we took it around here, and Jordan's trying everything to make progress, but Black has got basically a fortress, and the reason that White can't win, White is better because these are on light squares, but they can be defended, is the king. You need to get this White king past, well, into the 5th rank, and there's no way you can do that. Every square on the 5th rank is covered by a black pawn, so you can't get the king in, so you have to try making room with a pawn break. So that's what Jorden now tried. So Jorden aims for a pawn break, but b5, and still the White king can't come in. There's only one more pawn break left, that's c4, and at some point White has to play this move because there's no other way you can make progress. There we go, c4 now tried by Jorden, but the more pawns that get exchanged off, the nearer to a draw.
Mm-hmm. And what's super important here is that Matthias shouldn't give ground. He shouldn't be tempted to make some d5 move and allow the White king in or anything like that. You know, just hold the 5th rank.
Yeah, Jordan's idea was d5, but this means your king can never come to this square. And again, look at the squares on the 5th rank where the king wants to come in. They're all covered by a black pawn. So there's no way the king can come in. So you can only use your bishop. And it's quite easy to defend against the bishop. And I think we're going to see a draw very soon. I mean...
Yeah, I think the players are just simply shuffling the kings. As long as the bishops maintain contact with g6, everything is absolutely fine. I don't see any way to...
No. The last chance would be if you can get your bishop to e6, but even that's a draw, I think. So it's a dead draw.
Well, the thing is, you just wait with your king.
Yeah. You know, just... Oh, you can even go here.
Yeah.
Just, yeah, and they're probably going to repeat. king e3. I mean, there's no way you can do anything. King a7, and he has gone king a7. I think Jorden will just agree a draw now. Let's see. Let's stay on this one because I think it's likely it'll be over.
Well,
I mean, if you want to, you could go king here.
Well, they're playing very quickly, Simon. So
yeah, but I'd love to see Jorden go to every square with his king first. He could do, you know.
He can't go too far away.
Yeah, you can go to every square. Go every. Oh no, no, you can go every square and then agree a draw. Just to just put a nice pattern on the board. But there's not really any point doing that either. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. There's really no point.
No, just wasting time. That'd be.
You're wasting your time and your opponent's time.
Yeah. So this one, I'm thinking it'll be a draw, but Jorden.
Yeah, I mean, could we ever see anything like you put the king on f4?
Yeah.
And then the bishop comes out to f5.
I just leave it. I'm not even getting involved. I mean, so we're thinking like you go here,
yeah.
I go here.
Bishop f5.
Whoa! And now I might be able to take it, but I'm not even going to bother. I don't want to win. I want to draw. I'm just going to go here.
Okay. Bishop e6.
Bishop e6. I'll go here.
And just keep waiting.
I'm going to go here forever.
And you're still waiting and.
Ever and ever.
And no way back.
Because that king can't get in.
Okay, let's also investigate why bishop f5 is a disaster as well for white.
Yeah, so you could also take here and play bishop f7.
And yeah, okay.
Covering.
As easy as that.
So where did Jorden go with the king? Is there going to be a handshake soon?
Well, there should be a handshake.
I know, he's playing on a bit. He's put the bishop on the back rank, so he doesn't want to quite yet, shake hands. So, okay, well, I think we're not going to wait on this game for the handshake. Because it is clearly a draw. This is about as drawn as king versus king, nearly. As drawn as Anish and the candidates. As drawn as, I don't know.
As drawn.
The secrets of pawnless and peaceless endgames.
This is.
Jorden shaking his head there. He realises he hasn't pushed through with the win. He's still in a good position though, Jorden. He can't let this game down. He didn't lose. He was pushing for the win most of the game. I mean, it's not the end of the world, a draw. Mateus defended very well. There was nothing that could be done. And sometimes that happens. You know, you're playing top players, and they can play every position. They can hold positions extremely well nowadays. And is he going to really play? Oh, look at it. He's looking up. That is a draw look to me. That's a draw. That's like, come back. I want to offer a draw. Yes. Oh, no, you're not back yet. I'm going to have to wait.
Well,
I'm sure if Mateus comes back, I'll offer a draw.
This could be the dilemma, right?
Should we have a bet?
Because Mateus could be like wandering around, just kind of looking at the other games because there's really nothing to see here.
But I bet you if he comes back, it'll be a draw immediately. Oh, no. It's playing on. Waiting. And will he offer a draw when he comes back? Let's just see.
Yeah.
Yeah, draw. He's saying something. Oh, Mateus has played for a win.
Draw.
Oh, yeah.
Agreed.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, Simon. Yep. Your talents are wasted as a chess commentator. You should be like a body language expert there.
A draw.
But a draw, agreed. It was the expected result. So, Jorden goes into the next part with 3.5 points out of 5, a reasonable result. And maybe we can check in on Javokir's game against Edomush. So it's unpleasant for black. There's no doubt about that, playing with an exposed king. But can Sindarov break through?
Okay, so yeah, the big problem is the positioning of black's king here. The white king, a little bit exposed, because obviously with black's last move, the queen has activated. We defend that one, create our own threats to that last move. Black would love to get the queens off, because then the king becomes safe, so there's no way white's allowing that. White threatens checkmate.
Queen h6, only move.
Lots of only moves. And again, you don't want to swap the queens off, so the queen now gets a nice central square. Here, very difficult for black, this position. King g8, king g2, just stopping any checks. And now b6. Rook hits both of those pawns. Black attempts to try and get some counterplay. And again, if queen takes pawn, you get an ending, and your rook will come here, so you have good chances to hold. And I don't think there's many more moves than this at the moment.
You can take rook takes. Which one?
Well, if I go rook e6, can you still play
Well, then there's rook check.
Yeah. So rook takes looks obvious.
Yeah. And now you move the queen to
somewhere.
Let's go somewhere active. D2. Yeah, let's threaten queen takes f2. And now the queens come off.
And as soon as the queens come off, I think black should just draw. So if white has to defend f2 by allowing the exchange of queens, we immediately take that one. And
you have to take with the pawn.
To stop rook here.
Yeah.
And now we're going to have some hoovering. The rook will just start attacking. I mean, you can play this on a bit, obviously, because, rook e4, but it's very likely to be a draw here. Very, very likely to be a draw. But maybe there's a better way of doing this, right? After rook f8, maybe white should just take the other pawn first, because now
but still, because then you got queen takes e6. Can we just make sure queen d2?
So if queen d2, the same idea.
Queen takes e6.
Yeah, and if the king goes to h8, we can now
drop back, and you've won 2 pawns.
So this should now be winning. 1 pawn up, not convinced that's a win. This one, pretty convinced it's going to be a win for white. So rook takes b6 looks a lot better, keeping the pressure on this weak pawn. White is basically a safe pawn up with a pretty okay position.
But rook f4.
Rook f4.
That was your idea, so now you have to drop the queen back.
Because again, if I go for any ending, the black rook's going to
take on g4, check, and then take c4. So you got to go queen e2.
I don't really want to go back like that if I have to, because it just feels a bit scary. But it's
right, but you still got rook takes e6 in the air.
Yeah. And
there's no coordination for black, so everything should be in control.
Yeah.
So Sindarov looking like he is going to be converting this one.
Yes.
It's not easy.
No, not easy.
With the white king also.
A bit exposed. You'd love to just move this pawn back. It would just stabilize everything. But
yeah, it would be.
You can't unfortunately move pawns backwards.
Yeah, why is that? Like,
maybe that'd be a good rule to introduce. You just
I mean,
power of the pawns. And he's reaching out to make a move, and let's just see if he takes on b6 before we move on to the next game. They're both now 13 so minutes. You've got increment after move 30. He's going to take the b pawn clearly, and he does grab the b pawn. And now Yaz Khan has got to defend extremely well, just have any chance, because this is a big threat. Rook f4 looks very obvious, because at least your rook becomes more active. But after queen e2, how do you play this position?
Could you play it with queen coming to g6?
Looks
looks like
it looks like a good move.
It looks like a good move, but
it's
the
not.
engine says no.
No. The computer says no.
I'll tell you after the show finished. I had a quite funny computer says no moment when we bought our house.
Computer says no.
We thought we'd arranged a mortgage.
Yeah.
We hadn't.
Oh dear.
We had this horrible moment where the bank manager was there and working for 10 minutes.
Computer says no.
And then silence. And it was like, no. But it said yes.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
I guess white just plays f3 here, and you keep this idea. You're basically a safe pawn up, but is it enough to win? Should be. Requires a bit of work.
It does require a bit of work and a bit of care as well, but
yeah.
Yeah. The queen on e2, despite going backwards, is actually super powerful.
Still good, isn't it?
Yeah. Because
Let's have a look. So rook b8 is certainly a tempting move. Yeah, I mean, we should definitely look at this. You're
Then-
right. Well spotted. Trying to go for the more aggressive option.
And king f7.
Yeah, because you can't go for an ending. The c pawn will win. So king f7, and now maybe the king's going to be quite safe on g6 here. So if you go with another check, for example,
King g6,
think-
only move.
king g6. So no more checks here, and you still got this problem with the g pawn. Interesting, but are these pieces better or worse than they were before? They look aggressive, but I don't think it's helped white so much. I think it was better to actually keep the pressure on black's weakness,
Yeah.
and that was the e6
What's
pawn.
danger actually for white? You know, you throw in a few checks here and there, and suddenly, like the g pawn is hanging, the c pawn is also vulnerable, and don't underestimate that queen on h6, which can also get into the game.
To be honest, though, I mean, I would still be looking at this because you do have one more check. I missed this one,
Yeah.
and the black king.
Well, it's not going to go up, is it? It feels like that's just like too much because of-
asking for
exactly. So you
Yeah.
just go back to where you came from.
Yeah, but now I've got this check, and you can't.
Can I not go?
Are you going to go to g8?
Yes.
Okay, and you can't do anything here, right? I get it. Yeah, okay. Because if you check, we get the same kind of position now.
But you're right, you know, that's for sure, you know, what Sindarov is looking at. And
Definitely.
And it's also somehow a source of frustration
Yeah.
because you look for the most direct way to win.
Yeah.
And as we're seeing, that's not actually there.
Yeah.
He has to go backwards and keep it simple.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I think there's still a lot of things for Sindarov to navigate. And what about Gukesh?
So Gukesh, it looked like, was winning. He was a pawn up, but not just a pawn up, but with probably the chances to win another pawn. And we left it just around, but they just made the tie and control. And it was with this position being on the board. I'm a bit surprised the knight went this way, but Gukesh is trying to simplify things as much as possible. Knight g4 was also good, but knight c4, actually a very human move, because the knights come off, your rook picks up everything. So white has to try to keep pieces on to at least make the position complex. And now hitting the knight. The knight hasn't got any good squares, so it runs away. And now the king is trying to be the third piece to enter the action.
Yeah, there was a little trap there, did you see? if you'd gone rook d4, oh dear.
Oh, rook d4, trying to win a pawn. So this is not the way to try and win.
Yeah.
Because this little check is painful, and black would have to resign. Yeah. And the same goes. Oh, I'm going to pin your knight and your rook. Whoa!
Oh no.
And I might
Don't
even go
do
this
that.
way now. And,
Exactly. Have the fun.
So don't get involved in any of those shenanigans.
That's why he goes king f6. It's like, nope. I do want to go rook d4, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah. Cutting the black king off. Trying to win that second pawn, which I thought he'd win quicker than this, but he's doing it in his own time.
Can we show the Vukovic checkmate?
The what? Sorry.
The Vukovic checkmate. Just so that
Yeah,
everyone.
sure. I have no idea what it is.
Okay.
But, like, yeah. I
it's
mean,
it's basically like the white king is on e1, the knight is on e3, and you see the king doesn't have any squares to move.
Do you know all the names of every single
No,
checkmate
I
ever
did.
invented?
No, I knew
Seems
there
like
were 35 of them.
35?
Yeah.
What, different names to checkmate?
And I did a course,
I thought
long
there-
time on them.
I thought there was just like
10, no.
Oh no, I thought there was like the
No,
background checkmate.
but they have like
and
silly
the-
names, like the double bishop mate, the double knight checkmate.
I know the Arabian checkmate.
The Arabian checkmate, yeah.
And I believe that was the first ever documented checkmate,
Checkmate, yeah.
ever. And that is,
From the 7th century.
God, you know your history.
Wow.
Your checkmate history. You are.
I did do a course on them, but then the worst thing is I've forgotten certain,
Yeah.
like
So
there's a Cosia one, there's a Dovetail one, there's a Anastasia's checkmate.
I know that one. That
yeah,
was
there's
from
a
the German,
Lolly's
German
checkmate.
book,
yeah.
wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so the Vukovic
we're-
checkmate is named
okay.
after the Vukovic, who wrote The Art of Attack. And just can you coordinate it? So the white king is on e1,
Yeah.
knight is on e3,
Yeah. I'm just trying to
and the black king would be on
Okay, right.
f3 or d3.
Okay, so this would be a terrible move because there's a discover
Yeah,
check.
yeah, yeah. But we
we're-
just work with it.
Okay, and
Yeah.
now we come here, and white's like, whoa.
Takes.
Now we come here.
And then the knight
And
moves.
then we go here. Then
And
we
then
go
knight gives check. Okay, the reason I wanted to point out, because it's a very nice mating motif, and it doesn't have to be a king, by the way.
Yep.
It can be a bishop, it can be whatever, and then you've got rook to e2.
There we go.
There you go.
Checkmate.
There you go. That's my checkmate
Right.
lesson of the day.
Good. I think we need at least one a day. Yeah, I mean, you've got 50 of them. We're
35.
35. So we've got months worth of checkmates to get through. Fantastic.
You did a course on checkmates too.
Yeah, but I've totally forgotten them. I know. I was hoping you wouldn't bring that up because I used to know all the names, but then a week later I forgot all the names.
I watched,
Yeah.
I watched your course.
I was hoping you would mention that because I did the same as Yovi. I did a course on
Checkmates.
checkmates and their names, but I can't remember any of them. I can remember the Arabian and Anastasia.
And lollies.
I don't know what lollies is.
And blackburns.
Blackburns, I know. The bishops.
Yeah, the bishops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone
Okay.
else know a name of a checkmate?
Yeah,
Out there, as we're on the theme?
everybody should know.
Just make one up if not, because you might win a prize. But Jovanka will be able to test you on your checkmate knowledge. Anyone? The background.
Oh, come on. The scholars mate, guys.
Scholars mate. That's
And then we can, the fools mate,
the fools mate. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's
the
Oh, dear.
Bowdens mate,
Oh dear, they keep coming. They keep coming.
Balestra.
Yeah, that's enough of that. That's enough
I'm sorry.
that's enough
I will
checkmates
stop
now.
torturing you guys with
Thank you.
checkmates. Okay, so let's go to the current position where Gukesh has picked up another pawn.
So f5 played, and that pawn was very weak. So white decides it's better to give it away and double Gukesh's pawns. So Gukesh does just take it. And now knight to f4. You know, there's a bit of work to do here. I mean, I kind of wrote this game off as being very easy, and it probably is for the world champion. But I would certainly butcher winning this one, I'm sure. Is the king gonna? No. What are we gonna do here? Oh, we're just gonna win a pawn, are we? But then,
Yes.
then you take this one.
And then you go with
then
the
I queen.
king.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. So
Okay, let's try it.
So the king, let's say it stays in the center, and I can't get my king into that checkmate position now, so I have to. Let's just grab a pawn.
Yes,
Let's
grab
do
the
it.
pawn, and then
Attack your knight.
where's the knight going to go?
Let's take a pawn. We
Okay,
check.
king is going to step up.
And now the knight can't go back here, so it has to go here.
Yeah, and then
Are you going to grab another pawn?
can we go pawn?
Pawn grabbing.
No.
So that's why if we just go back, the king went the other way because there's a knight g2, as someone in the crowd also pointed out, and you go 3 pawns up then, that's too many. So
What was
after
happening?
knight e3, the king goes to g1. And now rook takes a4 was played, knight takes h5, check was played, Gukesh to move. He's just got to decide. I mean, keeping the king as central as you can makes the most sense, so I expect he'll go king g6. The knight only has 1 square now, g3. Any king and pawn ending completely lost. You've got to go knight g3. And this knight is now in there's a lovely winning idea here. Okay, so this could very much happen. Okay, what would be, let's give a key. We haven't given a key ring away for at least an hour. So there's a lovely knight on offer here, and this is symbolic to what you're trying to win. What is black's best move? And in this position, what is a good winning plan for black here? Black to play. Anyone who shouts it out and gets it correct. Rook g4 is not the right move, because I can now sort of go king f2, and I don't think there's an obvious way to get that knight. If you attack it, it moves. There's a better try than that. Okay, if you go f4, that also looks very tempting, because the knight, remember, if the knight gets exchanged for that knight, that's as good as winning, because you've got so many pawns. But there's a crafty idea here. You can actually go rook g5 check, and the knight can go to h5 just about. And actually this rook ending is not so clear because my rook's very good. I mean, it might still be winning, don't get me wrong, but I think there's an even better way than doing that one there. Okay, let's go back. We have another suggestion. Sorry, who said rook a2? Rook a2 with the idea of rook g2. And this check doesn't really do anything because you just go king
G5.
And if the knight, at least your king comes in.
And if the pawn goes.
Look, it wasn't the best puzzle. I admit to it now. I've done better. But yeah, you win a key ring. All right. Yeah, well done. And the idea of rook G...
I didn't know where you were going with this, Simon.
No, I wasn't sure. Well done. What's your name there, sir? Okay, nice. Well done. Round of applause.
Yes.
You got the right move. You got the best move. And I'll try harder with my keyring giveaway. But it definitely looks like a great move to me. What's it? Rook a2, because rook g2 is very hard to stop. And if you try to go knight f1, I take it off. So all I want to do is get rid of this knight, and this is a major threat.
Well, it got Gukesh's seal of approval. He played it.
Oh, he played it. Well, there you go. If Gukesh plays it, it's clearly...
It's clearly the right way. And
I think that probably is it, to be honest. I mean, because those last lines... And also, the other thing is, if you get your king in, you're winning, aren't you?
Right.
So if you do... This line does save White's knight, but now... Well, you can actually just grab a pawn. But also, let's go for that checkmate that Ivanka pointed out, and we can start using free pieces to kill the king.
Yeah, and if the knight goes to... Yeah, the knight's not really getting anywhere. It can go to d6.
Knight d6.
It's almost tempting to set up that checkmate with king to...
It is.
Well, he's moved his king to h1.
Okay, so this is the only other way, but now the king's in a much worse position. And
are there any ways that black can go wrong here? So I'm just looking for
definitely
f4.
So
is that going to lose anything?
So you're trying to find bad moves.
Yes, I'm just trying to think about natural moves.
This is my speciality, finding bad moves.
No, I mean, but that seem very natural, but are wrong.
I don't think there is. I think even this is actually a good move, right?
Rook g5 check. Could that
give that a punt? Okay, so you want maybe this is the only.
Yes. So king h6.
And now knight here.
f5.
And now this is. I mean, I'm 2 pawns up here, aren't I?
Yeah, but then they're not. Yeah, you can probably go a4, hang on, now I think about it.
Okay, so
you go
a4, I take here.
And you can even go a3.
Then I go rook here.
Yeah, you have to keep an eye on the a pawn, because if you don't do that, if you take the pawn on...
Well, maybe let's get behind the pawn then.
Yeah, but the whole point is that you have to keep it... Because if you take on f7, because it looks like... Then you move the rook out of the way, and then you're just simply going to go a2.
And this is...
This is going to be obviously 1.
And I know this is winning as well because...
because of the f pawn.
Yes.
Let's actually show, because it's quite an instructive endgame.
So it doesn't really matter about this h pawn. You can take that h pawn off the board, and this is a winning ending. It's only winning because it's an f pawn.
If it were a g pawn, it would be draw.
If this was on here or here, it would be a draw. But the way you win this is quite easy, actually. You just
advance.
You advance the pawn all the way here.
Yeah, and you can't take. You can't take on f4.
Let's show it quickly. So the way you win, okay.
We have a resignation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
As expected, but maybe we can just quickly finish off that endgame point.
Yeah.
That we were talking about, because we were on a roll.
Okay, yeah, we will do.
Well, great game there from Gukesh. You know, some critical moments with putting the bishop to e1, sacrificing the exchange, and inducing that big blunder from Van Wyn. But the world champion gets his first win. Well, he said it in his video, didn't he, Simon? He said, you know, people might have fun writing bad things about me, but I'm going to have fun proving them wrong on the board.
And he has. I mean, he's played fine, good chess. He hasn't really been in trouble, and he gets his first win in this game today. And he played a really good game today, really mature game, the game of a world champion there. So well done to Gukesh, who is in the tournament with that win. And just to show you the winning technique, it really is, you can keep your rook in front of the pawn. Generally, when you've got the passed pawn, the worst place for your rook, if you're trying to win, is in front of the pawn. The best place is behind the pawn, but we can't get it there. The next best place is next to the pawn, because then your king can sort of come and support. But this is winning just because of the fact you've got this one. And the sort of basic way you win, okay, you might as well go up as far as you can, is that you push the pawn. And white really has to wait now. There's not much else that white can do. And at some point, you can just go here, and you can even go a2. And this keeps that white king trapped, because if the white king ever comes up, you check from behind, because what you're trying to do is move this rook and push the pawn. So if it comes up at all, you get that tempo. Check, queen. So the white king can't go there. And the white king can also never go to f2, because this is a well-known trick, because now you come to h1, a little tactic, and you're ready to queen the pawn. And if white takes the pawn, you've got this trap here. So white now is forced to keep the king on these two squares, but black still needs to make progress. How does black make progress? You just push the f-pawn.
Exactly.
Now the white rook has to stay behind the a-pawn. If it ever moves anywhere else, you just simply move your rook and your queen. That's why the white rook needs to stay behind. So there's nothing else that white can do. He can check. Your king comes in, doesn't help. The king can also come all the way over here even. That doesn't help. It just doesn't really change anything. Look what happens if the white king stays here. You keep pushing the pawn. Now the white king we know can't go to f2. It can't go to g3. It can't go to h3.
It can't go to f3.
You've taken away the squares that it wants to go to. And this is therefore a win, because if it goes here, you just go f2 simply. And that's how you win that ending, basically, by doing that. And I'm sure that was also with maybe Gukesh not playing the best moves earlier.
Exactly.
So that was a nice game from Gukesh. Well
Very
won
nice.
from Gukesh.
Okay, that means that there's 2 games remaining from the top 2 sections. Sindarov pushing hard against Adomush, and Carissa Yip, who still has a fantastic position against Velimir Ivic. Let's see whether Sindarov is making any progress. When we left it, it was very important that he take b6. That happened. And after rook f4, it was very important that he just didn't lose his nerve or lose focus on the e6 pawn, and instead just drop the queen back to e2. Did he find it? Of course he did. And now
Rook d4.
Threatening rook to d2. Maybe gonna with ideas of coming with the queen to g5 or f4.
One of these 2 squares, yeah. Well, white decided it's time to try and make a queen by pushing the pawn. And now the queen did come in to play a very natural move, hitting that one. But it allows another pawn to be taken with check, which white just played. White went queen takes e6. The king went to h7. And now the big question, can you just swap queens and be 2 pawns up with a winning ending? Well, funnily enough, Sindarov didn't want to do that. Maybe he assumed black has some drawing chances because of the pawn structure. So instead, he just played f3.
But that weakens the king, and suddenly there's a whole load of checks.
I know.
So let's go in, like queen d2 check, rook d2 are possibilities. Which one do you want? I think
it seems so risky, doesn't it? Weaken your second rank, unless you're 100% sure it's winning. So,
well, yeah, this is the thing, though. It does look like it's winning, because you after f3, you look at rook d2, and you go king to g3.
No checks.
No more checks.
Yeah.
Queen f5 incoming. Also, the rook can go into b8, and there's going to be black, who has problems with the king. And let's have a look at queen d2, and then you go king to g3. There's still no more checks. They got queen f4 check. So then you go king h3.
So king h3 is the only way to stop any checks.
There's still queen f4.
Queen f4, and You might have to go for this ending at some point
And
with queen here, but
and the thing is, though, queen g6 looks really nice, but then you just step back with the king, and the b8 square is covered.
this is the problem, right? You can't get the white rook in. Is this a draw? Is this now drawing because this f3?
Okay, let's have a look at the rook and pawn endgame then.
Now, one mistake, they're both shorter time, so I don't think it really is a major mistake, but one mistake that Sindarov played against Anish, he moved instantaneously, missing a win. And this is a really key moment, because obviously you want to take all the risk out of the position. You want to just exchange queens. And he could have done that now with queen f5. By the way, the best move. Yaz Khan has moved his queen in. Maybe we should just see how the moves have been played, because f3, weakening the second rank, was not the best move. The queen now goes active, and this must have been a big relief for black.
Yeah.
And if you go king h3, which I think he has played, queen h6 is not the best line, because, well, obviously you take it. But queen f4 is important to cover b8 and to keep the pressure on. And this is now a little bit dangerous, because also black's got some serious ideas. So he did, and he played it.
Yeah,
this has happened.
This has happened, and as you mentioned there, because you can't step back with the king to g2 because of your rook to d2, you're literally forced to go into this endgame.
But this is quite easily drawn because the pawn is now on f3. If I have to exchange queens now, then
Let's go into it. Let's have a look. So takes, and then you go
just go rook d3
rook
and
d3.
start taking pawns.
And I think he's probably missed that. King g4.
King g4. Let's take pawns and get behind your pawn.
Rook b7.
Rook b7. Okay.
I got some ideas of going f6.
Sure.
So be careful. Still, it's
Okay. So you can still
not easy.
Not easy, but you feel now it should be a draw. I mean, the thing is, Sindarov could have. Let's just see the other way he could have played this.
Yeah.
In this position, he could have gone queen here straight away, and got this ending. And basically, the difference is the pawn is not on f3, and the king is closer. And if rook d3, for example, here, rook b7.
King b8.
I mean, it's not a big difference. It's very subtle, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is actually much more subtle than the evaluation bar is giving credit
I
for.
think
So it's not simple.
Do you know what? It could be to do with that endgame that we were talking about. So if the king goes to b8, g8, sorry.
Yeah.
Like you could go, could you do c6 and f6?
Yeah.
Rook takes a3.
Well, now I just check.
Yeah, okay, that's easy.
Push the pawn. Yeah, this is winning, isn't it? But I think king on g8 is quite.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. Okay, king h6.
So king h6, and the reason is we want to stop f6 here.
Mm-hmm.
So king h6 looks like the best defense. Is he going for the? No, he's not going for the ending yet.
Yeah, okay.
So he's thrown a check in, but is he able to go for the ending after this? So let's just keep up with the game, because it looked like he could still try some things with queen f5. In the current position. Is this right? So he's gone queen f4. Now queen g6 check was played, king g8. But how do you even get the ending now? Can you even get the ending? If you can't get the ending, you have to take the draw, don't you?
Yeah, you can get the ending by still going queen to f5.
What, here? But it's not with check now, so it's very dangerous. I don't know if you... I mean, here...
yeah, because queen h6 is not possible.
Okay.
And if you move the queen,
so you have
b8.
to maybe... Yeah, okay, so queen f5 is...
It's still always in the air.
Okay. But it's really not ideal. And look at the time as well. Sindarov probably realizes this is now become a real difficult task to win this one. And he will really not want to go queen f5, because also when you've got such a big position as you had earlier, like going into an ending which you will realize your opponent may be drawing or has good drawing chances is a pretty horrible thing to do, because you've got to win the game all over again, and it's not even winning. So what I mean, he couldn't have missed rook b8. I mean, this is something. And now look at the time. 1 minute 50 seconds left.
But the players do get that 30-second increment, so it's not the end of the world. But more or less, Sindarov is forced to go into that rook and pawn endgame where Adomas does have drawing chances, and things are looking fantastic for Clarissa. Not only does she have a big lead in development, she had a fantastic position as well. I think she's on the verge of forcing resignation.
I don't really want to go away from this game.
No, we don't need to. I'm just going to give you an update.
Sure.
I mean, we saw the position earlier, and
it looked really good for
it
Clarissa.
looked excellent.
Yep. So the American players are doing very well here at the moment. Hans is in first equal, Andy doing great, and Clarissa doing really well. So what move was played there? What move was played? Because this is now becoming difficult to win.
Well, he's thrown in a check.
And
another one.
So repeating positions once to gain a bit of time on the clock. We're back where we were, and now Queen F5 was played, I think. Because it's the only way to try and win. And this is where some technique will be needed for both players.
Yeah, and as we see, Black is forced to capture queens. Lilith,
Then Black did.
of course he does that.
And now you've got this choice. There's so many rook moves that win a pawn.
Yeah, like rook f4 was my instinct. I don't know why.
Rook f4, because you're 2 pawns down here. So, yeah, I mean, I probably dismiss this as being way too easy to hold. I mean, just forget about what the evaluation bar. That's with perfect play.
Exactly. Like this it's still possible to go wrong in this position. So if you choose rook f4, can we see how easy that one is?
So rook f4, and we're going to win a pawn. We're only going to be 1 pawn down.
Okay, so you have c6, you have king g3. Let's try c6.
c6 is the scariest move because you're threatening check c7, winning.
Yeah.
So if I, for example, took here, I would just check and play c7, queen next. So I can't grab that one. And also...
A win for Clarissa, by the way.
Great result.
Great result there for Clarissa, who finishes on 3.5 points out of 5 going into the free day.
Great result. And nice to go into the free day like that.
Yeah.
So this ending, Ivanka, I mean, talk us through some of the ideas here. I mean,
well, the main thing is that you absolutely have to take on, if you're going to go rook takes f3 check, you have to get the rook behind the c-pawn. Another option to defend is simply to come up with the king, so that Simon's idea of going rook to b8 followed by c7 and getting that unstoppable threat of promoting the pawn is over. It's a very difficult endgame for Black to hold, but there are drawing chances if he plays precisely. And well, we always like to have guests in the studio, and I'm just going to give you all a teaser because we're going to get one soon. And it's someone who is absolutely rocking the challenges. So that's a big hint as to who is going to be guesting on our show. But in this endgame, Vachier must probably be kicking himself. Well, Vachier, perhaps not happy with how the game has panned out, especially because it looks so good, but someone who had a fantastic day, it is Andy Woodward. Andy, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so you just seem to be getting better and better. You know, you lost your first game. I'm sorry to remind you about that.
No,
but then you came back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to just play fighting games. Seems to be working. So first game was quite painful, but since then I guess I've gained a bit of confidence. So seems like the results are good.
And is this your first time playing in Wijk?
Yes, this is my first time. I guess I've watched the tournament for the past couple of years, always like waiting for maybe a finally getting to play, and now it's come. So I'm glad that I got the invitation. So
And you had a fantastic 2025. Like I remember your performance at the FIDE Grand Swiss, and where you were taking down some of the world's best players, and
Yeah.
then suddenly you found yourself in with a chance
Mhm.
of qualifying for the candidates. I mean, talk us through exactly, your progression.
Yeah, yeah, last year was a quite good year. I was able to like win a few important events, which led to opportunities to play more stronger opponents.
Mhm.
Yeah, I guess I thought maybe, I guess there were lots of like good events like Grand Swiss, for example.
Mhm.
Throughout the tournament, I was like before the tournament, I didn't have much
Yeah.
confidence because I didn't have any experience playing against like 2700s. But then after I won a game against a 2700, I got like a lot more confidence, and then I think it's helped me a lot since
Yeah.
then. So.
And I still like to remind everyone that you are only just 15 years old. A lot of us are still in school. Are you still in school, by the way?
Yeah, I'm doing homeschool, so it's a bit more flexible for me to travel and stuff. But yeah, I'm still doing school when I can.
So you're balancing doing like exams with playing the world's best players.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
You're trying to. Well, it's working pretty well. So if you can pull up your game and show it for us. So you won against Panasar with the black pieces. Maybe you can talk us through some of the key moments.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. This game was, I don't know, I kind of wanted to just get an interesting game. I wasn't sure how the opening would go, but he surprised me with knight c3 and bishop g5. So I decided to, I guess, play this line with c4. It's a bit dubious, not many people know it, but I didn't really remember my lines at all, so I was kind of just trying to like make up something that looked playable. And yeah, it seemed to work a little bit. Here I played knight b6. Another interesting idea that I was looking at with my opponent after the game was knight c5, with the point if bishop c8 to throw in this in-between check, knight d3. And then it's definitely like a playable position with queen a6 at the end. So yeah, we thought maybe this was interesting, but it's slightly annoying if white takes, with the point if bishop f5, queen a4.
Oh dear.
So bishop c3 is forced, and then we get a position like this where white has some slight pressure. So I played knight b6, and then this move bishop g4, which I guess it's more of like a just play for fun type of thing, kind of just like an intuitive thing. White wants to go knight e5, so I thought maybe bishop g4, try to complicate things a little bit.
Yeah.
And here we thought maybe queen b1 was interesting, trying to stop h6, g5, and knight e4, because now the queen is targeting. So yeah, I guess when he played queen d2, it was a bit of a pleasant surprise, because I get some freedom. And here he took, if bishop h4, then I have this g5 and knight e4.
I have noticed that you like to grab space with your pawns.
Yeah, I like pushing pawns. It seems to be a common occurrence in my games. But yeah, he took, and then we got a relatively simple but interesting position with this knight on e5. Here I played queen e6, not much interesting stuff. And then here he decided to go for a structural change with knight d5. And then after e4, queen e6, f5, queen f6, ed5, we get this new position where at the moment I'm down a pawn, but his pawns are slightly weak, and there's some pressure along this diagonal. So I played bishop c7, queen b4, and then rook d5. So I think the things that he missed probably were along the lines of if queen b7, queen d6. It doesn't look too bad for black, for white, but if queen a7, there's bishop b6, followed by bishop d4, and otherwise, let's into like a regular move like rook e2, for example. Then black has this move f6, kicking the knight away, and once it defends h2, then we have rook b8, queen a7, rook a5, and the queen's trapped. So yeah, I guess he missed this idea. But yeah, I guess he defended quite well. Rook e5, rook f4, rook fe1 with the idea of rook d5. But yeah, I guess in general, I was just trying to put some pressure on the clock. Maybe queen e3 here was a bit more precise. But yeah, after we got the trade and queen f5, I thought, okay, now I have a clear target on the pawn on d4, and I can try to undermine the pieces. And after g5, I think from here it was pretty much simple. Just kick the knight and then win the pawn.
Yeah, and now you have full control.
Yeah.
And yeah, and then you have complete control, and your king is pretty safe. No, a very nice game. I like the calculations there and the way that you just took over. So 4 out of 5. Tomorrow is a free day.
Yeah, very lucky. I'm kind of tired, so
you're kind of tired.
To get some rest. Yeah.
What has been your days like here? I mean, is there a lot of preparation, or has that done beforehand?
Yeah. I mean, I definitely have been spending most of my time here preparing. I feel like even if I feel prepared before the game, I still feel the urge to prepare a lot before the game, because it kind of gets my brain going in a way. But at the same time, it could serve as a tiring effect. But yeah, I guess I've been preparing quite a bit before the game, just trying to review my stuff. So.
And I read somewhere that Hikaru was your mentor at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess around like mid of 2023, he was supporting me for quite a few months for like some lessons, paying for lessons, and giving me a bit of, I guess, like support and stuff. So I was really grateful for that. And it helped me a lot.
Does he still get in contact and go, good game, or give you some advice here and there?
We haven't really kept contact for a while, but yeah, I mean, maybe maybe if I messaged, he could respond or something. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't touched it in a while. So,
yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much for showing us your game, and I'm sure everyone could give Andy a round of applause. Thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of the tournament. We hope to see you back here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as we see, one game remaining. Adomus, he is facing the heat as he finds himself in a very difficult rook and pawn ending. He's pawn down. He still has to find the right moves to hold this one. And we see him rocking backwards and forwards. But do not be fooled, because although he might only have 30 seconds on the clock, he has experience here in handling the pressure. He did it in the FIDE Grand Swiss, and he's doing it here. But for Sindarov now must just remain calm and just pose the most practical problems. And 12 seconds, the clock is ticking down for Adomus. What is he going to do? He maintains the defense of the A-pawn. A check from Sindarov, driving the black king back. And now here, all he has to do is take a step back with the king. King to f7, king to e7. That's good enough. And king goes to g5, and Sindarov, you know, he's making his moves with a lot of haste. For Adomus, he just has to again take a decision. I mean, despite the evaluation bar saying it's 0.00, I mean, this is still really difficult for Adomus. He has to make some quick decisions. You know, is he going to step back with the king to e8, to f8? Where is he going to go? One thing for sure is that he's going to be reluctant to give up protection of the a-pawn, but he might just be forced to do that when he only has 5 seconds left on the clock. He was scared of the king coming, and Simon, I mean, the evaluation bar saying it's balanced, but on a practical level, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, with the time situation, you know, Yazkan has that minute, but he's basically playing on increments. And you know, the engine again, these endings we've learnt already, they're a bit deceptive because it's not easy in practicality to play the right moves. And White's king getting quite a dangerous place, the rook checking, attempting to take the pawn. I really like what Yazcan did by bringing the rook behind. It gives you a lot of times to just annoy the white king. But I wonder what happens, for example, if you just take the pawn. I mean, you know, this is one idea. Maybe we'll stay with the moves because they are quite short time. But rook takes here. I guess black's plan is he's got to keep checking. But then the white king will start to move towards the rook. And there's a little bit of work to do there as well. So it's not 100% simple, I would say here. I mean, you could also think about even, I don't know, could you think about bringing your king this way?
Yeah.
To try and support this pawn when it gets going? I mean, it should be a draw because...
I'm also looking at moves like f6.
F6,
F6 to try to come in.
F6 makes a lot of sense here.
And try to, you know...
Try to clear up a way
exactly.
for a pawn. And the fact that these two are on the board always gives white options. So I think this is the most natural way. Just grab the pawn.
Well, he's done that.
He has.
And I agree.
Maybe what you do, you don't keep checking the king because the white king now has to go to the side of the board. So we got it cut off. So now bring your king. This must be the way to do it. Bring your king forwards.
And how difficult is it if you instinctively check the king and drive?
I'm worried that the white king's actually just going to get over to b5 in this position. If we drive it here, then white has a very easy winning plan. So this is certainly the right idea. Keep the white king on the side of the board. And white now is keeping the black king out. Still work to be done here. White will move the pawn up the board, getting it nearer. And then he's got ideas of rook b6 and moving it further up the board. Not easy to draw. Not easy to draw at all. At some point you might have to check the king, but when do you do it? When do you actually do it? That is the problem.
Well, it's kind of, he's making all the right moves. Like king f7. I guess
this is really hard though, Ivanka, here, isn't it? This position. I wouldn't know what decision to make here. You know, I have no idea.
Right, you know, how far up the board do you want the a-pawn to go? And also for Erdoğan, the clock is ticking down. Does he throw in a few checks here and there? Is that going to harm his chances? 47 seconds, it's ticking down. For the time being, I think it's a good idea. You know, actually, if you were to wait with the king, like if you were to go rook to g2, is that a bad move because of a4?
Well, if I was playing as black here, I'd be most tempted to go rook g2 instinctively because I don't want to allow this king into somewhere like this.
And this is what he does. And look, the evaluation bar goes all the way up. A mistake. But why is this a mistake?
Well,
a4.
The white pawn is coming. And this is a very human move. This is the move that I would have played as well, definitely, because I just want to wait. But I think this plan of just going a5 and probably rook b6 and a6 is getting very scary. Because remember, your king can suddenly go this way and most likely come round as well. So I think, yeah, I mean, that wasn't easy there at all. And this looks like now Sindarov is going to win this one, especially with the time.
Yeah.
So it's been a real up and down game. I mean, this will be heartbreaking for Yazcan.
Absolutely.
To lose this. 5 seconds. But I think he's realised now how difficult it is. And let's just push the pawn. Get that pawn up.
And it's what you're saying there, is that because the black king is so out there in the open, rook to b6 is incoming. Rook a8 is also a great move as well, just to keep that king out there. 18 seconds. And Erdoğan, he's not happy. He's realizing that he's got a very, very difficult task ahead of him. 7 seconds. He gets the rook behind the pawn.
Okay, but now the white king can come back. And this is the issue. The white king comes to g4. Still got to win this, though. So it's the point, if you go to g4, you're either going to come this way or into g6. So if I go to g4, black has to move the king or the rook. Now, if you move the king, I come back. No,
Do you know something, Simon? It's that endgame that we were talking. Do you remember we
it could
showed
be.
that endgame?
Yeah. If you remove these pawns,
Literally, and it will be happening
yeah.
with a rook
Definitely.
a7.
Or what you can do, you can just go f6, can't you?
Exactly.
King g4 and f6 immediately.
Yes.
Bang. That's the way you win. And if you can get your king to f3, it's even easier because you go to b7, I would imagine.
Yeah.
But the winning idea, yeah, you actually just sack the pawn temporarily, I feel. Okay, this is also going to be good.
Incredible. It's almost like we scripted this one, Simon.
Yeah.
Rook a8 happening.
This is still good. And Yazkan, very low on time. So he waits for his king, and now surely king g4
Yeah,
is
king
going to occur.
g4.
King
Yes.
g4 does happen.
And then it's this whole plan of going a7, a6, a7, f6. Let's put that, can we quickly...
Yeah, you can tell he knows he's losing
Yeah.
now. So, for example, if you go rook here, well, then the king can even come. Okay, so so let's go here, rook here. You can even push the king all the way. Now, this check is an idea, so you have to go here. And now f6 is winning immediately. This is the winning idea immediately. You don't need to do anything else because if you go king takes, there's the check, and that means the pawn queens. And if you go pawn takes, we get that position we mentioned earlier with rook h8. So this is that. Yeah, this is it. It's the opening, as Jovi says, we were looking at. Very simple. You don't need to be clever. Just push the pawn, threaten rook f8, and go f6.
And Sindarov is going for that plan.
And he knows this plan. They both know really now how the game's going to end. The pawn's going to come here to a7, king f7, f6. The winning move. And playing very confidently now. There's probably other ways to win, but this f6 move is 100% game over because you get the rook to h8 or to f8. Exactly the ending that Jovi mentioned. And it was very hard to hold. It was very hard to hold. Extremely hard.
Incredibly difficult to hold. I think the only way to have done it was to check the white king out and just to pester that monarch for as long as possible. And yeah, this is it. f6 is going to be making an appearance.
It's just double checking. You can see it on Yazkan's face. He realizes this game over, and Sindarov is very wisely just double checking, triple checking. He's getting his. There you go. He even puts his badge back on. That's a very Kasparov maneuver, that one. Kasparov would take his watch off during the game, and Kasparov put his watch next to the table. And then when he thought it was time for his opponent to resign, he'd put his watch back on. So if he ever put his watch back on during the game, you knew you were in trouble. It's time to resign. This is the winning move, and I think it will be resignations now. Okay, he takes with a pawn. Rook h7 is rook h8 to h7. Here he comes, and that's it. Game over.
Game over for Adomush. Just coming to terms with the results. Was a big fight.
Big fight. He did so well to fight. He did so well to get back into it. He fought incredibly hard, but all that fighting, it's heartbreaking. You fight so hard, you get back into the game, you take your opportunities, and then in the ending, you just can't find the right move. And it was a really, actually much trickier than ending that, well, was anticipated. Always going to be tough when you're a pawn or two down. But, you know, the ending was very well played by Sindarov there.
And we had our most decisive day yet in the Masters with 4 wins. Wins for Kayma, wins for Sindarov, wins also for Fedoseev with the black pieces, and Gukesh. It was the exciting day. It's like the players were like, you know, tomorrow is the free day. you know what, let's just go for broke. We can afford to do this one.
Yeah.
And in the challenges as well, I mean, are we surprised that there were so many decisive results? No, we've come to expect that from that group. Well, it has been an incredible day. I mean, we saw people take risks and they paid off. We also saw two very similar rook and pawn endings that could have occurred, with Sindarov there just giving us a masterclass in how to press home that advantage, and a very exciting battle between the two-way leaders.
Lots of blood on the board, and you know, game of the day. I was like trying to pick one. It's hard to choose. I mean, Gukesh seemed to play a very smooth game. That was without so much drama. Arjun got a good opening, but Vladimir played very bravely to take a lot of risks and win that one. And the draw with the two leaders, Hans and Nodirbek, there keeping them up in a good position.
Well, let's see how those wins affected the standings. And would you believe it, Simon? We now have a three-way tie at the top between Hans Niemann, Vachier Sindarov, and Nodirbek Abdusatorov. But there are three people chasing them down, just half point away, including world champion Gukesh.
Yes, Gukesh just on the heels of them. And it's going to be very exciting. I mean, it's warming up very nicely, this tournament. There's a bit of a group at the bottom there, but they can still get into this tournament. There's lots of time left. We're nowhere near we're nearer halfway, but we're not there yet. And Vincent also, for example, getting an important win there, being the top seed in the competition.
And when it came to the challenges, it was also an incredibly fighting day, with wins for Carissa Yip, Andy Woodward, Faustino Oro, and also Elina Rubers getting a much needed victory. And after a hard day's battle, let's have a look at how that's impacted the standings. And we see it's now a three-way tie at the top as well. 4 out of 5 seems to be the magic number, but look at those names. Aydin Suleimanli, Faustino Oro, and Andy Woodward.
Yeah, the youngsters are really shining in the challenges at the moment.
Completely. And Elina Rubers with that win, very important win. And as we've mentioned many, many times, today was a little bit special because it was the day before the first rest day. So tomorrow, everyone can have a break, including the players, including us. Everyone will take a much needed pause. And then the play resumes on the Friday, where we'll see whether the players have been able to recharge, reset, and motivate themselves for another day of fighting chess. Well, that brings day 5 to an end. It's been a day full of a lot of victories. We now see 2 three-way ties in both the Masters and the Challengers. What's going to happen next? Well, we don't know, but we do know that on Friday, everything will begin again. Thank you, everyone, for watching and tuning in. It's been a lot of fun, and we will see you all on Friday. But before we leave you, please enjoy this interview with Elina Rubers, who breaks down her win against Danielle Luffa. Goodbye.
Elina, congratulations. I know it was a tough start to the tournament with 4 losses, but today you beat Daniel Luffa, and you beat him in a style that I think is your brand of chess, right?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm very happy with this game. And yeah.
We'll take a look at it in a second. It really was a fun game. I was just reminded that back in October in Hogeveen, you also started with 4 losses, but then bounced back with 2 wins. Was that on your mind today at all?
Not really, because in Hogeveen I was actually playing good games for the first 4 games, and here I was just playing so badly. So I don't know, yesterday I just decided to sleep and pretend, okay, nothing happened. And yeah,
Yeah, and I mean it is such a long tournament as we all know, and I think it is the right approach. You arrived here on the back of two fantastic results. You became a European champion in Blitz in Monaco. You finished in 3rd place in the World Blitz in Doha. Tell us a little bit just about your emotions after those events. You know, getting those big titles.
Yeah, I was obviously really happy, but also in Blitz, it's mostly what you feel is adrenaline, yeah? So even after you win, it's just, I'm completely shaking and yeah, but after it's settled in, I was really happy and it's nice that it worked out.
What a fantastic achievement. And now, well, I'll hand you the iPad. We're jumping into it here on move 14. You were telling me these are not lines I play. A lot of it theory, right?
Yeah. So I prepared this like a year ago. And this morning, actually, I was like, okay, maybe he will play classical Sicilian. So I went through that game one more time. And I know here black should play something like knight takes b3, c takes b3, b4,
Let's
knight
maybe
a4.
show it very quickly.
Yeah, so knight takes b3, c takes b3, b4, knight a4, and queen a5 is what I got on the board last time. Yeah, and then you sacrifice this pawn here, and I play some h5, and okay, it's interesting.
I have to say I was really impressed when the first time I looked at your game and I saw this kind of position, because a lot of players, when they start with a bunch of losses, they will play more solid, right? But you stuck to your style and went out all guns blazing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, for me it doesn't make so much sense to, I don't know, all of a sudden pretend to be solid when I'm not really a solid player, yeah, so.
I love that.
Yes. So okay, instead knight c4. I don't know, I thought it would be quite difficult to improve the queen side here for black, so bishop c1 I think makes sense. Queen a5, okay, h5 I thought it would be good to continue with the plan, h6. And I wanted, okay, because I saw his ideas before, I guess. And I wanted on b4 that I could play g5. So I played f4. And on b4 now g5. Takes. Okay, knight g4, I completely missed this. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I had calculated all this stuff. Take on c3, knight takes b2. I think it all works for me. But knight g4 came as quite a surprise. But it's an interesting move, actually. But I think I reacted well with knight f5, takes a knight d5, and now e7 is hanging, c4 is hanging, rook f8. Yeah, and here I was planning at first to go bishop takes c4, but there's this bishop b5, which I don't really like. And if you take,
let's just show it so
yes.
people can see.
Yeah, this bishop b5, and yeah, I think it was here. And I don't know, in the line instead here, this bishop takes c4, bishop b5. Here I thought I would have bishop d3, and it's okay, but after rook f8, it's just a much improved version for black. So I decided to go e takes f5, and okay, e7 is hanging, c4 is hanging, g4 is hanging, and okay, of course you can put one or the other knight on e5, but after.
How were you feeling around this point?
Okay, I was feeling confident. I felt like I calculated it well enough, and felt like I had a better position. But okay, I wasn't sure. But also, his time situation was, of course, very good for me from the very beginning. He was thinking a lot in the opening. So in general, that gives you some confidence that even if you might mess up, he still needs to figure it out, yeah. But yeah, so bishop takes f5, knight takes c7, king f8, and okay, I think h6 is good. And yeah, here I was not so sure about g6 if it's good.
I was actually I know you're looking at me. Well, we can turn on the engine actually to double check if you'd like.
Okay, rook d1 is okay. It's just a normal move, makes sense. G6, okay, it's
I
it's
think you
fine.
never
Yeah.
really let go of your
Yeah,
advantage.
yeah.
There were maybe a
No.
couple of moments where there was a slightly better move, but they were never let go.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I just wasn't sure if I missed some option or something. But here, okay, queen takes c7. I'm just an exchange up. I don't think I should trade queens because the endgame will be easier for black. So didn't trade queens. Okay, he's only on 4 minutes and 10 more moves to make, so that also helps.
Does the heart start pounding a little bit faster with the time control this year? No increment when you see your opponent is getting lower and lower on time?
Yeah, I've never played without increment, I think, unless no, never, I think. So yeah, only in these like rapid tournaments. It's these bars when I was younger. And
have you been enjoying it?
yeah, actually it's interesting, but I have not played for so long, so there were not really situations where, like in Ivanchuk a couple of rounds ago, that he was on 1 second. This
was
has not
pretty
happened
crazy,
to me. Yeah.
Hopefully it will not happen. It's not a fun situation to be in, right?
I mean, if I manage to make the move, then it's fine for me. So, yeah. Okay, but I think from here I converted
cleanly.
And yeah.
Eline, it's very nice to see you win, especially in this style. And I imagine that, especially going into the rest day, it's a relief to get a win, and especially against such a strong opponent.
Yeah, I am very happy about it, of course. And yeah, I hope this will continue after the rest day.
You've played here a few times, of course. You're on home turf in the Netherlands. How does it feel to be back in Wijk again?
Yeah, it's nice. I feel like last year it was good to have a break, like not playing, and I really enjoyed spectating as well. But now, yeah, I feel I'm ready to play again and hopefully make some more points.
Well, we're delighted to have you back. Tomorrow rest day, do you have any plans?
I have some interview planned, and in the evening I go with some friends to a restaurant nearby.
Fantastic. Well, hope you enjoy your rest day, have fun, and congratulations again on a beautiful win.
Thank you so much.